So far he's been called Branton today. Today, Barton is Branton.
Well, I forget. Everyone forgets. Barton.
That's why we have name cards.
Dusty said that he says his name wrong on purpose.
So Dusty's character is here. He kind of sent an email about the rough idea of what's happening, but we're kind of picking off immediately after Barton apparently has left the room. You guys are in the antechamber.
I don't know if left the room is really appropriate. It was pulled from the room.
It did seem as though those of you with high perception, and a fair amount of you have high perception, it looks as though his butt was pulled towards the wall and his feet lifted up ever so slightly. He could have done that with a complex acrobatics or an acting.
Yeah.
But it was weird. It did creep you out, especially since Jeb was freaking out prior to that, and the cats have been freaked out ever since they got here. It doesn't seem like they're horribly, what the hell is it, put off. They've been, I suppose, at far worse conditions, like, they've definitely felt more uneasy in, like, Carcosa and things like that, but they do feel as though something's here. I mean, you can tell that because the cats seem overly agitated.
How about if we,
And normally Scarlet is unreactive and Puddin is so much just kind of a stone there.
let's leave. Just like Dusty said, he'll TP us out to the entrance. We wait and see if Burton shows up at the entrance and make a deal with the entity it's in.
Alright.
So,
We'll try to...
Can we do that?
You can. You don't have a sigil currently here.
I suppose make one with fairy fire.
He's going to make one with fairy fire. I'll have you roll for Dusty's character. I roughly know what he has, so you can blame any kind of critical failures on him.
12... 11.
11. You can give me a symbol draw, or give me another 3d6 for a symbol drawing.
And you know he'd be throwing Cthulhu dice the whole time.
Yep.
9.
That's the way he rolls.
All right, it looks pretty good. You can give me what is it? It takes you guys all a moment to get into the circle. You can give me a transpose from there. Actually, no. He's going to attempt to fold space because otherwise he's going to deal with the penalty. So you can give me. You can give me. What is it? You rolled an 8. You can give me another roll. He tells you that he is having trouble making any kind of effect through the walls here.
So drive it through.
He'll tell... Given what I know of Hunter's character, he'll say like, "Oh yeah, I got it now. Don't worry about what I said prior."
I rolled a 5 that time.
Yep. Then you can give me another fairy fire effect.
10, 9.
Okay. Now you can give me a transpose, and he'll probably ask for your help.
Oh
10.
gosh, well.
He
Tell you that he needs your help, Padawan.
Beat it by 10.
How are you gonna learn if you don't drop?
Alright, I rolled a 10.
And then you tell you, roll the Cthulhu dice. What are you doing?
Is this the part where the naysayer, what's her face?
The Montrose?
Yeah. Is this the part where she's like, should you really be doing that?
In fairness, the last time you almost, hit the highway using anti-gravity. And then she said, well, that's not going to happen. Then whoever, I think it was fucking Thomas, told her, you don't know, at any point in time we can just fly off into space. And ever since then, she's been holding on to shit everywhere she goes.
Oh, that's so sad.
Because normally under circumstances you'd say, oh, they're clearly joking. But it seems like she's developed a certain, I suppose, trust or mistrust of the group. Over here. Alright, I'll alter that later.
Card players are gathering in mass.
Yeah, we'll start till 7.
Ultimately, you guys arrive on the other side of the new ward, just interior to this cave structure, on the other side of the cave that was attached to the national, not the national park, but a small park. And you guys can give me a perception check.
With us.
Does anyone have any body sense? Does everyone have body sense?
No.
Yes.
Body sense? No.
Yes.
10.
You can give me a dex roll.
Here's my dex roll.
5. Beat my perception by 7.
I did dex
Oh
by
gosh,
6.
I'm rolling bad.
Alright. For the most part, you're not, when you end up kind of moving around, pressure changes, temperature changes, you're all kind of turns around. So you're, for the most part, not disoriented at this point.
You said dex check, right?
If you did not have body sense.
Do you need a body sense roll, or?
I do not need a body sense roll right now.
You have body
Yep.
sense?
So you both are fine.
I'm gonna do catch gracious as I land
But what was your
I did
perception
make
check?
by 7.
7, 8, 2,
1.
1. Okay. You do arrive at target, and it does seem Dusty or Hunter is a little bit curious about what happened. He's like, "And there you go." Those of you making it by 7 or higher, I would say, feel strangely drained, as though you had a long trek and you don't know why.
I look at my clock to
Can we
see
go
how
back in
long
time?
it's
Absolute timing.
Absolute timing. You don't think any time transfer. It feels as though you just walked up a flight of steps that you weren't aware that there was there. You're a little bit tired and feel drained. You don't know why. It's not significantly so, but it's noticeable. The rest of you, it could be adrenaline, it could be fear. You don't know. I mean, stuff's happening.
Should
All
have out
right,
in the hallway.
here's my thoughts. In my world, Yith said a Dr. Varus helped Chester Crispin seal this. He was the real
My
culprit.
dex by
I've never
catch
talked
grace
to
by 2.
Dr. Varus in our world about this, and I slipped my mind.
What did you?
So-
What were you saying now?
You get
Catch
the
grace by
ring,
2.
Okay. Yep. You'll get a +1.
Oh, yeah.
you get the thing, you go back and have them contact Varus and ask him
What's going on here?
what's going on here, and I tell them to make sure you know the town's name and
What
you know,
sigil
just the
does
town and
keep
this
spirits
park.
out?
Yep. I'll do that.
Elder
I'll
sign.
contact.
I have a
Elder sign
Ward of
potentially,
Unseen.
and then Ward of the Unseen. Yeah.
What
I'll
elder
contact my
sign?
husband, tell him I need to talk to Dr. Varus.
Yep.
Elder
It does
sign?
seem as
I
though he
don't
must have
know.
had it on his person because
What
he picks
elder
up right
sign do
away.
I have?
You hear like a clang and a bang in the background,
Yeah.
but what is it? He just seems a bit befumbled. So I suppose there are kind of new refinements to his personality, but the kind of the core Mr. Magoo is still there. So you hear kind of a bang, what have you, and he kind of picks up. Yeah, yeah.
I tell him that we're on an ancient site. I tell him where we are in Scotland or England. And apparently Dr. Varus put some symbols here. I need to speak with Dr. Varus. Can you turn this device over to somebody that could contact him on the phone?
Yep. You hear him kind of stumble over to something. You hear like a Rolodex rolling. Who is he? What is he doctor of?
What is he a doctor of?
Who is he associated
Where's
with?
he at?
Well,
Dr. Varus? I need
my,
Blue Clinic.
my
My older character knew it.
I've
but-
been to
But I
that.
think that Frank would have been useful for.
He's from Chicago, the Blue
Which
Clinic.
one?
We've had enough. Frank would be
Chicago, the
useful
Blue
here.
Planet?
From.
Technically,
Yeah,
was it
Well,
certain
who
ones
has
are
life
Yeah.
certain elder signs? Was it certain creatures are affected by different
Maybe
elder
you
signs?
should have decided to take
Generally,
on the guy head on.
lesser ones
should
are
help
affected
me.
by the sun. More powerful spirits are affected by the father, and then the other one is
Holy Ghost.
the more powerful, or is it the more elaborate elder sign? It generally is used as kind of an advanced pentagon, and it kind of traps or fronts out pretty much anything.
What elder sign do I have?
Which one do you mark down?
It's the star one.
Oh, it's the sun. And
The sun.
yeah, that's the term I'm using because those are the ones that I gave to him, and those are from an individual named Nick in California. So that's the version that, from your understanding, that is the elder sign. There are different variants of the elder sign, and they're not necessarily called that. It's just to differentiate them.
She says that he's from the Blue Clinic in Chicago.
All
I
right.
have Edict memory. Do I remember?
I've had to contact.
I've talked about it. Frank's talked about it a lot.
Frank there quite a
Yeah.
bit.
When you had when one of the other characters, I think including yourself, had pattern damage, and they were talking about either trying to slowly regrow it or have a prosthesis, one of the few people that actually had experience regarding regenerating regenerating your pattern itself, actually creating new pattern, was a somewhat discontinued member of the Ordo Hermes, a Dr. Gabriel Varus.
He was also on that
In
list.
Chicago.
Yep.
And I
And
went
he
to
was
him
also
with the life
listed on the members of the Cult of the Skulls.
But he
The
was
people that
crossed out.
apparently had specific research. Now, the Cult of the Skulls started in the Numismatic Society. And what the hell have you? There are certain members that kind of cross over, because you know Jason Gracali also is a member of the Ordo Hermes. All of them dealt with kind of advanced reanimation of dead tissue or regeneration or kind of electricity, body swap, and all kinds of that mad scientist stuff.
Well, I will tell him it's Dr. So-and-so in Chicago. He's a member of the a member of the Cult of the Skulls. Is he in your Rolodex by chance?
He said that it wouldn't be in his Rolodex. He's never heard the name before. He's looking for any changes that you made.
Can I tell them?
He has a Numimetric Society. He can call them.
You have the number. Yeah.
Is that Christian?
Contacted Frank there a couple times.
Yep.
I'll give her the number.
All right. What is it? As you kind of translate the number over, for the most part, you can hold it near her. It's still a little bit sensitive, so you have to kind of talk loudly into it. And you can kind of hear like a small element kind of rolling around in there.
Yep.
What have you. So you give the number over, and he'll have the phone on, or not the phone, but the the speaker, the portable phonograph, running while he kind of gets somebody. And he will tell you, what is it, that it sounds like Dr. Gabriel Varus is currently out of town. Apparently they had mentioned something about Dr. Hermes.
I'm gonna put on my gloves of manipulation.
Does that mean anything to anyone, Dr. Hermes? Okay. We thank him for trying, and I'll try to be more less jarring when I contact you next time.
He says no, he's been always busy, so you'll most likely catch him in the middle of something. He'll tell you, is this a good time? I actually was taking a look at Omar Bahauden's readings.
Absolutely, it's a good time. I kind of wonder where.
Well, I can talk to you over here. However, for the most part, what are you guys doing? You're on the other side of the spirit barrier. You don't know if it's keeping the thing in. Althea Montrose does seem to think it's pretty solid.
But what if it took Barton
He could jump the
down
sigil.
there to open up those, open up anything like more of those smoke?
Althea
things
Montrose
and
doesn't know
stuff?
if he's possessed or if he was just taken somewhere or if he's being
Because
attacked.
He could.
She can tell you when she comes.
He could
Yell
get
for him.
past
Maybe
elder
he'll hear
signs
it come
because
up
he
here.
isn't associated with any.
You know that you
can
traveled
piggyback
downward in a
out of
spiraling
the spirit.
tunnel, probably about 300, 400 feet down into the
Open up
ground.
those
And there was
other
there was a
things.
few areas where the walls kind of stopped and you had to go through them.
Right.
So he physically would not be able to hear you if you yelled, unless he's coming here. So you don't know for sure. But I can talk to you over here, Steve, and then these folks can decide their game plan. It's fairly quiet up here. There's no breeze or anything. There is a stale air.
I'll just keep a lookout for in case that Barton guy comes back out.
This is tough now.
I have both of your rocket guns. What now?
You're assuming that you're in control of your body.
Yeah. Also assume that whatever is controlling your body understands the concept of firearms.
I assume nothing.
Well,
Yep.
we're on the other side of the ward.
Yep. So we'll
Hey,
have to
no
wait to
harm,
see
no
if Barton
foul.
comes
I
back.
mean, we can leave now.
Well, thanks.
Well, we didn't find the guy we were looking for. So.
Leave me about a mile.
No, we didn't.
Underground.
Yeah, we still need to
I
find
don't
him.
want to. I don't want to pull back any farther than this. I don't really have anything, except maybe I can cast destroyed life. But that's about all I got in the way of spells that's going to do this. I don't have
You
any-
can't cast spells.
Yes, I can. I don't do it much. Yes, I can. I don't do it often, and I'm not very good at it. So it can have
no,
bad
you're talking about
ramifications.
the
Black
black
fluid. You can't cast
fluid.
spells.
Nobody says I can't cast it. I just can't tap into my own quintessence.
Which you have to use the gas.
No, I can use it. Oh, superpower.
Yeah. He got black fluid, but he needs to let siphon off.
Okay.
Are you kidding? It's a new power source, baby. I'm going in with eyes wide open and hands stretched out.
We can walk from here till we catch up to Barton.
We could, yeah.
Or we could have somebody stationary right here at the sigil. I plan on going up and just try to meet him halfway.
We might want to also,
try to do that because
before we leave, suppose we could put down one of those teleport sigils here,
I don't do teleport.
but Hunter does.
Yeah.
And you
Oh,
do.
the professor does.
Professor does. So putting down one of the symbols here. Do you guys have those rugs here that you had?
No.
Okay.
Those have all been lost.
Yeah.
You don't have anything.
No.
I pull out a bag out of one of my portable
We got
bowls
more
and it's
from
got
Angus
chisels
Urquhart.
and
Yeah.
paint.
So I'd lay one right here.
I don't need to do that.
Yeah.
I don't need any of
Well,
that.
let's lay down one of
Big
the
sigils.
rugs. We have one of the rugs here. Why don't we just lay that down here so we can have a point in space we can get to?
Do it on the other side of the
Yeah, well,
ward.
the side we're on. obviously. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, I'm afraid if we let him continue, he's gonna activate something because it couldn't get past certain wards without his body.
So I guess we have to go after him. So yeah, let's lay that down here and go after him. So when we catch up to him, are we are we gonna try to beat him down to try to get this thing out of him?
Yeah,
or?
we're just gonna beat him with sticks.
I don't know. This happened in the Browning Company. That's what we did.
I upped my par.
Alright.
He's got like spells and all that thing can happen too that like Jesus sticks aren't gonna work on.
Jesus sticks?
Yeah, Jesus sticks.
Yeah.
We have Jesus sticks. We all beat you down with it. You didn't hear
You
that
know,
part.
like the staff of Moses and
With a shotgun shell in the bottom, right?
Oh, we did get those one sticks from Frank, and he said you had to start beating him and say, "Honk, and get your white ass out of here." No, I think so. Are we going to try to kill him, or we're going to try to knock him out, or we're going to try to what? What are we trying to do?
I'm not gonna try to kill him.
So we're not going to try to kill.
Like,
Try and
not
get his
Barton.
ass out of this place alive.
Okay.
We're going to try to either deal with
He has
or
things he
defeat
needs
this
to
thing.
invent.
Dusty did make a point in his email
When I
that
leave,
if we do release it,
when
this
we start
island is
walking,
probably going to sink.
I'm gonna hand you my spirit knife.
Why?
Need be, you know where to put it.
I wish I could say things.
Still, before we go anywhere, let's put this teleport map down.
Can I stab him in the ass?
Nope, no stabbing. You don't need to stab him.
Okay.
We just need to hit him with the flat of it.
Or just
So,
I'm
so you
giving it to
know,
you because I can't do. I want you to teleport that inside him.
Inside of him? Where inside of him?
You can teleport. You can teleport any weapon inside anybody. You don't have to stab him. You don't have to have the skill for knife. All you got to do is teleport the knife inside him.
Okay.
we are talking about how we deal with diplomacy situations later.
Should
There's no such thing. That's a fail safe right
As I
there.
recall how teleport works, is what I've heard is that wouldn't you need a signal to have like a start point at least? So if you have an ability to draw like a start point on your glove or something, that might be a good idea.
I have a glove that has
Oh, that has it? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know who has those.
Urquhart gave me sigil gloves, but it only helps a little bit.
Every little bit helps.
Yeah, every little bit helps. Yeah.
This is gonna be a little.
The best case scenario is if you have a sigil that the knife would completely laze in. So if you have a moment, whatever it is like that, you can draw a sigil in a second or two, get on the floor and freaking carve out a sigil and set the knife in it.
Where can
If
I-
not, you just carve
If
it
you're
on
not
the
comfortable
floor.
doing that, then I'll just do it the old-fashioned
Where
way.
can I transpose it where it's not going to cut like vital organs? I wish you had a pocket watch. I could
Don't worry
just-
about that. If it's a vital organ, we could 95% save it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, let me put it to you
I
this
forgot
way.
the healing spell.
We've had some great preliminary success with what Burton's been working on with the healing he's
Not
working
with
on.
the U. Burton, Brenton,
Part. Yeah.
Oh, Barton.
Brenton.
I just went around and looked like a you. Barton's been working on. We had some great preliminary success, so I don't think he's got any of that with
So I
him.
always
I
choose
don't know.
names that are easy
Check
to
him.
pronounce.
But you can't get, Dr. Bruce is not there.
Are you talking about my bullets?
No, I'm talking about the stuff he did with the dog.
Oh, no. That's not.
So,
Also, that didn't work very
If you
well.
don't feel comfortable teleporting, like I said,
it
I'll
did.
teleport
It had
it.
very temporary effects.
We haven't had enough
And
time
then
to
we'll
go back.
heal it.
I want you to
But
teleport
it
it
did
from
heal,
behind
it did
him.
regenerate. If your
So stab
body
him in the
has a
back with
natural
it. So
state,
when you
he'll
teleport it,
regenerate it.
make sure it's coming from behind.
You're gonna make him take it from
Hey,
behind.
it's not our first choice, because it's still
Teleport it in his butt.
You know why?
Right, our first choice
Right
is
now.
teleporting knives into
That's the price
people.
God
This is
paid.
after that.
Colon isn't exactly vital to survival.
He can get a machine one.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember when we had to do favors for the deep ones and we lost track of time?
Not I.
Yep.
You did.
Jeb specifically owned out of that one. He's like,
Yep.
done. You guys are making your own
Do you remember when I did it? When Hunter did it?
Yes.
No.
You weren't here either. Who are you, by the way?
I'm a David Browning. I had an
You work
appointment.
for Browning
Yeah, an appointment for
You
it.
stole my patent for the rocket gun.
They patented it in, is it Belgium, so.
In
Belgium,
fairness,
whatever.
it seemed he did come with some prototypes that what the hell is it? Browning and MI5 wanted to kind of field test here. However, it does the Auto Ordnance 15Z. I have to double check my notes, but it looks awfully close to a model that you gave MI5 a few years back for them to look into.
Yeah, I hear ya.
From what you understand, they're not being sold anywhere, so there's not a patent breach. It's just apparently there's some of those being made now.
Yep, that's fine.
So
I think once the world stops ending, you can go after them for copyright
Where did you go?
violation.
So I lost track of that week of time.
Yep.
Just like Hunter did. He lost track of 2 weeks of time.
Yep.
And unfortunately, I did some things in my lab. I have no idea what I did.
At this point in time, the cats start to freak out a little bit.
Are they on the other side of the sigil?
They're not on the other side of the sigil, but they're freaking out looking inward towards the interior of the first building.
Raise up my arm, or raise up my gun.
I mean the first hall?
So there was a door behind you, and as I said, these structures
Yeah,
weren't
teleport.
connected directly from the looks of it. So you're kind of in a hewn stone passageway now, and it leads into a T-junction that heads left and right, and the cats look down into the darkness, and you guys have flashlights. But there you go.
So you remember
Goggles.
from behind.
There is... The walls are very dark, so it is very easy to see that there is something disproportionately large down the left corridor. At least it's a radiating light.
Fail safe.
I let you guys know.
That's last resort.
There's something large on the left-hand corridor.
Monocle it.
For the most part, you see the same thing. There is a small amount of... what is it? A noticeable amount of primal or whatever the hell your goggles look at. You know what bees do, and they look fairly similar, but they do... If you look for it, there are distinctions. And I believe at some point in time, somebody told you that you were using that particular object incorrectly, or at least it wasn't... It looked like it was a damaged piece of something, and you have alligators clipped up to it. Or no, it's a monocle, which runs to like a battery lead.
I will throw up deflect harm. I will put it all in the front, because I guess the corridor...
After everyone kind of freaked out on you, Branton, you ultimately came back to the surface, hoping that it kind of... Barton! It is Barton!
Luck.
Hoping that these people would kind of cool down. It seems like they must have teleported behind you.
Yeah, bastards.
You get a
No,
bad
I don't know
feeling as you
teleport.
kind of move around.
634 reroll, already?
That was bad.
You got the Cthulhu.
So what are you saying, Barton? What's going on?
Well, I'm gonna have my gravity shield ready.
Okay.
I feel like that should give me a +1 because I'm ready.
You guys hear what sounds like Barton around the corner.
Deflect harm up front. I beat that by...
Permeable?
Cats are
9.
still freaking out, though.
Gravity
Yeah.
shield beats deflect arm.
Why don't the cats
Make a difference.
like
It's not what I'm...
him? Is it him,
not
or is
the
there
point.
something in him, kitties?
You're not sure. Jeb and you've seen the professor like talk to the cats like they're crazies. They get like subtle. They seem to pick up elements that like you just can't see. They're either delusional or they have some sort of
He said
advanced training.
We no longer have an
Resort.
exorcist. with
Last
us.
Well,
resort.
then give me a signal.
I will.
And then I'll do that.
I will. I'm going to jinx out loud, so...
Okay.
Barton, can you hear me? Are you coming up the tunnel? Is it you?
15, 14.
Ready?
Straight up.
Okay. You don't have line of sight to it, but it,
Alright. For each turn that goes for us, I'm going to keep on...
okay.
I'm going to keep on jinxing.
Is there like any cover in this hallway or where we are?
Not really. You're kind of in a hewn passageway. As soon as something turns a corner, all of you are kind of... The only cover you have is people in front of you.
So
Okay.
am I in the middle of the hallway or like?
You're at a T-junction on the left. They're around the corner. You hear them casting shit. I'll assume that you end up heading back after you start hearing shit. You do have thaumatology, so you can hear people like putting one in the chamber. You can hear various
We need it
incantations.
in like gesture.
You guys see the what is it? The
I have
light
gesture.
kind of dims away.
Barton,
And
come
then
here.
probably
we want
about-
to talk. We're not going to shoot you. See if you can break the ward on your own.
With thaumatology, you can tell that he's already casting spells.
Couldn't you just hold off to find out if it's actually...
Otherwise, the light dissipates. He maybe passed through one of the interior walls and then was cut out. You know, the walls don't seem to allow primal energy to pass through readily.
Well, the way he retreated from us and from the hearing our spellcasting, we must assume that
He's guilty.
Barton
Can you give me a
is
meditation
possessed.
roll?
Me?
Yep, meditation.
Barton.
And I like the man, but I'll put him down if I have to.
Yeah, and you can hear
He's
that down
walking
the
in the
hall.
tunnels. It could be any of us. Can't we just talk to him?
I giggle.
No.
It's pass by.
I always love your split diplomacy where it's like, no, we're just talking, and then someone else is shooting him in the leg when you're like, no,
You
let's
should
try
start
diplomacy.
shooting him in the leg. Yeah.
I did auto hypnosis by
I would
7.
have to
Dusty.
default, and I rolled an 8, but otherwise I passed by 2.
Okay,
If it's
Auto hypnosis by 7.
okay, you'll get a +3. I'll talk to you, Branton. Barton, Branton. Not gonna say anything. Right?
It's all Dusty's fault.
We should turn this damn thing around, but
We can.
I don't think we should.
No.
I could probably push these like a foot down because there's space on the other side of those too.
And yes.
We'd all go on diets.
Barton. You had so many inventions you could have invented.
He could still be. You know what? He's just gonna get memed. He's gonna have to know his role in his little escapades of life.
Know your role.
Don't
Think of it.
Don't get possessed, a
Shoot for the legs.
Jeez.
Shoot for the legs because he can always float. And the gravity device he's going to make. He can always
Oh, yeah,
hover
Baron-
along
Baron
behind us.
Harkness,
Like
yeah.
some invention from the Venture Brothers.
Need a piece of paper?
What's that?
Need a piece of
If we
paper?
had Frank
No, I
here, we
was
could
trying to
exercise
figure
him
that
right
out. I
away.
couldn't-
Yep, we did have Frank here, yep.
Dimensional conduit.
Throw something
Speak
away.
to
I'll
dead.
sneak behind you.
Compel spirit.
My deflect harm is.
Frank had compel spirit too.
Yeah.
I know.
He compelled it to get the F out of here.
Sure, it's like everyone hates on Frank until Frank becomes useful, and everyone's like, "Oh, damn it!"
I'm gonna shoot his ass with that freaking laser gun.
Everybody does know that he does have a sigil on his chest, right?
Anti-spirit thing, right?
No. It's
No,
no.
that would have helped him.
I thought he had
It's a
that, too.
fold space one, so things that he can teleport out away from his chest. That's why if you're gonna attack him, you attack him from
Oh,
behind.
how about a laser gun? Can you teleport that
He can
away?
fold it, make it come back.
Laser too? That
Yeah.
sucks.
That's
someone
why you
moves-
teleport behind him.
If someone distracts him, then
That's why we're coming.
different angles. Makes sense.
Laser guns too? There's light, man.
Light is still affected by gravity.
Yeah, high gravity. Not
How,
like
how
9G.
high can he get his gravity skill? You don't know exactly.
The GM also said that since we don't have like a dispel, we'd have to use a similar spell to counteract his.
I got counter
shit,
magic.
too. Oh, you do?
Is that the
I got
jinx
gravity
you do,
ripple,
or is
but-
it
No, I
different?
got counter magic.
Okay.
Like
You
the
got
actual
dispel
spell
magic?
counter magic? That's cool.
Oh yeah,
Too blue?
I figure if I'm going in, if I'm going into that realm, I might as well learn a little bit.
Cthulhu dice, it's time, man. You rolled like a guy.
okay, I'm gonna lock it.
Lock it at a 6.
That was a 5.
Oh, okay. I thought it was 1, 2, and 3.
So that was good.
That's
And
pretty good. 8.
wow, 5 was the best. So okay, pass by 11.
That's about right. Okay, I'll talk to you.
Oh god.
That's not good.
No,
I
that's
have
really
one
good for
luck
him.
charm left.
Five.
Is that just one use?
He's got a 16 will.
I need to make some more.
Maybe you shook off the will. Or was possessing him.
Huh?
You seem to be making a will roll, so maybe you shook off whatever was possessing him.
So there's a spirit ward you
let's
can put on
hope
yourself?
so.
Because I'm like, this possession stuff sucks.
What do you mean? I don't have a spirit ward on me.
No, is there a spirit ward
Thought
you can put
you
on?
had the Aztec ruin, right?
Yeah, but that's not a spirit ward.
That's
It's
a
from
pattern
pattern
protection.
damage.
Yeah.
It's not.
Well, it's not for.
Spirit ward, the doctor has. Professor. What do I
They all
have?
have it?
I'm trying to think what else I got.
No, I offered, and most people did not want it. They wanted to continue, so I made one for me and Nelthea.
Did you say me?
Correct.
If you would have said yes, then I would have made one for you.
Why wouldn't I want one? What's the reason?
Did you
There
put
is
them
no
on as
reason.
tattoos or did you make bracelets or
They're
something?
all badass.
Those are right there. Was the bracelet of lesser
Walking
unseen.
away.
So they didn't want it because they figure they're badass?
I guess they just walked away. I said, "Who wants it? We can I can make it on the go, little by little, or we can stop right now and do it." And no one wanted
Do you put it
it.
on an object? Do you put it on skin?
You put it on anything.
Done.
You can see me. I undo the front of my freaking snake armor. Give it to me. I produce a.
I've got a little bit, not a lot of different things.
Ian, Steve said that if he was
Most of the stuff's on my person. A lot of my wards and crimes.
Ward.
Spirit ward.
Yeah, on Steam. When I offered it
Or is
to
that something?
everyone.
Okay.
Oh,
That's
yeah, I
what
would have
Montrose
had that too. Stuff
She
there.
doesn't have. She got detect
Some of those
spirits
would
or-
have started to
No,
weaken by
that's-
the time that you got to the antechamber, because I think some of those were made by Dead On, and
That's fine. I would have accepted it, and if it's weakening,
so otherwise it's quiet right now.
So should I?
I yell into the hallway, Barton, is that you?
You know that probably about I want to say 30 to 40 feet in, depending on how far it got. Over that time period, there's another wall which, if it's past that, it wouldn't be able to hear you. Otherwise, it should be able to hear you.
If you're not Barton, we're still willing to negotiate with you.
How's Scarlet and Puddin reacting?
They seem to be calming down at this point.
Okay.
What do you see if you're
He's going away then.
goggle?
It's hard to
You never
negotiate.
saw him. You heard like a voice around the corner. You guys pulled out weapons. You started to curse,
Yep.
and then
And then he's all like, "Oh hell no!"
Great diplomacy skills.
yeah.
It worked, right? You didn't come down that damn
Thomas
hallway.
is like, "He's a good guy,
Exactly.
but I will put him down."
I think Thomas said that specifically. He's like, I like the guy, but I'll shoot him in the face if I need to shoot him in the face.
Banishment
Too
needs
much
to be
on the
drawn,
line.
right? Does banishment need to be drawn in order for it to work?
No, you just have to be within close proximity
Alright,
to
fine.
the source.
Pull up my Premium Monk, and I'll start walking forward.
We're going back in. We can all get possessed before this is done.
Yeah, I'll take a chance.
Can I start making
You want us to come with you?
wards then?
Well,
Can
the
I
bottom's
make
up.
charge wards?
How long,
Recharge
how
wards.
long does it take her to make a spirit ward? An anti-possession ward?
She's drawn them before. Once they've been drawn, it takes about a few minutes to get them drawn. After that, she can channel energy into them, and they'll last for a while, depending.
On how good I
And
am.
does Athena
power up
Marcos
the
have
spirit
those at all, or
Is what now?
Athena Marcos?
Althea
Did
Montrose.
Ward of the Unseen?
Yeah, Athena or Montrose. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
She has that.
she does.
Can we both work on them then?
She can.
I'll let.
We should
Here's
all
my
get
forehead,
them.
baby.
Yep.
Mark away.
Put them on the cats too, or they'll get possessed, don't you think?
I'll put it on Puddin just in case.
Yeah, potentially the cats could, but
Yeah, you don't
I
want
suppose
any
the
spirits
cats seem to have
affecting them.
fairly.
Hi, everything.
It's a charm you put on their kitty bell.
Because can't like a spirit still try to attack them if they got the ward? Then
Yep.
they can't. Okay.
Althea Montrose will tell you that, I mean, unless she has more time to prepare, she's not going to be able to make anything like this on the ground. So she equates it to, instead of a wall, you would have like a thick vest.
The vest is better than nothing when we
Vest
walk in
is-
there.
Yep.
This is kind of how we run. So.
All right.
That's
She'll fix some of the wards. You can give me a Word of the Unseen.
What is that we're gonna do? We're just gonna
ward up and go.
Ward
in.
up.
Yes,
going.
we're going to ward up and go in. If he won't come talk to us, we'll go talk to him.
sure talk.
Made by 5.
He just keeps walking away every time we fire gun bullets at him.
Not a problem.
By 5, should I be writing these down for individuals?
No, I'll just take it as the group.
Give it to me by 5.
Okay, Althea Montrose will assist you in that.
Okay.
All right, so you guys are heading in.
Walking in.
All
I'll
right.
take
And the
lead.
cats too.
Do you want anybody alongside you? You just want to be in front.
I'll take front.
Okay.
Just so fan out around him. I'll take left.
I'll take right. Are you going back? or-
I'll be behind
You want,
him.
you want to take right? That's cool.
No, I'll be behind him.
I'll keep my deflect arm up. Permit go through one way.
Okay. So ultimately, you guys move into one of the main antechambers. It probably takes you a few minutes to get there. You come
I
past.
start
the,
early and start, rubbing one hand along the wall, or
Okay.
because I want to keep one hand on the trigger.
So you're taking kind of a very relaxed route in, kind of following the walls.
I am my
Okay.
side because I missed the first.
Does
40
anybody else?
feet.
Can anybody else do it?
Yes.
It's not the first 40 feet. You missed
Oh,
a
40
few-
minutes.
Yeah.
40 minutes.
So somebody else do the other side if you know.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
It's still a shot in the dark.
Do you have to
It's-
willpower it, or could you like spray
Willpower.
water and it would go through it?
For the most part, it seems to be psycho-reactive. So there has to be.
Okay.
You haven't really
Somebody
tested it, but like it seems to be perfectly solid until somebody comes into contact with it, and it almost feels as though you're making a handshake of some kind. And depending on which side of the wall, like depending on how quickly you're going, there's antechambers. So the interior room, it will take a while. You guys will be at a walking pace.
Let's go slow. I think we should do it because if he is possessed, this thing's going to know every nook and cranny.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. Continuing in, it probably takes about now 10 minutes to get past the first area that was cleared. You can see what I told you before. It seems like there's tables which seem to be sized appropriately for somebody that might be 15 feet tall. The spirit doesn't seem to necessarily kind of fit any of the ergonomics of this place. And they don't match the description that you are aware of the Yith. At least the ones, but they're body hoppers, so they can change, they can pop into new bodies. Continuing to move forward, though, you don't detect anything on the walls as of yet. You come past the region in which you cleared the debris with a disintegrating it into kind of sand and the hell is it, fine particulate. And then there's a wall at this point which requires a will roll to go through.
Each person has to make it.
Yeah, because some people have took a couple of like 20 seconds trying to get through a wall.
And remember, if you take more than 15, people point guns at you.
I like it.
It's a new like safeguard.
5.
By 8.
Right?
If you're not out of that bathroom
However,
by 10 minutes,
by
you're
5.
gonna throw.
We
might
know
do
the
it.
demon.
Ben,
come
you
out
gave
of
me
the
your
toilet.
number first. Do you have danger sense?
Let's see. I do not, but I have combat reflexes.
Okay. At this point in time, your arm becomes, as you start to pass through the wall and you touch it, your arm starts to feel very painful somewhere around the area just in front of your elbow.
Pull back.
You can give me a will roll.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So by 12.
All right. You're able to pull your arm back out. You'll end up taking 4 points of damage as it looks as though you at some point stripped parts of the pieces of flesh on your body as though it was stuck to the wall as you pulled it back out.
Fuck.
And they're now just kind of dripping slightly on the wall itself. When you were moving through the wall, the wall almost stopped for a moment and you felt as though something was forcing it shut when you were midway through.
I think something's behind there trying to stop us from getting in.
Cats?
The cats aren't quite sure. I mean, they still don't have a good, comfortable feeling anywhere on the other side of the boundary. They don't seem to sense anything through the wall initially.
How long does it take?
You were starting to get an ominous feeling as your hand was coming closer up, but he was Johnny on the spot ahead of you. And you're like, I don't know about this. And he's like, oh my god, my arm!
Okay.
It feels as though, initially, it feels as though nothing was resisting you until you started to go through, and then it seized up on you.
Blessings of Bass, would that heal his?
Yeah, that could. Blessing G.U.R.P.S could allow his...
Did I get anything for DR in that arm?
As in...
I had DR on that arm. Is that,
Okay.
is that affected it at all? Or?
As in you had physical armor on the outside?
Yes.
No.
Okay. All right.
There would be sections on your skin, and potentially you'd even see blood blisters interior to your skin, where it looks like tissue inside your arm has ruptured
Okay.
as you pulled it back out.
Blessings of Bass by 4.
Okay. It'll take a little bit of time, but it does look like it's starting to heal.
Is it a magic door?
It doesn't radiate with any kind of primal energy.
I believe this is an example of.
Can I see with the goggles?
See what?
The door,
You can see little fragments of light given the living tissue that had been stripped from him and bits of pieces of leather and other materials that was on his armor. The wall doesn't show up at all. It's just kind of a black... The other time he came across this was a little bit like the Serpent's Temple.
Can I do thaumatology?
I'm trying to think of any other instance where he had something like that.
This door doesn't show up with my goggles any better than just looking with my eyes, does it?
With your eyes, with your flashlight in your eyes, there's clearly what appears to be a very fine mixture of concrete. You can't see individual kind of pebbles, but it looks to be gray. There seems to be no seams. It runs into the hewn stone, and you can now see that there's flesh that's now just kind of affixed permanently to the wall.
Is this a spell?
What?
Is this any kind of spell that I could roll thaumatology?
You have... Normally you would affect it with a primal flare and then determine its properties from there. This doesn't seem to be reactive to primal flares.
Is it any,
So on your, I suppose how to put it is, normally there's a lot of background primal radiation as you're looking through. Kind of think of a infrared goggles.
Yeah.
There's kind of everything. So this looks decidedly cold. It's not pitch black, but it just doesn't show up.
Compared to the other walls around here.
The hewn walls are fine, and it seems as though primal energy flows in and out of the stone from those regions. This wall just looks like a wall.
I'll pull out my adamantine dagger and see if I can cut it.
Okay. Ultimately, you will see that there is a small fissure that opens up, but then it slowly collapses like so much cornstarch.
Try and shave a Like
All right, I'll shave a little bit off.
Okay, you can give me a dex check.
All right, 7, 12, 11, 10, beat it by 3.
It's a bit tricky. It keeps trying to fold back into the wall, but you do kind of get a very fine sliver of it, which at that point just seemed to be a stone sliver. You can't determine the properties. It doesn't look like it. Yeah. In the glass, you can see through the glass with your goggles, but the stone still looks like it's kind of that blackish color.
Let me. Can I take it out? I'll put on my gloves of matter manipulation and see if I can disintegrate it.
Yeah.
You can give me a roll.
6. Beat it by 8.
It does disintegrate into its components. The only thing odd that you found was you're pretty sure it started disintegrating prior to you actually completing the ritual. Or at least completing it. Or what was it? Before you'd finished using the gloves, I should say.
Okay, so when I touched it.
When you touched it and you willed it to break apart, it seemed to do that.
Okay. Can I will the door to open?
Theoretically, you've been walking through these
Just
walls.
touch it.
The only difference is just a moment ago he was walking through, and then halfway through.
And then the spiritual
Step
ward
up.
didn't.
Everybody move back. I'm gonna try to see
Yeah.
if I can will the door open.
Without going through.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna try that.
Okay, you can give me a will roll.
I have my gun in hand. I recommend other people do too. So
Yeah, I've always been carrying mine.
I have a
Beat it by
1.
11.
Okay. There seems to be a strong force on the other side. I suppose it starts to go, and it seems to get a little bit thinner, but at that point in time, it kind of stretches out back to its original formation. And I would say that with, what is it? It seems as though a spike kind of slowly juts out at you, but you're able to kind of hold it back before it actually kind of poses a threat, and then just nothing happens.
Like a physical spike?
Yeah, like, you don't think the wall was intentionally meant to do that, but it seems as though something on the other side attempted to spiral it out towards your face, and that if you didn't make it by 11, it might have gone a lot faster than that.
So, could all of us work
However,
together to
otherwise
hold this
now it
door
seems
open?
as though there's no opposing force.
Questions. All of us could try to work together to will this door open. Maybe that might work. Maybe our combined wills will work.
Try.
I'll help them out with this.
Summon Voltron.
How do we want to will it?
who's the
Do we
primary?
will it
I'll be
across,
primary.
Yeah, and I'll...
Or have it just open up like an iris?
Open it
Iris.
like an iris.
Right.
Okay, I'll help them
Are
out.
we gonna
Everyone
work
wants
individually, or we're
If
gonna have
anyone
a
wants
primary?
I'd be primary.
Primary. What's the primary anyway?
Can I talk to you really quick, Barton?
Should we just do the roll?
You're the primary. Everyone else that makes their roll can give you a +1. Unless they make it by 10, then they can give you a +2.
I give you a plus.
I made it. I gave you a +1.
Maybe it's 6. I'll give you +1.
8, 7,
8 by 5.
13,
So you get +4 from us.
Yeah,
Maybe
+4.
+5 is
I got
gonna be a bonus.
13. So let's say she does it. Let's give her a +1.
Yeah.
So I have a 13, so we get a +6. So it's +19. Oh man, that earring actually helps out a lot.
The earring
For my willpower. I have another one in the
gives you +2 to willpower.
yeah.
And
Plus
upper
out of
half
hypnosis
And
gave you a
the other
+3.
ones, Yeah, which I did too, so...
I got wards prior to make sure that no one zapped my will.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that when we go back into Carcosa.
Don't worry, I'm gonna try to learn a spell that's going to mind block us. So
Yeah, but then what if like
Mind shields.
one of those star vampires just swooped on it?
I hope we can get rid of a star vampire before it gets to that point.
I guess we blocked it like before, right?
I think we can do it.
We say Frank exclusively works under Gabriel Verus to get all those damn spells.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of good spells. Did you get a sheet?
Yes, I did. I already know what I'm gonna be grabbing, because I've got 7 points to spend from so far,
What
so...
does Spirits of Delight do?
I don't know.
Spirits of Delight.
So those dancing
Dance,
spirits?
spirit, dance! They do it for my amusement.
Why?
Because
you can.
I'm Bass, man. I'm here to have a good time. Dance. Dance, spirit. I'm going to be getting shit-faced a lot more, by the way, let you guys
Come
know.
out, then go through.
Let's try pushing actually this table over here a little bit back, because there's space on the other
He's
side.
trying to like jump through and do like a military
Your
roll.
asshole falls out.
Because then I can freely move from here to there. There we go.
Guardian of the Mind will give us invoke a memory of our protector to guard the inner sanctum of my mind.
I like that. Can I have one of those?
And mind barriers to enhance body flow to your mind to strengthen your mind against intrusion.
All right. So from here,
19.
what have you? 19 altogether with your bonuses?
I made it by 5. You gotta roll for Alfie.
Alfie,
One
yeah.
point, my +1.
Yeah.
Okay.
You make it do it.
So ultimately, the wall does kind of break down into sand, but it does seem as though the sand is oddly kind of almost like slightly magnetic forces are in play because it grabs onto the remaining sand. It doesn't want to dissipate.
He's a master of magnetism, though. We know that, right? We don't know that.
Can we get through? Or
Yeah, it's just dust on the ground now.
Alright, look.
What I'm saying is, it's kind of like what is it, like iron filings on a magnet? As you as you move through it, it doesn't seem like the dust wants to separate away from the rest of the building.
We're not moving through it. Do we see anybody on the other side we can shoot?
No, when you ultimately collapse it, there doesn't seem to be anyone else on the other side. However, you do hear there is some wind movement, as though something that is made of matter moved through here and moved air.
Did it go through the deflect harm?
The deflect harm, from what you can tell, probably didn't get to the other side of this wall.
Okay.
Is there any tracks it made, or no?
For the most part, you guys had a little bit of mud on your shoe. There's definitely tracks interior coming. You'll have to give me a tracking roll to determine what's...
I'll pull up my monocle when I'm doing this too.
Okay.
Clarification, this is not the same room we originally found and we're in. This is a different one.
So after you'd passed... what the hell is it? After you'd passed further in from this area, I would say that this is a new room that's heading off from the center.
By 3. Track.
However, it's just past the area that
By
Cleared
7.
with the matter.
he cleared with the matter.
So not as far down as the one we found.
Yep.
Tracking
Jesse's
by
here.
Wait. It seems as though a lot of the tracks... Somebody was standing on top of the tracks, the muddy kind of tracks that you made coming into here, but then it seems as though they twist slightly and then their tracks disappear. However, it seems like, I suppose, all the pressure was kind of on the front ball of their foot, and then it just lifted up. And
Do we recognize the shoes or the boots making the tracks?
they do roughly match Barton's shoes.
Look up at the
Frickin'
ceiling.
Barton is so damn possessed.
Okay. Which way did the wind flow go?
Kidding? I'm in my will by more than you.
Oh, it seems to continue further into this corridor. And ultimately, this corridor is heading down at close to about a 30-degree angle. It is a little... There's the potential of tripping, but you guys are going fairly slow.
Cats at this point?
For the most part, they can tell that you're following something. It's not right up in your grill, but...
I'm going to redo Cat's Grace.
Okay.
Could they potentially smell Barton help us with tracking? Like if we can't, like they can smell.
They think that you're getting close to where the hell you're trying to find. It's just you guys are moving at a very relaxed rate.
By 7.
Yep, so you get a +4 on your next dex roll. Within a certain time frame. You're aware that it degrades over time, but assuming something happens in the next 20 minutes or so.
Do you...
I guess we walk in.
Just
You guys can give me a perception check as you continue inward.
It's out of curiosity, of Cat's Grace, if you see your reflection, you just go rare. Just like 5 feet in the air.
My other luck charm burns off.
Perception, huh?
Fuck, what time is it?
By 9.
Fuck. My other luck burns off.
Perception?
How many rolls is that luck? 1?
Perception? Just one reroll. You take the better of the original and the new one.
7, 10.
You roll good.
9.
7, right?
Okay.
A couple of 9s over here.
8.
8 by 8.
All right.
Yeah, I have no more luck charms.
I have a luck charm.
There you go.
Those of you making it by 4 or more will find that there's a
Congratulations on
small
your
amount of
$2
blood
purchase.
that is now kind of
$2
leaking.
purchase,
It's on the ground. Looks like it's fresh.
Duff is still appearing.
I'll find out then.
There's nobody here that you can.
How close to the door?
How close to the door? Probably about 50 feet or so.
Alright, so it's not Browning's arm.
No.
All right. So we'll keep
You
going.
can't join the game if you're part of the Kill Barton fan club because there's already too many
Yep,
members.
you've already missed a
Okay.
was it period where Steve tried to talk diplomacy while the other PCs were getting ready to shoot.
No, Thomas
shooting, I was
said
gonna
like
curse
You
him
were
to stop.
actively
Why?
cursing, actively cursing.
I didn't want to hurt him. The curse was just to stop him.
Yeah,
Didn't want him
So
to go
everyone
over
could
that damn
shoot him
wall.
with a out of penalty.
pretty much.
I wasn't told anything.
It's not too far off the course from just general interactions with other party members. Though. Burton is not necessarily singled out, especially in fashion.
Barton! I do yell for Barton. Barton, if you can
So
hear me, come on.
what you missed
forward
is the
with your
PCs
hands
decided
in the air.
to take your advice and
Is it
teleport back
timeline
up to the main
fantasy
room.
books? Oh.
They got into communication with what is
we-
it? B's husband through what is it?
Cool mini or
A
non-annual?
portable phonograph, recording phonograph that he had used one of the telegraph rings to redevelop.
Okay.
The battery is good for what he said to be for about 2 weeks, and in that time he'll redesign it, but it's temporary. She was talking about something. The PCs were waiting for whatever the hell happened. It seemed like Barton was trying to come up near the
have
surface,
Cthulhu one?
and then when he
I
got
have no
within
idea. I've never seen that before.
hearing range, when he started to say some stuff, the PCs had their guns ready. They had
were
spells
freaking
up,
out, though.
and Jeb actively started cursing whoever was down the corridor, and then it spooked whoever was down there. And
was a
Steve's
weak
like,
one.
B's over there like, why don't you want to talk to us?
Uh,
Shortly thereafter, they followed it down, and they started to check the walls for new entryways. It seemed like they came across one. As the PCs gave me their will rolls moving through the material, it seemed as though some other opposing will force on the other side froze up the wall, and luckily Ben was able to pull his arm back through before it got permanently stuck in the wall. The PCs later on tried cutting into it. They used adamantine dagger. It seemed to cut the material, but then it formed back together like wet cornstarch. And then they eventually managed to get a sliver off of it, which they now have in a small vial that Thomas is holding on to. Shortly thereafter, they all touched the stone at the same time and attempted to break it down.
Before we left that main chamber with the sigil, the professor did lay down one of the wards, the teleport wards.
Card gave me 2.
Okay.
So you lay
One of those
down.
6 foot diameter
So
sigils.
it laid down.
Right. There's a fair amount of you, so for a counter sigil, you'd have to be really close to each other.
Oh, well, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
fine. I'm just telling you now that it may take
I
a
don't
few
wanna touch
seconds to
him. Like,
get
we're
into
all going
position.
to die.
You cats, cat cooties.
Part of the issue is when you're using small sigils, you have to compensate for people's fold into the new area. So technically, people could overlap in a mishap.
Or their ass don't get teleported.
Yeah, or something of that effect. So they moved through there, and they've just recently picked up the trail. It seems as though occasionally Barton's feet touch the ground, but a lot of other times they're not touching the ground. And they've just come across a blood trail now. It looks to be, I would say, anyone made it tracking by 8 that original time?
9, no.
9? 9?
I think it was. Oh no, that was perception we made by 9.
Perception
yeah.
by 9, I'll give you.
And I made it by 8 tracking.
8 tracking.
So
I'll give you the 8 tracking. It seems as though it's coming from potentially a left hand. And it does seem to be moving back and forth because there's a movement slightly backwards and forwards as it's moving along.
I don't know what that means.
Scarlet.
He's swinging his arms.
Scarlet seems to recognize the blood, but
Is it Barton Scarlet?
she thinks it's Barton's.
He's walking.
Why is he bleeding?
I don't know. We'll find out if we find him. After him.
Keep following the blood trail, I guess. Even if it's floating.
Yep.
Pick up the pace.
How did inventory go?
You know, I don't think so.
We'll keep it slow and steady.
Close, so.
We don't want to pass any of these corridors.
Nope. Slow and steady. Keep going.
Does the path continue down?
Does anybody have any means to disable him if we find him and he's possessed?
Althea and I also
Plain
made wards
means.
Do
for
you have
everyone.
exorcism?
You guys can talk here.
I got
I'll
something
talk
better
to
than
Barton.
that. I got a spirit knife.
Yeah.
That will
Yep.
get rid of the
he'll
spirit.
tell us
But it'll
when
kill him
it's
in the
starting
process.
to go down because we kind of
No, if
know
I don't hit a
if
non-vital.
we've done it well or not. And I made it by 5.
I mean, we have
and then
enough
she
binding
assisted.
and heal wounds that
And he took
you'll
it as
be
a group
fine.
thing because everyone waited.
You know how hard it is to put all the pieces and make them unconscious. It's
good.
No, not really.
So
We can do it.
Help you out then?
With
I'm never
that,
good at it, but I can warp life.
I don't know.
Stop it.
I don't want to warp
So
life. I don't know if I can
it's
fix
It's not
this.
meant with the foxfire as far as
Temporarily.
teleporting out. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
couldn't.
don't,
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Remember, it's cut off our
warp life is
cat's
the last. Oh, that's right. Okay. So you just said.
I'm gonna try to
Yeah,
banish him. I can try to
assisted.
banish the spirit first. That's the thing.
assisted.
I'll do
gotta
that
learn
as a
that
last,
fast.
first resort. Last
There's a lot
resort.
of things I need to learn.
We gotta learn
Spirit
reciprocal
knife.
magic and then you can learn
Yeah.
foxfire.
So, I will take points again if I will. I will have my Ankh ready so I can try to banish the spirit out of him. Last resort, I'll give the signal, then teleport the knife behind him and stab him in the back. Preferably not the spine. Okay, not the spine.
Well, the thing I was going to tell you is that if you see tendrils going into him, why not just try to slash the tentacles?
That means I would have to be physically back there to slash him.
Yeah.
You're gonna teleport me behind him?
Sure.
That means it would have to be somebody else coming from. He would have to have 2 frontal assaults going on at once.
Okay.
So
the professor will get in his drill.
Somebody has to shoot him, so he has to be focusing on that, so we could actually get behind him. Because I don't think he can.
It's a good thing for Thomas to be doing.
I can shoot him.
That's right.
Yeah, I can kill him.
You see, it's a ray gun.
All right, then I'll take back the knife.
I got you. Yeah,
Okay.
my eyes were.
Either that, or if we
Teleport me behind him.
Either that, or if we teleport the knife, I'll try to come in at an angle. I think the thing I have a problem with that is you kind of throwing your thing away, and it's like, oh yeah, no, I don't have a weapon.
Teleport me behind him,
Okay.
and then I'll get the tendrils.
If there is.
Yeah. Well, there are tendrils there. You said.
I did.
Okay, I do now.
Remember? It was fat spirit, little body.
Oh yeah.
The only thing to remember is that when you're shooting with bullets, he's got that gravity field.
That's
thing.
exactly why I need somebody
It's
to.
like a really
Right.
bad
So that gravity
Halloween
field
joke
is
for
either
Christopher
one
Reeve.
that hopefully just crumples your bullets,
Yeah, it
or
makes
2
it
deflects
better.
to the side, but it very well could reverse it back at you at like 10 Gs.
Yeah.
Oh shit. He took over.
I think we can live through that one there, Hunter.
What if it's 100 Gs?
Hunter.
Then it would suck.
I think we could. We've survived through worse.
I'm just saying.
We were actually teleported out in space and we still lived.
Well, you're prepared for it. I'm just saying that Tim, when you're shooting your guns,
Backfire.
just keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's also his.
It's at his chest, though. I mean, does that encompass his whole front?
It's
He
his
does,
frontal
he does
arm.
spherical. No, he does spherical. It's gravitation.
Even the back, then?
Well, then you're
Yeah,
screwed
it's-
going back there.
Yeah.
I agree, yes. Your food?
I packed along the side, which is.
Is it a complete bubble or is it
He's been doing bubbles when he did his.
a whole bubble?
You're
But that's when he was doing his flying.
That's what he's doing is flying. I
But-
think that's
but
what he
his
might be doing
shields-
now while he's touching every now and then.
Well,
it's
yes.
either the spirit,
But he's
or
definitely
it's-
flying.
Or it's just gravity and he's doing the fly along.
Has
No, he's
anyone helped him
fine.
with this, or does he just do it on his own? Does anybody know how it works?
He's pursued gravity manipulation. He's done some concepts from belts.
Yeah, he does it with. He uses
Sigils.
sigil magic, not gesture magic.
Do you guys know how it works and how to defeat it, or not really?
My other thought is what I'll do is I'll cut his right arm off. What hand is he, right or left?
Cut the sigil in half.
Sheets right
I'll
there,
take-
buddy.
I'll
Take a look.
I'll take the one that he uses. He's right-handed, so I'll cut his right arm off, and maybe the shock of that will cause things to fail, and then we'll go cut the things off, because we can give him his right arm back.
We can just destroy the sigil. Then you do a frontal.
Yeah, but I can do a portion on his arm without it. We'll just make it happen in the middle of his bicep.
That works.
Slice. There you go.
I do
You can have
know
all the
he was
shields you
working
want.
on-
Just what I zero.
I do know he's working on some glove controls for his flying machine, so he may have the start of that with sigils on them or something of that nature. I don't know where sigils
Good luck when his
are.
right arm's broken.
Really? You show a new guy how to use sigils one time. Just one time, and this is what happened.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you want to learn some
There's no intro.
I've been working on freaking batteries for 2 years. Real time.
I have a theory.
know.
Since 2011.
I got my first battery in 2
wanted to
years.
help
Like, you
anybody
real
out who's
fucking.
interested.
He's here for 2 weeks.
I'm not here
He's
to
like,
repress
I'm
the
fine.
All right.
That's my thought. And if we are shooting him, we should be shooting the limbs off. Cap
I knew
his
that.
knees, shoot his elbow.
If we need to keep him from running once he stops his magic, then we can always.
I'll start trying
I've
to banish
seen
the
Bruce
spirit
do
out of
some
him.
really cool stuff.
If the
He's not
banishment of the
Bruce.
spirit doesn't
I
work,
know.
then start apportioning
I'm
body
just saying,
parts.
I've seen Dr. Bruce do
What's that?
some really cool
Right, if the
stuff.
banishment doesn't work, start apportioning
Can
body
we use
parts.
gravity ripple against him to counter what he's doing?
You could if anybody knows it well enough. I
I
don't.
don't.
I do. I don't
You're the
know.
only, you and Putin are the only one that can do gravity.
You could
ripple.
counter it.
I can counter the
I'll try to
magic.
counter the gravity.
I mean, if you really wanted to screw us, we need to reverse it. So if the gravity
try to
phase
keep
turns.
them
Garbage?
down.
Yeah, garbage.
Oh, I'm gonna go piss real quick while he's still
No,
talking.
so he's got it point now, right? So you turn it so it points in. So now any bolt that comes in, it's accelerated.
Yeah, but I could also make it so he can't fly away, so he's down on the ground like they did to the witch.
Right,
So
or you
they
just
did to the
dispel
witch.
it. Yeah.
So that we could at least get the body, and then the spirit can.
Well, again, I think we can put new limbs on.
Yep.
Yeah, but we're like in the middle of a mission.
Yeah, we've got temporary limbs that we can put back on.
That's right. Carry,
We got artificial. Yeah,
carry that stick limbs around with you.
yeah, we got the
just in
stick
case.
limbs. We got a right and a left, and
Hey,
both arms and legs.
He's got his wax limbs
What is
too.
it?
They're like my clay hand, but they're made out of wood because they're kind of temporary magical.
Do you guys know how to
prosthetics.
install that on there?
Yeah, you just plug it in. It's not very. It lacks finesse and grace, but it's doable. Let's put it this way: it'd be
It's like
better than not having it.
They critically fail like a first aid or biology role. It's like, I'm pretty sure that the leg goes over here, the leg goes over here.
Well, B's got all the skill in that for us not to screw up.
I also tell you that if you have an unused body around, I can transfer his spirit into another body.
And how often have you practiced that?
I had it done to me several times.
I know you had it done to you, but how many times have you done it to someone else? Presumably, it was a skilled practitioner that did it to
0
you.
times.
Not you doing it to yourself.
I've learned the sigil. I just had no need to transfer
And
one
you
of
still
my
got that
friends
black
into
ooze
it.
inside
But you would
of
be
that.
considered a novice.
Yes. Yeah. He may or may not work.
Yeah. I mean, if we horribly cripple and maim him, that might be a good solution.
You know what? Before we leave, all those blood splatters.
So, did you guys consider just talking about releasing the spirit?
That's what banishment is. Just sends the spirit out.
I meant like break the sigil that's keeping it inside this place so it can walk out into the
There's
world.
probably a reason why Gabriel Barus kept him in
Locked
here.
in here, yeah.
I understand that, but again, the whole argument is that most likely everybody in Britain's already dead, so it doesn't matter if the spirit kills them or the deep ones kill them tomorrow.
We just don't know what that spirit could also kill us in the end.
Yes. Think of the people.
I'm
Think
sorry.
of us
Self-preservation
It
is on the
may.
top of my list.
If its interest though is getting free, it doesn't need to kill us.
I need to tell you
It
something,
hasn't
Hunter.
stopped to talk to us.
The
I think we
heavy
should wipe up
particle
all the blood.
detector.
Yeah.
Why was
Is my other hand up? Resurrect
Just in
itself and
case.
it's doing things now?
people. Again.
Walter has been looking at readings from the heavy particle detector.
Yeah.
And you remember when you and I did some time for the deep
I
ones, so
would
we lost track of
tell
what was
them
going
we can
on?
make it
Yep.
up.
I'm sure there's a horrible crime that's about to bite me in the ass.
Basically, at least my time, probably your time too, but my time, I did something with a heavy particle emitter.
Okay.
And basically, he's seen an event where there's heavy particles going from one event,
Good one.
and there's a big sinkhole at the other
In case
event.
anyone needs
Okay.
first aid.
And basically, he knows that his heavy particle emitter works on a certain frequency, and it's been used to set this thing up.
Okay.
That event's coming up within like a day and a half in Nepal.
Okay. So right after we get done with this,
We have no time.
yeah, we do. We teleport.
We have no downtime.
Right.
Yay!
Just hopping from one fire to the next.
As soon as we learn something from Barton.
That's how we're gonna die. We're running down the cheese grater.
So we just need to get rid
He'll
of the
be
blood.
there without his right arm.
I would just
Well,
burn the blood splatter.
I'm still low 3 points away. from the
Don't
last
wipe it.
fight,
Just
so-
burn it.
3 points of willpower, you're out.
Yeah. from the
So as we
last
walk
fight.
by, just set it afire.
Which one was that? Was that the
Going to that madness
later?
dimension.
Yes.
We need something.
Yellow God.
Right. Everybody lost
Do
4
we have
will,
anything
plus
on
then I
fire?
burned 3 more trying to get us out of there.
Monk did.
So
anybody-
we got 4 back. But
Anybody got a mini torch on them?
Flask.
Flamethrower. That's what I want. Just need something small to burn the blood. As we walk by, just get rid of the blood trail.
Fairy fire, man. What do you need a torch for? Just do some
I don't think
fairy
it's hot enough to.
fire. Foxfire. It is if you make it. If you
Okay.
do it well enough. There's an element of reality. Okay.
All right.
See it, Fox.
Who else knows? Do you know Foxfire?
No,
No, I don't
No.
like
All right. As we go by the blood, I'm gonna Foxfire the blood. Just try to disintegrate it. Actually, I know I can just use water manipulation.
just
Get rid of it.
Okay, give me a roll.
For the maim.
That's a whammy.
Because maiming can be repaired.
Right.
But it's an ambulance.
Says
thank
the
God.
clay hand man.
And that
Hey,
is a
you got
total-
wax, baby.
Missed it by
The
I
clay
don't
is
have
a,
any wax.
Do you have any wax
Missed by
anymore?
1, but it's a whammy die.
It's not with me because my little blanket.
Well, I didn't say
16.
with you. Wow.
the clay is total awesomeness, and you'll learn to appreciate that when buildings are missing.
Something I haven't used in a long time, and it fucking bites me in the ass.
Just tell Theo Montrose, the person you're trying to hook up with, you have a clay hand. She'll love that.
She probably will.
You don't have to play
I
hand
do.
anymore.
No, I got a clay hand.
They regrew your...
He specifically kept it.
Yeah.
No, but you didn't have a choice.
No.
He did.
In the dream world where my arm came back and it was all real, when we woke up, I had a clay hand. Because everything was... Anything that happens in the dream world stays in the dream world.
Sure.
Unless
It's like Las Vegas.
It is. Yeah. It's exactly like Vegas.
Just like his dream child.
So,
Stays in the dream
Okay.
pass it forward.
Yep, I'll get to that. So the PC is going down. It was pretty hard to actually set up a fold space through the walls to set up the fairy fire effect.
Okay.
You know that you can't fold space to move because you'd be stopped by the barriers between, but you'd use the fold space to set up a fairy fire on both sides and then use a transpose to make the 2 points at the same point and then rearrange stuff. However, you're not sure how, but the material that you shouldn't have been technically moving through somehow stopped some of the quintessence passing through it from moving.
Okay.
The PCs generally feel drained. You said, well, yeah, there we go, everything's fine. You're pretty sure that everyone probably lost 2 to 3 points of quintessence moving through.
Well, I only had 1 to lose, so I'm at 0.
All right.
Unless I'm getting permanent pattern damage.
Question?
After hitting 0, no, but you feel that anything on your direct person, not necessarily in a remote box, but things that might be in a local spatial point, or was it a collapsed space, might have been affected.
Okay.
Say, Ian
Yep.
is a guy who's got filled with dark matter and not quintessence.
Never mind, you don't have any fatigue.
All right.
You don't know why everyone else
That's
is
a
talking.
good, guys.
Yeah.
It feels like you can test anything.
So the 3 blocks, wax blocks out of quintessence.
So
they're
this is either
You haven't
really
checked.
good or really
Check.
bad or both.
Doing a primal flare.
They're big-
Where were they
big.
stored?
Well,
Inside.
we'll help you is
They would have been
we're
just
gonna
on my
isolate
person
them for like
because I
2
wanted
months.
access. Because I can't do primal
I don't think
conduit
so.
if they're in the other dimension, right?
And each block was roughly 1.
Yeah.
They're empty. The wax blocks is still there, though.
Okay. Right, the physical stuff's there, but the important stuff's gone. Okay.
You imagine if they were clumped up into one large ball, a certain amount of it would have passed through,
Sure.
but kind of thinly spread across.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no. And you weren't aware of that prior to teleporting. You didn't know that. You only knew that it was messing up your fold space somehow,
Right.
and you knew that it was acting strangely with the primal flare from the get-go.
Okay.
You okay, Hunter?
I'm fine. I still think we should just negotiate with the damn spirit and let it go.
I'm trying to, but he keeps running. It's the most cowardly spirit I've ever met.
Because people keep shooting.
All right.
I've never shot him.
We have never
Did
shot
it
him.
disintegrate? I
Yeah,
guess it did. I guess it took a little bit longer to disintegrate the water that was in the blood.
They only said in game.
You would have had to
like the
retry.
man,
You
but
got
they
a
will
feel
end
of a.
him.
I know. There was a little bit of a hinkiness, but otherwise,
As it
no.
should be.
Okay.
We all know our time at the party is on a razor edge.
Okay. So ultimately, you're coming to a large antechamber. You can hear what sounds to be somebody casting an incantation. You guys can give me thaumaturgy.
It's like
Ooh, a
green.
3.
5.
I got critical success here.
You got it. You do.
It's critical success.
By 2.
I do have a 2. So I'm in mine by 14.
4.
4.
It's fairly faint, but the vocal components, anyone that made it by at least 3, can tell that the vocal components most likely would be from a primal conduit. If you don't have primal conduit, you would have had to make it by 5.
Oh, I never have primal conduit.
Wasted critical
What are you guys
success.
doing? What's being cast?
Primal conduit. He's draining us.
Could I counter that?
Potentially.
It's in
You're
the room
pretty
right
far
above
away.
us, right?
Gravity
You're coming up,
barrier is
it's
up.
probably about 20, 30
That
feet in
was
front of you in an
cast before it.
antechamber. As I said, those PCs coming, depending on what happened.
Can we just move in the hallway to actually throw primal flare?
Okay. It's a little bit farther in front of you. You can give me a primal flare throw. What is it? You will be able to see roughly somebody that is in there. You could potentially counter it if you know primal conduit or some sort of form of counter magics.
I got counter magic.
Potentially, then,
Is that you, Bart?
Success by 5.
did you want to attempt to counter?
I'll counter until the time being.
Okay.
I'm yelling for Barton. Do I get an answer?
Just a second here. You guys hear this, and then people start doing shit. It only takes a second for them to, like, oh, and spells are being cast.
Missed it by 1.
Missed by 1? Okay.
God.
You hear now the PCs kind of coming into the area.
Gravity barrier up.
You're pretty sure that you'll have to give me a roll for that. However, what happens first is you hit a primal flare, and you can see that looking into the room, there's a dense cloud of quintessence around Barton, and it seemed like part of it was being pulled into his body.
Okay.
By me.
Yep, from what they see, by you.
Oh, evil Barton now. It's great. He's gonna have to fix it.
Gravity.
Mind you, that doesn't look different from what you saw before.
I know.
He's right there, being a
Gravity
chance
by
to
4.
do some diplomacy.
Okay.
I'm trying
At this
to.
point in time, you can hear that he's setting up gravity ripple. You guys would need to make a roll because you did this.
Here, it's a gesture.
Well, they can now see you're lit up with primal flare. You're about 25 feet away, and you're now doing a gesture which they
I'll
just
just be
saw
like, "Stop."
a couple hours ago. They probably saw this about 8 to 10 hours ago as you did this in the cornfield, so they're familiar with it.
I'll just be like, "Stop. Let's talk. Don't
Yeah.
shoot me."
Put your defenses down. We think you're possessed.
You
Let
have
us
defenses
examine
up. You have defenses up. I keep my defenses
down.
up. And mine are
I'm
better.
assuming a lot of you still have weapons out, like physically kind
Yeah,
of.
well,
at the ready.
I carry a
Not
rifle,
aiming
so
it.
it's never
I got my
really...
weapon out.
Is anyone aiming? No one's aiming?
You're the one that's
I don't have a
suspected
weapon
of being
out.
possessed. Lay
Well,
down. Just
kind of bullshit.
Mine is a weapon.
Barton, we've
I
all
will-
warded us against spirits. You're the only one of us who's
I
not
will
warded.
explain what I just did.
Okay,
Can I tell them?
explain.
Sure, go ahead.
No, you can't.
Originally, I was possessed,
like you.
but then I used primal conduit to eat the hell out of the thing, or a decent amount, not a ton, but a decent amount. And then I convinced it that it would be
I would
better
say that the
off-
cats definitely do, like as you kind of come into the room with Barton, they don't like this.
Didn't like what's going on.
It's still monitoring us because I told it we might be able to talk to it and work out a better solution.
Put up my monocle.
Okay.
FYI, I also suggested it should go after Jeb next, so just so you know. I heard the hex is coming from you. Didn't appreciate that.
You can give me a perception check.
So is it still in you?
I do not believe so. It might have left like a little tail, but I didn't see anything when I checked. And I threatened it,
Can
and
we
it
put a
didn't.
spiritual ward on you?
On him, he's probably got about 3 to 4 times what you would expect from a standard human.
Okay.
Kind of floating around his person, and
But
some of
not
it has been
in
starting.
Well, a little bit that I
Some of
pulled
it's starting to draw back into his person, but there's far too much there. Otherwise, no. You can see behind you. There's an odd piece. There's an odd column in the room that seems to have various kind of strange levers and things of that nature.
I will explain that it's watching us using this, tracking our primal energy. It's some sort of... It remembers dinosaurs and eating them. Or sucking their primal energy. It also...
It's a guardian.
Otherwise, you'll see that the primal energy around him hasn't dissipated. It's still clinging to him.
It might be a good idea to try to ward it.
Can
All right,
we put a
well-
ward on you, me and Althea?
I
I don't think it will. Why don't we
It might not
speak
like
with the spirit?
So it doesn't communicate normally, but it understands our concept of communication. I'm not exactly sure what it wants, but it considers us food and not intelligent. Just so you know, that's kind of
So we're like ants to it.
that's kind of why I was able to hurt it, because it didn't expect anything, or it's been hurt before by food, but
Well, if
it
you
still doesn't really expect
hurt
it.
it, why can't we put a ward on you?
You can, but I'm not sure it might do something to intervene from such an action, judging by the energy in the room.
Were you continuing to cast you were doing the gravity thing before? Were you still doing that?
It's still up.
Okay. Then you would also know that you probably wouldn't want to come into close physical contact
Yeah.
with him.
Why don't you power down your ward?
I will power down.
Hey, what's happening on the floor? Just look down.
I will let them through it. So I will like kind of dissipate the
Okay, give me a
gravity.
roll on it.
And I'll be like, wait. Okay, that's a pass by. Pass by 5.
Okay. For the most part, you can try. It's difficult to kind of just let a few people in. You can lower it in that region. It is a weak point. It's not quite enough to stop a laser rifle from
I would
hitting you.
advise against going up to the professor with you and all. Thea. Quite honestly, he's not going to put it out another way. You can clip an edge or something like that. I don't believe it's worth the risk. Either put it down all the way, Barton, or we can deal with this other. You know, we can go the hard route if that's what you really want to do. We're trying to do this the soft way.
Fine, I will
can
put
he,
it down, but if I see any hand gestures or vocalizations coming
Barton,
from
do you
him
have a
or
ja-
his
Barton,
cat,
do you have a jacket?
primal blast.
Barton, do you have a jacket?
There's a fair amount around your.
Yeah, I have the turtle gear.
There's a fair amount around you right now, so you could easily dump your maximum allotment into a
If
primal
you
blast.
can like throw us your jacket, we can do one on there, and then you can put it on. And if it don't
I
like
will
it,
throw
then
them the turtle gear.
But if he's already possessed, they'll just keep it from leaving.
I'm pretty sure I've gotten rid of it.
I think we wanted to perform a rite of banishment, correct? Which Jeb needs to perform that rite of banishment. So, if you follow through with your threats of attacking Jeb as he's trying to do the rite of banishment,
I like their idea better.
their idea is not going to be a solution, though.
I think it will be.
Their idea is a solution after the rite of banishment's been completed. Then you've got the prophylactic. Right now you've got the VD. We need to give you the Shadow Syphilis, which is
I'm
over there.
pretty sure I
And then
already
you can
got
have
it
the
out.
I
prophylactic.
made it by 5.
You're pretty sure you got it out, but you
what
don't
does
know you
Althea
got it.
give to me?
No.
I'll take that into
If
consideration.
it was me, it was possessed, and I was acting
then I
normally,
give it back-
I would
I
totally
throw
let my
it back
defenses
to him.
down. Why aren't you doing this?
Yeah. They've shot people, put their defenses down.
Yep.
In fairness, this is the woman who was talking about erasing you from the time
Yeah.
stream for the
Hey,
good of
wait.
all mankind.
I wasn't
Remember,
against it.
we just said you don't erase us. You erase the guy who was the problem.
That's not what B said, though.
I don't care what you said.
No,
We
she was
adjusted
all for
that.
erasing all of us.
I was willing to be the first one to race as long as everybody was willing to do it. But
Okay, Barton, you're talking about things that were in your
Imagine
concept.
making a large
Okay,
batch
discuss.
of Kool-Aid
No
for
one's ever
everyone.
tried to erase you, no one's ever tried to
we
shoot
give
you.
him back
I
the
wasn't actually discussing that. I was
jacket.
Althea will
Or
throw back
whatever.
over the jacket.
So I will put that on. What happens? Anything?
Nothing from what he can tell.
Yep, exactly what we thought would happen.
I'd say I would like to leave this room and go not to the barrier, but just away from here.
all right, let's go.
You're not
away
going to
from
get
here.
across the barrier
I'm
as,
not-
as a breathing entity until he gets cast banishment.
He wants to leave
Should
the
we
room. I
test
think
that?
that's a reasonable
Okay, we
request.
can leave the room. Step into the hallway. Come over here to us.
I'll step into the hallway, but I'm weary of standing too close to
As-
anyone but the professor.
Okay. How much room are the PCs
I'll make my
giving
way
him?
back down towards the way of the
20
ward.
feet.
Yep.
No, I'll give.
As you guys
I'll give
back
35
up,
feet.
the cloud is following him.
FYI, you want to make sure that her banishment's strong because it really wanted to go for her.
Her ward, you mean?
Yeah.
We got a
So the
pretty
clouds-
good deal
you
for
tell
the
us that
whole
fact?
group.
What?
The cloud's following him?
I think it's seen, isn't it?
Or we can all
No,
see
the
this-
primal flare.
Yeah.
The primal flare goes out and then pulses, and then
Yeah.
it probably sits there for close to about 30 seconds to a minute, and then dissipates.
Okay.
And depending, you can make it last longer or shorter. But right now, I'm assuming just standard.
I just
it
put
went
a
out there.
primal flare in my hand.
You can. You'll have to give me a roll.
I'm going to make a primal flare. You should know what that is. So
However, you're always picking it up from your monocle.
I'll take one.
My goggles
If
too,
he
or
get
no?
if
Yep,
the
if you're
group
wearing your goggles.
if the
Is
group
there
says
tendrils that go to him?
You can't see any tendrils,
floating
but there is a cloud that is 3 to 4 times stronger than a standard individual
it's
floating
success
around
by
him.
10.
Yep, you can hold a primal flare that's fairly bright as he's moving into the corridor. From what you guys can see from here, the only thing that you notice is if you're wearing it over both of your eyes,
Yeah.
you could come up to a wall and just like.
Okay, I see. So I got a cockeye
Yep.
at it.
With him, he at least still has one eye where he can see color and other things like that. If you came across a section of wall that literally had like your painting on it, you would walk straight past it.
I cockeye
if
it.
he allows the group 20, I go 40 feet back from the, or
Word of
from him.
Unseen also show ghosts? Like if they're in your vicinity?
Sometimes it can make them. What is
I
it?
don't think this thing actually.
Sometimes
has
they can
a
make them
form.
manifest. The cats know a spell that specifically does that, but Ward of the Unseen, if you can corral it, can force it to be made visible. Doesn't necessarily mean it's tangible, it's just visible.
Is my sword still glowing?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, the cloud's following
It's
him.
still
It's
following.
around him, isn't it? The cloud.
Yeah.
As I said before, there is a energy cloud that is about 3 to 4 times stronger than a standard human that's floating around him.
I
When
guess
he
the
came in
thing
originally, it seemed as though he was pulling it into his person, and then you guys dicked up a counter spell, and then he just stopped.
That was actually me trying to restore quintessence that I burned to try and hurt the thing so that I could get rid of it. Just so you know.
Sound story.
So are you going to submit to the banishment now?
Once we do one thing first. I did tell it.
Put
that I
this in
would-
your mouth.
Everyone
Close your eyes.
I did tell it that I would ask if we were willing to communicate with it. I have no idea how it expected to do this communication, and I'd kind of like to do the banishment before it gets the idea to try to communicate through me again, because I didn't like that.
Does it need to possess you?
I don't think so.
Well, I'm willing to make that deal. Let's talk to it.
Okay.
Try talking to
Is
it.
everyone willing?
Yeah.
It's going
Yeah,
to,
let's
it's going to
talk to it.
possess you.
How far are we back from the entrance?
You guys kind of were there was a tunnel leading up to it that was probably about 30 feet long, and then there was a very large antechamber close to about 50 to 60, close to the one that you guys had found this in originally. The only difference is there's no antechambers off this one. It was just a strange column in the middle. Heading back in this particular area, I'd probably say you're 20 feet into the corridor, so you just kind of see your tunnel vision view of the antechamber, and then behind you.
Is there anything coming off the column?
Not really, not from what you can see. You don't have a good view of the interior. I would say, not really. No, you can't see anything. It seems to be made out of a similar material.
I will also mention that it kind of stopped thinking of possessing us to get out as a plan, and it was developing some sort of other plan to get out that I'm pretty sure didn't involve possessing us.
Maybe just stealing our quintessence and forcing its way out.
Or teleporting. I don't think stealing our quintessence would really boost it all that much. It had a lot. I had to use its quintessence that I was channeling in order to use the spell to burn its quintessence.
That doesn't even make sense to me, but there you go.
I now go 50 feet back.
50 feet would start putting you out of line of sight.
Yeah, pretty much.
Why don't we walk to the gate? If it's possessing him, do you need to walk through that sigil?
I think so. I think it needs a host.
I'm pretty sure it needs to do more than just possess someone to walk through. Because otherwise, I just would have bolted for it and not even tried to re-enter the room with you guys.
That's true.
In fairness, you guys did cut him off the first time, and he seemed to walk straight towards the barrier until he stopped until you guys were on the other side.
Well, yeah, that seems contradictory.
Let's see what it wants. Try talking to it. See what's going on.
I don't know how we're
I moved 40
talking
feet closer now. Or 10 feet closer to where I was.
Do you guys want to go back to the ward? We'll be on the opposite side and be on the other side. We'll have the conversation.
Yep.
Okay, so you're going to stay back, trail us,
do the banishment first.
and then aside.
We want you to be possessed at this point.
Yeah,
I'm not convinced you're not.
exactly. I'm not sure that you were ever.
Let's go back to the ward, and then we can do the banishment there.
Yep.
Okay.
Near the ward.
Yep. All right. You just walk at your distance there. We'll walk here. If you do anything funny, then
I don't like the strategy.
things will go sideways.
Yeah, I hear you. You're the one who got possessed. I'm sorry.
I want the banishment first.
We'll banish you.
The cats do generally want to seem to stay at least 20 feet away from them.
Yep. We keep walking up. Start walking down the hallway. You want the banishment? The banishment's over here.
So you guys are keeping kind of a staggered formation that's maybe like,
Yeah.
I would say 50 feet long. You will
30
occasionally...
feet, 30.
Well,
I'm at 40.
you're trying to stay a certain distance around him. He's in the center.
I would say if we're looking at corners that we're coming around, we should at least have one person that's got, as we go around the corner, that has the visibility on both ends of the chain.
Can I use psychology just in case it's the ghost talking? Like, oh, man.
You can give me a roll on psychology to see if
But
this
it'll
is
take a
indicative of
while.
what Branton, Barton...
Anyway, for
I don't know. It seems to be indicative of what you remember of him. You've only recently you spent a small amount of time with him. Frankly, the only you've been only on with adventures on him maybe about a week straight. The rest of the time he's in a lab. You're doing your own thing. You barely know the guy. You don't even know like favorite colors or anything else like that. He seems to want to protect himself. That seems to be similar to how he was in the past, not one being erased from the timeline or shot or punched in the face when Hunter was taking all of his energy.
can I continue to do it in case something happens? Like, no, you don't.
Maybe, yeah.
Run with.
I still don't know. I won't stand with Hunter being slandered by saying I was stealing his energy. That was all done for the benefit of the group, so...
Right.
You didn't steal all of it.
You couldn't have just stole a little from everyone.
First I used everything I had, and then I took what you had to power it.
For the greater good.
For the greater good. And you didn't have anything to do with it. You didn't know what the hell to do with it. It was, you might as well have pissed down your pants. You didn't know what
Like
to
a
do with
penis when you're like 12.
it. There you go.
All right. So you guys are
But
moving
I don't
back
like that
towards.
analogy because that means...
You're using it for.
So Cliff notes:
Bad analogy.
Hunter
Bad analogy.
touches 12-year-old boy.
Exactly. Bad analogy.
All right. So you guys are trying to make your way in this formation back up to the main corridor that you're aware of. There could be other ones leading to this, but this is the one that he was aware of.
Yep. Back to the spirit sigil.
Right. The cat's still kind of getting an uneasy feeling around him.
I'll make sure Scarlet put her on the other side of the sigil when we get there.
Okay. You guys continue to move along.
Reason
Otherwise,
we do this is that way
those
you
of you
get
getting
full
close to him
access
do get a.
familiar, so you can make sure the banishment is impossible.
You realize I'm going to try and jump across that barrier to see if I'm
If you do that, I'm going to kill you. And these other people probably will too.
Is
Those
the
of
cloud
you
still
getting with-
around me?
Yes.
Super magic powers!
So just step right there.
As I said before, if you wanted to throw a primal blast, you could easily round after round throw your maximum amount. However, anyone getting within 10 feet of him does get a creepy feeling, because you guys will occasionally get within 10 feet
Once in a
moving
while
around
it
a
opens
corridor,
up.
and you're aware of it.
Yeah, okay.
I'll take out a piece of chalk, when there's about 20 feet between the sigil and the gateway and whatever, and where I want him to stand, and put a mark on the floor.
Right,
You
you guys
stand right in there, and we'll
You
try
guys
to
are
talk to you.
approaching now the hewn stone chamber that ultimately does reach to that wall and then into the cave into the park.
I'll step on the other side.
I will suggest they draw an elder sign instead of a circle in chalk.
I don't have a sign. I just did it so you know where to stop.
We're just gonna draw a line. That's the line. If you want to fight, just step over it.
You're pretty sure you could kill at least one person.
At least.
I step over the sigil. I suggest the
all step
spirit
over.
ward. I'll tell
Yeah, we all
Professor to
get
get
over.
over.
I'll get over.
Okay.
Do I feel any kind of pressure from the barrier?
You haven't touched it yet, have you?
I'm close to it.
Your line is 20 feet from the barrier. So if you want to come up to the barrier, let us know, because we have 20 feet to shoot you. All right.
Well, there's time prior to that. You guys, there's a few of you that get past there, and
Yep.
if you wanted to
Yep.
bolt prior to that,
Yeah, if you want to unload on us, you have opportunities where some of us are on one side of the signal, some of us are.
all right. So otherwise, you guys continue to move forward, and they start to slowly kind of put
So what are
themselves
you
on
guys
the line.
hoping happens here?
We want to talk to the thing. Let it possess you.
It couldn't talk before.
You're talking to us now. What do you want?
I'm not the thing.
You think you're not the thing, but you actually are. So you want out, right?
We should
John
have done a
Carpenter's.
blood test on that blood.
Like a John Carpenter.
We know you possessed our friends. Here we are at the sigil. We're willing to let you out. You have to depossess them and tell us what you need. What you're doing here. I'm trying to make it 12.
Thing.
Okay, you give me diplomacy.
Ah, shit. Just tell them we're looking for Lot now and we'll call it good.
More calling Orson. More calling Orson.
I did it
Tell them why
by
we're
8.
here.
That's exactly why we're here. So look
Was
for
the
Lot now.
thing,
Dr. You hear Barton?
I wouldn't say that we want to
Wait.
know that.
Before
we're just-
Barton
I said we're
goes,
looking
can
for
I ask him
Lana.
if the thing possessing him was that little girl?
There's no
Pretty
little
sure
girl.
it just made itself look like that. I'm not sure why.
Exactly. Because then you would hesitate.
And also, it only knew Norse.
Hesitate to what? Scare a
Kill
ghost,
the-
I can't.
Kill the little girl.
I can't kill a ghost.
You can't kill little girls either. We know that.
Exactly.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I
don't
don't.
remember a baby.
All right.
That wasn't erased in my mind.
I feel a little bit more confident now that I'm on the other side of the sigil. Because now I can call forth fucking Scarlet to give me a plus whatever.
You don't use magic, do you?
No, I know the theory. I just don't know.
Alright. I might take some things you have that you don't have any use for right now.
I know how.
You know where it's at.
I don't want to give it up.
You know where it's at.
I'm not going to take yours. You can use
How many you need?
cat. Got
You
nothing.
can take some of Thomas's.
No, he's
Can't.
freaking
Can't. He's a black hole.
cancer
Yeah, I
man
know.
over
You
there.
do me too.
I can do you. I will take from you or him.
Okay.
So,
But there was no mention of the side effects.
for what?
Tapping into Thomas.
You know, when
But
we
he doesn't
took-
have any because the vamps took it and then they filled him up with cancer
But
stuff.
just
is what I'm
when
gonna
we
do.
teleported, he felt refreshed. So maybe that stuff's gone.
No,
No,
it just
no.
drained him that much more.
It drained quintessence. I don't
didn't
have
drain
quintessence.
nothing from
Right.
her.
This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look for
I
my
have-
Ankh inside my bag. I'm gonna pull out the
Still a ghost
quintessence.
getting his ass kicked by other ghosts.
Alright.
And then you're going to blow him up with it or something?
No, it's for fucking Hunter.
Yeah.
Look,
Played
I don't
by
know how
Don
many.
Knotts.
Yep. Yep. So let's play by Don.
I'm getting to the point where I'm not going to mess around. I'm just going to cut his head off.
I don't know how much I can counter his primal blast and how long I can hold that up.
Right.
If I mean when
How do you get so powerful?
He's got an entity possessing him. He can put plus
No, I mean, like, even without the entity possessing him, he's like flying and anti-gravity.
sigils,
and-
these are all sigils.
But if he's burning
It's
quintessence, it's plus
gravity
6 to every spell every
ripple
time he does
and
it.
different spells he tested.
So he could have he's got an average power of 12, say. I think he bought it up once. So he's got a power of 12. It's an average skill, so it's an 11 skill he's got in there. Say he bought 2 points on it, so now it's up to a 13. Then he gets added plus 6 to it, it's 19. You're going to be a Rex star and everything.
Okay. Because of the entity.
Quintessence. Yeah, because of the entity.
Just watch out, this little girl.
So I think the mist is its communication system,
Okay.
and I don't believe it, but it wants me to tell you that it didn't know that two-legged walking things couldn't be eaten or had consequences of being eaten, and it promises it won't eat two-legged walking things if we let it out.
Who made you?
I don't have any. It's only kind of telling me what it wants to say. through the little misty things.
Do you think we can kill it in some way?
I think it would take a lot of effort to kill it.
Do you think
Is
we
it-
can
who's it
confine
guarding?
or banish it, or
What is its objectives? What does it want?
It seems to purely want to eat, and
Eat
it
what?
eats primal
Its
energy.
objective: be friends with
So it
humans.
wants to be freed to continue feeding. Because here,
Lots of
presumably, there's nothing to
green
eat.
things, not
Presumably,
humans.
We might want to clarify what two-legged walking things are as humans, because we could turn this on to some things that have been pretty kicking our asses the last few
I'm
times.
pretty sure the deep ones with that me sort of magic could kill it as a big group. Like, I think us.
It would fuck them up for a while.
Hybrids don't seem to get the inner knowledge about magics a lot. They're just kind of foot soldiers, so you don't know.
So-
they aren't privy to the good stuff.
What's in the room with the black gas?
It doesn't.
Pretty
know.
sure that's
Oh,
what
is
it
it?
is.
What is it? It. All you know is it woke up there. It doesn't know what the hell this place is. It doesn't know how it got
It
here.
had some
Other
sort
than
of electrical sensation.
it tried to
being
eat some
picked up.
things that were moving around. One of them got some weird ribbon thing that stabbed it. It was a bit disoriented, and then it got stuck in here, and there's
ribbon-
nothing here.
The ribbon thing was some sort of like dissolving magic, because then they use that to make the ward.
Then what's the other thing in the other two?
And also, the things it tried to eat had a mustache, and there was an Arab.
Seljuk.
Arab?
Is this ringing any bells for the people we've met and run with?
Seljuk isn't an Arab. He's
Chester
Turkish.
Crispin had a really long, elaborate
Racist.
mustache.
Was is
How can you
Bruce
be a racist just for
gonna
misidentifying
wear an
someone
Arabic
else?
He doesn't
wear
know
or-
he's Seljuk.
I never see him.
He doesn't in
He's
New
never
York.
met him.
I think you just throw around racist too.
You've never seen him. He's supposedly a doctor in.
I don't know, Mexicans
No,
get
I've
mad when
seen
you call them
he's getting
Dominican.
put
How does it
down.
want us to let it
lifestyle.
So, like,
out?
Oh yeah,
Haitian.
yeah. Never mind that.
But
He does
racism
look
would be saying-
probably
would be saying
Egyptian.
that all Mexicans are lazy.
Yeah,
That's a racist comment.
That's like,
Egyptian, so
misidentifying.
Saying that.
What do we need to do?
Oh,
on this
you're obviously
hellhole that we're
an Italian.
we believe that
It's not me being racist against
somebody from
Caucasians.
about 170,000 years ago.
You must
Dirty
be
Swede.
Italian
Dirty
because
Swede.
you have a big mustache.
we need
I'm
to.
a dirty hon.
I don't think we can let this thing out. What do you think, Hunter?
What is that other thing then?
I think that's
Was
the only
that-
option.
Was
It's
that
not
like
this
him?
island that's going to be a
Yeah,
risk.
that's
It's,
what we're guessing.
Barton,
It's
what
not gonna
was
eat
that
everything in
other
the world.
thing in
It's
the
going
tube?
to
no, I agree. It's not going to eat
Barton-
everything in the world.
It's going to eat some
What was
people.
that other
Yes.
thing in the tube?
Is it going to be horrific
smoke
and horrible
thing in
thing?
the tube
Yes.
that
Are
banged its
probably
face?
in the
Like
next
Valney?
year, 80% of the population. Of the
It
world
assumes
is gonna
another
die.
one of it?
Yes. So does it matter if
Is there
someone
anything really
80% died
communicate
because of
with
what
others
he
of
ate?
its kind? So,
Their territorial area is pretty vast.
yeah.
And what you're sacrificing potentially.
what name
is
do you
if
go
we
by?
fail to kill it,
Does it have a name?
completely
Doesn't need
imbalanced,
one.
and we
Many
don't get the.
Is there anything else
meal,
inside
you
this-
could have more people
in these
die
caverns
as a result
that you're
of not having
protecting
to do
or
that.
that's
I
in
think-
here?
It looks like it was trapped here as like some sort of experimental
I think
thing.
we could go in
Yep.
there.
But is there anything that you found
Maybe
going
it
through
possesses
here?
one of us, whatever.
It doesn't want to be
That
here. It
doesn't
doesn't
need
care
to possess us.
about
We
this
use
building.
I'll
Tell
I
you
will
magic's
give it the
hell.
impression
When he's
that
dropped, then it'll
it might
possess
be able to
someone
use
else,
this
and
as a
it'll use that
bargaining chip
person.
to get out.
We don't have that
if
many
it
weapons to
found
fight us.
things in the complex.
It'll say that there's things in there, but nothing that's relevant to it.
Any two-legged possible food sources that you couldn't get to?
No, nothing I could see, or at least get to.
All right, this is what we
It
should
can't
do.
travel through more than like 20 feet of stone, but it can like travel through walls and stuff. So everyone knows.
So what I'd like is maybe for you. I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
David.
David. Apologize. So David and Tom.
That's just sad, Hunter. I'd say.
They haven't been here that long, B.
That's
Cut me
your
some
favorite.
slack.
You can't even my fucking name.
At least they're not calling him like Tim or Timothy. No.
I'm glad we're done with the F names. Where it's
You guys stand up on the
Frank,
line
Luke.
and
Yeah, but you guys
sing
were
Jingle
finally
Bells
getting those.
over and
And then
over.
Frank-
Yeah, and I
Okay.
hated it. I
So
hated
that I
having
can
to
take
learn your
some of the
names.
spellcasters
It made it
and
too
have a private
personal.
conversation back with them.
What
I
do
want
you
you creating some white
feel?
noise effectively.
Alright.
So we can whisper spellcaster to spellcaster.
You know,
Go
there's
away.
two B's.
I'll stay here and humble too.
Okay.
Yeah, I can create some white noise.
Alright.
Though I have to say, my vote is if my vote counts, I think we should let it go with a promise that it will not eat humans, but it will wreck everyone else's shit for a
There you
while.
go. I like
It's
that.
a problem is
Except
when it
we
comes
have
to four-legged, what's four-legged?
you guys have
in this world?
friends
Cat.
who are not human, but some sort of human hybrid, or like the Fae thing.
Yeah, like
I don't-
vampires.
Well,
It'll be okay.
It probably
let's kind of hem that in a little bit so our allies won't get eaten, but
Well,
Turks.
you can't
Turks
just
are good
explain
exclusion
to
too.
it.
Sorry, Omar.
Red Hook's already been taken over. I'm pretty sure.
First of all, you'd have to
Omar's taken over.
differentiate between slightly brown walking things and slightly kind of milky-looking walking things. Like there's a difference.
Idea. It does have a sense of territory, so we might be able to stick it on the madness area.
Why don't you guys go have your conversation?
Let it kill those
Yeah.
There you go. But like in the wards though, wouldn't they have to like let it in the wards?
So why don't you walk away?
They're attempting to corn off that entire region, but I mean, it's the entirety of the Everest mountain range in Nepal and China.
Make sure
You mean it's a little bit?
make sure you're covering them all.
Could
Stairs.
he
Give me
tell
up
the
for you.
difference between ones
I will walk
infected by
away as they
madness?
suggested, but I'm.
You don't have to walk away. You stand there. They're going to make white noise. We walk to the back. I'm
I like
saying you personally.
Filtering the territory is a good idea.
Barton, can he?
Because if you hear our plan, then the entity will know. Whereas Ian, in theory,
I don't
is
trust your
impartial,
plan isn't
and so he
kill
can
me.
hear the plan.
Barton, can he tell the difference between regular two walking things and the ones affected by madness? Would he be able to?
I think it would be able to say, kill things in this area, or you can feed in this area, and it could do that. I'm not sure if it could. It could differentiate between, oh my god, that thing just threw a primal blast at me, as compared to, I could eat that thing.
It was generally generally surprised the first time that happened.
Yeah.
It's like the raspberry is throwing something at me. What the fuck is this?
We're talking with us.
I'll pick up Scarlet and I'll whisper in her ear.
Okay.
Is spirit
I
still
like
in
that
there?
idea.
So this is.
She's not sure. There's a lot of energy about it surrounding him.
So covering our mouths so he can't read our lips. That's where I was going.
I'll
with
pick up
this.
Scarlet so she's in this conversation too.
And this as well, Professor Nelthea, where I'm going with this is that maybe we, under the auspices of saying we're going to banish the creature from him, attack it directly.
I'll also ask Scarlet while we're doing this.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you can help us with to help get the spirit out if we need be?
It can help with the banishment or the exorcism.
You know it. I'm just going to have to probably follow your lead.
But instead of doing an exorcism,
I think you would know a version of banishment. She could assist.
Yeah.
why not just banish the creature itself?
Yeah.
Not mess with him.
I'll
You
do
know
the
what I mean?
banishment.
But what if he comes from Earth? Remember, he ate dinosaurs here.
Spirits, there could be things that have the ability to jump but native to this plane, meaning it might not actually get banished in that instance.
But would it get banished out of his body, though?
Yeah, you could force it out of its body.
That's the key right there, is to get it out of the body.
I think instead of forcing on his body, just try to send it to wherever reality it needs to go to.
Let's do it that way, then.
Because then it's gone, and it's out of him too.
Right.
And if it just leaves a little tail behind, it's less than what it had in its hole.
Yep.
If it's like an amoeba or something, and then we squish that little thing when we're done with the big thing.
All right.
What about it helping with the madness in China and India and all that?
I think you're trying to
You're
bite
not
off too
going to get
much.
this thing to help us.
No.
I don't think it's
I
that.
think that's a failure. You either let it go and don't care about the consequences.
I'm working on a plan for that one. I don't know how good it's going to be, but I'm working on a plan.
It's going to be
Kill
about as good as my
fire.
plan of just letting this thing go. So,
Yeah. I think they both could work.
In fairness, it probably would be unbiased.
exactly.
You know,
So then, what you and I, Professor, have to be on
Hold space.
guard for is if it tries to counter-strike through him, we need to be able to counter the magics to allow Jeb, quintessence,
Well, I can
willpower, and
use
blow it
gravity
up.
ripple to.
you and I.
You can counter his gravity stuff. I can counter primal blast.
You're back there with that.
Althea knows some counter magics.
Aren't you making noise?
She does.
too?
Okay, so then you would be on that.
In the middle of the conversation, I pull my backpack out and I pull out 4 wax tasks, and I give them to Hunter.
Okay.
How
While
far
we're
are
in our
we-
little powwows.
How far are we away from our transposed thing?
We're
If you got on the other side of the line, you put it there. Otherwise, if you move back in, you're moving farther away from it.
Oh,
If this is in your backpack,
it's in a separate space.
extra dimensional space. Okay.
From what you understand, when you teleport, local spatial pockets also can be affected.
Okay.
You're not sure how much.
So I've got this
but-
primal flare burning. So
Oh, you
does
still got the primal
so
flare.
does it show
How much was in each one?
the wax task.
Yeah.
I had 4 cubes, and then I had a vial of.
What was it?
quintessence.
1 unit per cube.
One unit per
It
cube.
looks like there's a faint remnant. You might be able to scrap together 1 out of the mix yet, but all of them hit something. Theoretically, that might be trapped in the room that you left,
Right.
because it couldn't get through the wall. But it might be stuck between here and so much bedrock. And
Right.
What about the Tears of St. Mongo?
It's the guy that made it.
Yeah,
here's
that's
a-
it.
You'd have to pull those out.
I'll pull that out
I'm
too.
like, Raphael's a dude.
there's still a resonance to it, but it's not as strong.
Draw that. We could always try to go back and get the
Well,
tears.
can I see the quintessence in these guys here? Like Dave or B?
All of us
With the
have
primal
been
flare, you can tell
drained by
that-
3.
Everyone's actually that's Ben's previous character.
But I don't want that one.
but
Ben,
that one
what's
has-
your new willpower on your character, Ben?
My new willpower is currently or in general? 14.
14.
Well, that's isn't your you got a 16 right there, isn't it?
Yeah, because I did a hypnosis.
Oh, okay.
Everyone has a little bit left, maybe about 1 or 2 per person.
Can I identify the people
Frank
with
would
2?
have had a lot.
Yeah, I would say pretty much everyone has about 2, but you're kind of close.
Okay.
So that quintessence vial that I got is drained.
The water's in there, and it doesn't look like anything happened. But looking at it with your monocle, yeah,
It's tapped.
it's never happened before in a teleport. You don't know why.
There's weird things happening.
All
Can I
right.
pick up my teleport sigil then?
The thing is, you're gonna have to drop.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to use your own.
so.
You don't have primal conduit, right? Okay, so you got to burn your own.
Well, I'm gonna also get whatever I get from. Can Pudding help me in the banishment, or is she going to?
I'd say throw it in on the banishment.
Yep. I'll ask Pudding if she would be willing to help me with the banishment, along with Scarlet.
Puddin doesn't have banishment.
No, but Scarlet and her, they're like Wonder Twins.
She can assist, but she's not going to be able to assist very much regarding the banishment.
Can she do counter?
Puddin actually is not terribly good at counter. Puddin's mostly good at killing stuff.
Is she good at? She taught the gravity report. She'd be good at countering gravity effects.
Yep.
Yeah.
So why don't you keep her with you countering gravity effects?
Good.
Okay.
I'll try to make it work.
So basically, Althea, the professor, myself, will be keeping Barton off your back, and then you got to hammer them too.
So if I burn a will into quintessence, what's that give me for pluses? Will and quintessence, burning both.
Burning the will gives you 2. A quintessence gives you a +2 per, and you can use up to 3 right now, I think.
2 and 2, right?
And then a willpower for 2.
So
Yeah.
willpower gives you a +2,
Good.
and you can burn up to 3 quintessence. Each one of those gives you a +2.
Yep. So you can get a max 8.
I don't know if I can want to. Should
That
I?
is a fair amount of quintessence, though. I mean,
You go all.
No,
in.
I can only do +3, +6. It'll only give me a +6. 2 for will.
And you've got 2 quintessence. So
Yeah.
You're gonna get +6.
Oh, that's +6,
Right.
+3 each. I don't know
nope.
if
No,
The will
plus-
is a
plus
2.
2 each.
Each one of the quintessence is a 2, so that's 2, 2, and 2.
I.
Right.
Okay, so it's 6.
Right.
Not an 8. So
You could theoretically burn up to an
maximum
8 if you had
quintessence
it.
you can spend is 3 units for 2 each.
And you
Total
are
6.
aware of some masters that can burn more, and some that literally hold on to small caches of quintessence. And you do know that you could do that right now, maybe with Primal Conduit, but it's a bit tricky, and I suppose you want experience before you just start.
Right. Look at me, I'm carrying nitroglycerin.
Yeah.
Chicka, chicka, chicka. I put it in this Maraca. I thought it'd be
But technically
a good
speaking,
story.
if you're the Indiana Jones of that type of shit, yeah, you're going to bring around some dynamite and some whips.
I'm surprised we
lost
don't
it.
have
Shit.
a lot of dynamite.
We got nitroglycerin. 2
I
gallons
used to
of it.
carry on dynamite.
16. All
You
right.
should go
It
get
was
some.
leaky and icky.
I remember you guys used to carry fucking redug up mines from the
Yeah.
Great War
Yeah.
in your
get-
truck.
You know
should
what?
get-
We left
That's
them at
when
the
we were on a
castle.
budget.
You
and we
bought it
didn't do
from like
magic.
some dude that Jeb met in about
Yeah.
15 minutes in an Irish or a fucking
Yeah.
Scottish bar.
You know what?
They're like, are they stable? And
We
he's
were
like,
poor.
yeah,
We were
yeah,
poor.
mostly.
Put in the back of the truck.
Did not tell any other person. You just put the cash in.
we
They're like,
told them they would have stopped us.
We left them at that castle. We didn't like.
No,
mark
B
them
shot him out of the trees. I was
you
all-
guys were gonna leave them there
I was-
on the fucking trail.
That was
This is
my
gonna be like
fault.
3 years later. There's gonna be a hiker out there. Like,
Yup.
this is beautiful terrain out here. Poof.
It was this
So
bad day
glad
for
we
the.
took our retirement vacation.
So should we get
to
Thomas Barton and execute Klein
Scotland?
Alpha Epsilon Theta?
All right, I'll do it. Right now, I'm sitting at a burn a will and a burn a quint. I'm looking at a 16. I can throw into banishment.
good. Yeah,
That's not a lot.
it's not a lot.
But I'm getting some
Roll-
from.
Here's the other thing you need to do. Roll a 3.
Are you waiting an hour? So you can
Yeah, just do that. Why don't you just do that every time? I don't see why you wouldn't.
That's why I've been trying to
everything
hold.
else, that's better.
So you still rolling us?
That's why I was talking this thing through. Cause
Should we call him over then?
yep, I'm good for right
Barton.
Is that right?
I tried to.
now. All right. So.
All right, Barton, we figured out how to be able to do the banishment. Are you ready for it?
You ready?
Jeb's
Took
going to
you-
cast the banishment.
Took you that long to do it.
Yep.
Well, no, we didn't.
Just the
we didn't-
banishment.
We didn't do anything. We were talking about it. Magical theories, etc., etc.
You don't talk magic theories.
Have you asked us?
I do too. I just did it.
There's a lot of things you don't know about us.
You can decide what you want to do here.
I don't like this idea.
Yeah, I know. Do you have your backup character, right, though? You'll get some time tonight, maybe.
Can you let me try and cross the barrier first?
No.
No.
We told you what happens if you'd cross the
The
barrier.
cloud is following you, so you are possessed. We are going to banish it from you. So
So you take off the jacket
please
first.
allow Jeb to.
The jacket in this instance
banishment.
would act as a form of resistance, including if he had previously gotten... Oh, actually, that's probably done by now. The current ward that he has on his jacket will impede your banishment
Okay,
process.
we need you to take off the jacket.
Yeah.
What exactly does this banishment process entail?
We're going to try to banish it.
It's a
I
signal
don't
you
know.
draw. Or
The
something.
fact that you can't just straight up tell me
It's
what
a
your
ritual.
normal
It's just a
banishment
ritual.
is.
It's all
It's
it
just
is.
a ritual, like, you know, like apportation and things like that.
I'm gonna
You know,
pull out.
primal blast. You know, the simple stuff.
I'm gonna pull out a religious artifact. Say a few words.
Professor, what exactly does this entail? I'm pretty sure you have like some sort of truth thing on there.
No, but
Pretty sure you got
Par for the course.
Well, she didn't just.
we
she didn't
just
say
prepared to make it
be truthful,
safe as
so-
possible, so we can get you.
Can I make a psychology on that? See if, or no? Can I just do a detect lies?
You can give me a detect lies, I would say.
Yeah, it is. 11. Pass by 5.
At 5. Then let me check willpowers here. Given from what he can tell, Jeb seems to be fairly stone-faced. You're not sure, but obviously there's a story about him being various...
Can't read him.
There's rumors about him doing various devious things. The professor seems to be under the understanding that these guys are going to do something. She's not quite sure. She has a rough idea. Hunter, you feel as though has something else where he might be... he's planning on something happening other than maybe a banishment.
What else are you planning on doing?
I'm going to kill you if you do any hostile acts. How about that? That's what I'm planning.
Maybe I would rather stay here than have this banishment happen because it doesn't sound like you're doing the normal one.
I'm doing a banishment
And
to get rid of the entity. Okay? And once the process is done, then you can come back over here. And if you take hostile actions against us, while he's completing the
and
banishment...
you will trust me
you're
after
gonna
this
be killed.
banishment happens and I could run away.
Sure.
We might check you first, but
No.
By check, I mean,
You banish, he gets to run. Deal.
Yeah, we get to confirm that.
One try, one shot. There we go. Dice on the
We get to
line.
confirm that the entity is gone.
We'll
That's
give
all
you
our
to
concern.
10.
If you don't
And how do you
want
confirm this?
same way we
primal
found it.
flare,
He checks the
Monaco,
pulse in your hand.
I take a core sample.
I've got goggles to let me know. She's
She's got goggles. There's a lot of
primal
Does this
flares.
involve stealing quintessence from me? If it does, I'm
No.
running pretty low.
We're not going to steal any
Detect lies.
Okay.
That one's better.
I think it's a good idea. That's what you think. No.
Pass by 6.
You don't think they're actually trying to steal any kind of quintessence from you, but it does sound as though they have a very loose definition of how they're going to check you, and this might not be the only phase of a multi-phase procedure in which you just never get to that damn barrier.
I don't like this idea.
I didn't say you had to like it. I just had to say you submit to it.
I want to know when it's over.
You know, there's going to be some patting of the leg. Then after that, they determine they need a core sample by putting on the rubber glove. That's
You are
inconclusive.
instigators. You're not an impartial person here.
Exactly.
When I give you $20, put it on the nightstand. That's when you know you're done.
I'm not.
I will slowly draw the rocket pistol.
Take off the vest, otherwise we can't get to the entity inside of you.
If that rocket pistol moves, the Tesla comes up and aimed.
Yep. I'll aim as well. Yep.
Just put the gun down. The gun is the least offensive things he has.
I wouldn't have agreed to any plan that's gonna kill you. We
detect
just
lies
need
all you want.
backup.
Possibility of killing.
We just
Realize
need
I will detect
backup
lies this.
so you don't get hurt.
Our goal is not to kill you. Okay?
Maim.
Our
Good
goal
God, you're paranoid. You're more paranoid than me. By now
Let's-
I'd be laying on the ground and letting them do stuff.
Yep, just let's get
That's
this.
because eventually you're like, I'm done with the world. End me.
Yeah. You guys are all a
I'm not
bunch
sure
of
what your
red
sudden
herring
paranoia is.
chasing
Yep.
We have done nothing to screw
loose
you over.
cannons.
In any-
I heard the
in any
hexes.
fashion.
I heard the hexes the first time.
Exactly, a hex is just a curse you're clumsy. As long as you're not playing with dynamite or guns, you're probably okay.
That's the most. That's the least. The hex
So
is
he
the least
curses and the rest of
useful.
us he has
They're all
dynamites
pointing
and guns.
at me.
Yo.
When he says this.
I just tried to shoot him in the leg, but I don't know. He tripped and his face hit the ground. It's a weird, odd turn of events. It's like when that boat mysteriously
Nobody was
started on
shooting
fire.
you.
Where the police cars.
Yeah, the
Just
police
meant
car
to
flipped
be-
on a small
So,
fucking turn
Can
in
we
a
proceed with this?
old country road.
If
But
you
it did
tell
get
me
us
there
out
is
of-
an end to it,
There is an end
There
to
isn't.
it.
And God, shut up and let him do it.
So you
Take
take
off the
I,
vest.
I'll
off the
take
vest.
off the vest.
All right.
Okay.
But first, I want to primal channel some of the energy around me to fill up the quintessence.
Okay.
I will explain what I'm doing.
I don't know what he's doing.
There's no need for you to do that.
I open up my
It's
wallet.
an open source.
I'll find a $10 bill and I put it right there in front of me.
If the entities can possess you,
That's
then it's
half.
going to be able to use the resources.
Half for the job
Don't
up
do
front.
that. Just
When
take
you're
the
done,
vest
I'll give
off,
you the other
go and
half.
complete the banishment.
It is
fully
odd that
disarmed.
it hasn't dissipated because it's normally just evaporates.
Can I?
You shouldn't be armed. You should be fully disarmed.
Are you gonna kill me if I try to siphon some of this energy?
I'm very tempted at this point to do it just
Why
because
are
I'm
you
tired of
trying to siphon
talking
energy?
and I want some
Oh,
shit to
okay.
happen.
Get done. You little bitch.
Straight up pass.
So, you're trying to pull some of the energy
I don't
in?
know what's gonna happen.
You can
if
manage
you
to
make,
pull in
Thomas
another
Winfield
unit. You
angry.
imagine that
And
you
I'm
easily
only
could
pulling
get
it in if it's the normal quintessence I'm used to, like that kind of it.
most of the stuff that's kind of around you does feel a bit odd. It does. You think there is a resonance to it, but you can use it in your spells. You think?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, I'll
Normal
take
quintessence.
I'll take the
Mind you, this is the same quintessence. At some point in time, you had burned through your own reserve in that cycle, and you've been running off this thing's energy for probably the last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just
just so
keep-
you know, so you're like, I don't want that now. It's like you have a bunch of butter sticks in your mouth. And you're like, I don't want any butter. Like, okay.
Fine. I
butter-
will try
butter's
and
bad for
take
me.
some more then.
Okay.
You've convinced me.
What is it? With the one, you can give me another roll if you want.
Okay.
You guys can see that he's pulling his ambient energy into him by 3.
Yeah.
You can pull 2 more in. At this
Okay.
point, you're not sure how much you have, but you feel primal conduit. You're aware of can allow you to
Take
super
2 much in.
stack
I'm gonna
quintessence.
call it good. I have
Okay.
2 at least. Well,
You're pretty
at
sure you have
least-
more than 2.
Are you gonna take off the jacket?
I took off the jacket.
Okay.
Yep.
Alright. Go to dash.
Don't look at me. I have no
You're
idea
up.
what you guys are doing.
Yeah, banishment, go. You're up. Stream, go.
I will burn a will. I'll burn a quintessence. I'll burn another quintessence. Oh, this
Okay.
is gonna fucking drain the shit out of me.
Does it hurt?
All of you are fairly low. You're not quite. Some of you aren't aware of that, other than he's fine.
What I know from quintessence,
CO1.
if we're low, are we more
There's a 3, though.
susceptible to getting
9.
possessed?
9.
Potentially, yeah.
7.
That's what I wanted the whole effing time.
Then that's before
Plus 9.
Scarlet.
Any pluses from Scarlet?
You can just tell me, and I'll add hers in.
Evil
It's okay. It's a good thing. He's
It's a
casting
fickle.
because he was the hardest
Don't
one
wanna
to
burn it.
get in the first place.
So now he's drained.
Mostly because of
Do I want to see if I can get better than 9?
I don't know. There's gonna be a lashback. Probably not. You want to save that block.
9.
9's pretty
Okay,
good.
with 9. There's some power that builds up. Ultimately, what
The
is it?
Ankh is out.
Yep. The banished one, was it? What do you know? There's also a series of hand gestures as well that come with it, and you take a stance, and you know that words are used in addition to kind of sending it. So, I mean, it's strange with the cat's kind of spells, because it's not necessarily sigils, it's just words you deem to be powerful. So even cussing at him in harsh manners or other things of that nature, and showing your dominance is part of banishing the spirit. You feel somewhat drained by the whole process, but otherwise, I mean, you can see that a lot of this, you can see with your monocle on, and you have the primal flare up, so you'd be able to see this as well. A lot of the quintessence that he picked up is now being flushed from his system, along with a lot of the stuff that's around him, the clouds starting to kind of break up, but there wasn't any kind of significant connection to something there.
Okay. Thanks,
It feels
guys.
as though you kind of just
Thanks.
tackled through some bramble bush or what have you.
Okay.
So does it look clear?
I'll let you know.
There's
that-
still some in the area.
Try to walk 20 feet back from the cloud.
Me?
Yeah, you. 'Cause before it would always.
I'll try.
my monocle.
Does it still
Put up.
seem to
I will
cling
walk
him?
to the side,
A little-
though, so I'm still equidistant from the...
The
Word.
barrier.
I mean, he can see the cloud from my primal flare, so
Yep.
try to walk away from the cloud before it always follows.
You'd say
you.
3/4 of it has dissipated. Some of it is still following him, but it's not necessarily right next to him.
Probably just the stuff I had absorbed that you got rid of.
You can see that some of the stuff that you had just absorbed had been pushed out by this banishment. So you're actually running low again.
Reabsorb.
Okay.
Would you stop that?
Yes.
Do you understand what you're doing?
Straight
No,
up.
he doesn't.
Straight up.
He's
You
addicted.
can pull in another small unit of it. There's probably about 3 or 4
I feel
still
like I'm
around here.
semi-purifying it each time I do it, because it didn't get rid of all of it, so...
You've been using it
You know
successfully
that's
for the
what-
last
okay,
20
if you're-
minutes.
If you're absorbing the essence of this entity and we're detecting the essence of that entity,
See, the entity eats primal energy, so it kind of stays inside of it.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing I'm just kind of taking its power reserves.
right? And our means of detecting the entity was seeing the essence that it eats, right?
Yeah,
now we're seeing that
you're
so-
detecting purely from what you understand from some of these devices. It's primal energy. So you're not actually seeing it. You're just seeing what was
Right.
inside
What
of
I'm
it.
trying to explain to Barton is that the only thing we can detect it by, he keeps absorbing more of. So we really don't know that we got rid of the thing. So
Ace
I'm going
Adventures!
I'm going to ask you one last time to just purge yourself right now, utterly of that, or allow him to drain you.
I'll let him do it again, then.
And get rid of it, and don't touch
It's
it
good that he
again.
saved your luck, right? Give me a roll!
Now, do we need to do it that way, or could I just do a primal conduit and pump it out into the hallway?
You could try to, but you could theoretically contaminate yourself.
Oh shit, no.
All right, I'll just go for it again.
All right.
I'm just gonna have to.
I mean, it's kind of now all blown around.
Yeah.
So theoretically, a tiny nuance, or is it a tiny small amount of it's probably in the air, and it isn't evaporating like normal.
Right.
So I mean, you could be breathing out tiny particles of this.
That's like dust settling in a room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But see, it depends on how paranoid you want to be.
I'm not going to be that paranoid.
If Detective Monk were be in the room, he'd freak the hell out.
Right. I'm fine with that. But he's over there holding a whole bag full of it. Like, hey, I got more. I'm putting more in it.
I don't know if I can burn another will yet.
You can burn as much
Yeah,
will
you don't understand.
as you want.
I need that up because things could go bad.
Something's gonna happen in like a day, so we gotta.
Yeah,
You guys have your resources. I don't determine how
See
you
a
spend
one?
them.
it's not good.
You got a 6/6 and 1.
Yeah.
Straight up, that's not enough. Burn the luck.
I'm definitely
You can-
running counter magic.
You can power it up.
Yeah, 'cause that's what you want to do to prove us that you're not
I'm
possessed.
not sure that I want you around anymore. So.
By 1. That's perfect. 5 by 7.
By 7. Scarlet does assist you. There's a small amount of help from Puddin, but it's mostly Scarlet. You guys would be doing a lot better if you had access to your power investiture. But that
We're
would
on the
be-
other side.
Yeah.
He would have to be on the other side too.
Oh,
So, because ultimately you'd be turning your band. You could use your power investiture, but now you're fighting through a barrier, and that barrier is pretty damn strong. So you'd be giving them kind of a light tap on the chin from the other side.
That was my thought, is breaking the barrier when it took the strike, but I didn't.
Otherwise, a lot of it seems to be flushed from his system. There's no significant source of it. Obviously, he's been. You can tell that he's probably been, as he mentioned before, he was cycling this. He was taking it from the creature and trying to burn it into spell energy. So his being is somewhat a little bit saturated with it, but the vast bulk of the excess is gone.
Okay.
So let's have
The cats, what are they?
They're feeling a little bit better now. They're still definitely worried, but I suppose what they were feeling just kind of dissipated around, and they're not really sure where it is.
So why don't we have him come over to this side, do the purge one more time?
All right.
How about detect life? Do I see hit it all?
You can give me a detect life, or was it you
Sigil
have the
on my
enchantment?
eyes.
Looking around. Nothing really. Nothing in the region that doesn't match up with somebody's body, including cats.
My Tremere knife.
I hope we get to bring Frost.
It's still glowing, but it might be from all this
Guys, he went up
shit
on
around
this.
here.
Now with Barton, he's been taken off the shit list.
Yes.
Until he
Yep.
comes
All you
back.
have to do is die to get off the shit list.
No.
not
He's
dead
been
yet.
replaced.
I think this is far worse than being worshipping fucking demons.
All right, so you're taking him to the other side of the barrier.
Yes.
Okay.
However, from remember
He seems,
that if you
as you guys
don't
move up,
lock
he
the
seems to
door
pass
at
through
a
the barrier
blow,
just fine.
Kinda move back
up
so we're
there.
not-
Move slowly
Yeah.
through the
I'll-
barrier.
I will go up to the 10 feet, so I'm that close to see if I still get the creepy vibe.
Can I still do the...
It's more now dissipated in the area.
Okay.
It might be attached to the resonance that was stuck on that quintessence.
Okay.
It's dissipated, but it's all kind of around. He does move through the barrier. It doesn't seem like he's impeded in any way.
Before he moves to the barrier,
You've never done a successful banishment before, but I suppose you had a feeling as though there would be some sort of other opposed will.
We tell you to stop, B.
And you didn't really
Can
feel
you stop
that.
him before he moves through? I'd like to do something.
Yep, B, what do you
Okay.
want to do? He hasn't moved through.
Does he have any extra dimensional spaces on him?
No.
You don't
Yeah,
have a
you
circlet.
got a
You don't have
tablecloth.
a big holding
Tablecloth?
or anything like that.
No
Can you
tablecloth.
take off your equipment and just come through in your skivvies, please?
He's a finely wrapped
Sounds
cloth
good,
that's
right?
but this butthole. That'd actually be pretty fucking ingenious, actually.
Your prison purse?
Yep. He's,
Your definition of ingenious is a little odd.
no, the spirit possesses you, takes the core of its being into an extra dimensional pocket because it can read your mind, and then drug mules itself out through the fucking the portal. You didn't even never see it coming.
Exactly.
I actually have 0 extra-dimensional
You can
spaces.
take your gear off there, Burton?
You don't have any tablecloth?
I think B's request is entirely reasonable.
No, because
Yeah.
mine broke and I never fixed it because I didn't want to pay.
Can you just take your gear off? It doesn't
Can I just
hurt.
show you my gear and put it back on?
No.
With that,
No.
suffice.
Just walk through the gateway without your gear.
The more
I'll
you
go over there and
resist,
get it for you.
I'm 100% behind B's idea.
I
You
look
do
at-
not get to pass the slide.
This is what you got from your detect lies early. You felt as though there were going to be process, and then there may be an infinite amount of steps that were added on. So it's
But
exactly.
there will be an end.
There will be.
I'm just saying.
How are you neutral in all this?
I'm playing Dissaz. I am the voice of the points that you got for free. Quotes. Free.
Paranoid, are you?
I'll ask Scarlet if there was supposed to be a
So,
Just take your
a
gear
poof
off.
sound.
Yep.
so when we came in, how far from the top were we? Like,
You were probably
below
about
ground?
probably 35 feet. The cave went down about 35 feet, and that's where Althea Montrose had found that there's something down there. And then there's the wall. You're probably only about 15 feet from that wall right now. So 15 feet, you have to pass through the wall, and then it's 35 feet until you're near that stream in the park. So you're really close to the surface here. It's surprising that nobody's ever found... Well, there have been a couple people that have apparently found this place before.
It's just they don't
We got
report back.
eaten.
I'll take my gear off.
Crispin
but not
wrote up
my
a whole
clothes.
log about it, but it was in the other things like punching pygmies in the
I'm telling
Amazon
you, really
rainforest
Slowly
and
turn
hunting
so you can look
unicorns.
down, Then quickly turn a few times.
You have to bend over and
I
spread
will-
your cheeks.
I'll set my gear really close to the barrier so I can just kind of grab it from the other
Hunter
side.
wants you to swallow this primal flare.
And then we
Now
have to do the
piss.
credit
And now
card.
P, fill the cup. What do you mean you can't fill a cup?
I'll set my gear so I could grab it from the other side of the barrier,
Okay.
and
Down to your skivvies.
then I'm walking across. I don't care what they say. I'm walking across.
Taking off everything though? Down to
Well,
skivvies?
I'm keeping my
Catch
clothes
him.
on.
Keep your
It
clothes
was
on, keep your
nodded that
clothes
that
on.
was okay.
Okay. Keeping his
As
clothes
soon as he
on.
gets disrobes and he's just looking and walking across, I use the
He didn't
bottom.
disrobe, he's down to his clothes.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay.
There's a faint sigil on the front of his shirt.
Yep.
What does it look like?
I tell
Give
you,
me
it's,
thaumatology.
It's his gravity thing.
it's his gravity.
No, that's my full
full
space.
space.
Full space.
God, I critically made it.
You can tell that it is the fold space. He hasn't used it a lot in your presence, but you've You're aware of it from your thaumatology research.
Oh, yeah, it's
It would allow him to bend space if it's on his
By
person.
Blackhawk.
Can anybody
Just
tell
flying
if he's
by
bent
outside.
space to hide
They've
on
been
the
going
screen?
like that all
What's
day.
going on here?
Past 2 days.
Yeah, it's like
Theoretically, you
next-
could create a
like
pocket
next
dimension,
Tuesdays,
but
Wednesdays,
you wouldn't
Thursdays.
pick that up with primal energy.
What I know about fold space, could that hide a ghost?
He could have theoretically pinched off a space around him,
That
and it's
sounds-
hiding in it.
I'm across the barrier. I'm picking up my gear.
Yep. Or he's moving across. the
I
barrier.
killed you before you crossed the barrier, and we're picking up your corpse. Saying
In
things
fairness,
doesn't make
the
them
other
common.
in fairness, the other PCs, what is it? When he was kind of like 10, 20 feet away,
Yeah.
said for him to cross the barrier, so they were all walking up.
All right.
So the time that you argued, he'd be like sitting right next to the barrier. So if he walks across and you argue,
Fair enough.
you would literally have to shoot him, and he would probably still make it across.
All right.
It's just dead.
All right, fair enough.
So I have my gear on, right?
You have your gear pile, and you kind of are moving up the line, and you pick it up.
Now we're going to banish again to make sure it's all done.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You mean their banishment?
I'm gonna take my rocket gun and set it aside though, because in case.
All right. From what I understand, Thomas will watch you as you're moving your rocket pistol.
Well, I'm holding it, the way that you wouldn't hold it to shoot someone.
In fairness, I'm pretty sure Hunter could still kill someone like that. Well, he's like, look, I'm not. Bam!
Thank you, Nathan.
Look at that.
Banishment?
Just in case.
I'm just making everyone aware.
Nice.
Alright.
I'm just making everyone aware, so
might
it's
not
like,
be a good
oh well,
thing.
if he was actually pointing a gun at my face, I would have done something. I'm telling you ahead of time, so when things happen,
Yeah.
so you say I'm instigating, but wait until somebody's like, oh well, now you know that
Why are you
apportation I was sitting near his face. Now I set it off. Well,
Critical.
so what did you make it by?
All ones.
So what?
9 altogether.
Made by 9
Yeah.
with
So
help
you
with
remember
Scarlet.
-1.
So 10.
10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus power investiture.
I mean, for the most part, you feel pretty much drained. There's really nothing left of the contaminated quintessence that you can see, at least visually.
Did he hurt my
He
pattern?
didn't. Not from what you can tell. I mean, you do feel a little bit tired. He occasionally curses at you and pushes you around, and it's kind of a non-standard exorcism. It's kind of
It's
weird.
the one we know.
That's one we know.
No, there's a lot of posturing. He has his onk. He's getting in your business, and it seems like the cats are kind of walking around him like they're his boys. So it's weird. You're like, what the hell's going on here? You just feel assaulted.
Give me the shoulder.
And what is this midget ex-Amish man doing?
Yeah.
In my face.
So otherwise, you're pretty much tapped out for quintessence. You didn't really feel anything when you hit.
Premier knife.
For the most part, I mean, it's still glowing fairly brightly, but that might be because it's still in the region. That shit isn't dissipating.
How about we walk
Can
50
I-
feet with him and with the knife and see if it dissipates? Because that would be a good sign that he's not possessed.
Can I still talk to the thing? I will try. I'll be like, now we can work out a deal.
And then he comes out of that
Can I
damn
talk
fold
to you over
space
there?
chest.
You
and
can talk me over there.
yeah.
Just to build suspicion.
Yeah, whatever.
You do that on your
own.
Fairly good.
Am I the only one
new
that needs to
plan.
realize we gotta, then after this we gotta find that, still gotta find that new survivor for this?
We still got to go in there and risk possession and all that.
There will be no possession.
Figure out the
Let's go kill
hypertech
Bart.
shit and find them.
Just gonna get it over here.
You kill Barton.
There's like dwarven centurions and
Oh fuck, yeah.
other things like that.
I could deal with that, that wouldn't be too bad. It's like, Dwarven Centurions, wait, this thing is animate metal so it can be destroyed. Alright, light it up. Surprisingly okay with that. It's still not as bad as the 4-hour beat down on Rick we had.
right now.
You're not. So, I don't know. He's got a lot of explaining why all the paranoia.
If you think this is bad, we once had a,
I think this is the way he typically games with other players. So, it'd be my guess. I don't know.
it could be worse. We once had a character who got possessed by an alien, like actual physical
Where'd you
entity.
find the retro?
And we didn't want to shoot him because he was our boss in the game, so we
corner.
ended up for 4 hours
So,
in real time beating him
FYI,
down,
I
trying to
don't
knock
feel
it
it
off so
anymore.
we could do
But
shoot
I
him
did
around
get the
there.
impression
Take
from
him down.
before that it can
They
pretty
wrecked
much
the
read our
4-hour beat down
minds to
on Rick.
begin with.
I like his
So
Asperger's a lot better.
Yep.
So what?
we might be like mini spies now, all of us. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what its big plan is to get out, but it wants to get out.
It knows everything you know, and it may know everything.
And it knows everything you guys know.
It's still in what you're saying?
Yeah.
Put up a fight, damn it. Mental
And
fight.
his disintegration thing, would, if it could get its hands on the gloves, it's probably getting free.
Yeah, it's not good.
'Cause that's
I'm still with the opinion that we might be able to stick it on these madness areas at least.
well,
You're
Complicate.
gonna leave them behind when we go.
Throw a monkey wrench in anything that. Yeah.
One of them I can't.
Part of you.
Yeah.
So still fairly quiet.
Stealth.
Yeah.
We
so
still have to
I'm
go
going
in
to start
there.
walking towards the barrier wall.
Okay.
Because I don't want anything to do with that area again.
All right. I'm assuming you
I'm
put on
blaming
some
you for all
underpants,
this.
put on a shirt.
Why are you blaming him?
She's the one that
Mister,
brought us
I
here.
heard of a Yith. This is the only Yith place.
I'll follow Barton to see if
Hey,
he's
In
still...
fairness, I'm
Mr.
pretty sure he
Wine,
told
I'm
you
still
that.
trying to save humanity, so...
In
Get in
his
line.
defense, I'm pretty sure he said that he thinks that something was trapped here by someone at some point in time.
Yeah.
That's vague enough to qualify for this.
Shall we follow him to the entrance to see if I'm still getting a spirit reading on him?
Yeah.
Let's follow the entrance.
There's a fair amount in the room, but it does seem to drop off as you get closer away from the barrier.
Okay.
Okay. Scarlet and Puddin'.
They definitely like getting out of here. I don't like it.
What do we need to be here for? Is it something immediate?
Okay, the island's gonna sink in a
yeah,
day,
it's sinking.
and the guy that's the survivor of me would be integral to the war effort because he understands the me language.
He's the last
Yep.
survivor.
So we got to get in there and
But you're
find
not sure if he's here necessarily. You're just
It's a long play, and it's a long
Well, it's not
shot.
necessarily a long shot; it's a fairly good shot because
But
there's
it's-
not many of these things that exist. So the
Can
odds
we-
of them having
we
two
can't
here.
get-
in
Why don't we go
England is
back to the
pretty
chantry
significant.
and see if we can figure out what the hell this thing is? That should take us
No,
not
not
too
right
long.
quite yet.
And then maybe we can bargain with it. Like,
So
we'll
the-
set you free in the
No, we're
madness
not-
area.
however,
if you
about
tell
this
us
time I
what
can talk to you,
it's
Steve.
got. What'd you do?
I got possessed, just like you.
It's a carrier.
What Kool-Aid did you drink?
I drank a lot of Kool-Aid.
The problem with your plan is that there's not going to be anything to research.
Jim Jones told me Kool-Aid.
They're all-
Kool-Aid.
they're-
It's
these are
knocked off
all-
Friday.
Tapped out right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was knocked off.
You know,
They don't have records back to
the
them.
Bruce guy
No,
is
not the
extremely
veterans.
competent. The
This ain't
guy
cool,
we
mate.
know. This is
Yeah.
from a couple of years ago,
This is
10 years ago,
clearly
something
that
like that, when he did this. We did the
plastic
sigil
ass.
here.
Like things in real
Guy,
50
no
Throw
shit.
it down. It's the Kool-Aid.
And he
This
put
is
in
great.
a killer ass ward.
All he knows is he imprisoned the spirit.
Yeah. He came here and went, oh crap, he wrote a ward.
He saw there was a broken ward and he put a new one in place. That's all he did. He doesn't know what the whole thing is.
Gabriel Brew something?
It has no sense of time, just so everyone knows.
I think
It's like a lot of these
Which is
entities.
why it's okay with
Destructive.
just sitting in there and waiting.
Yeah, but we don't know what Gabriel Bruce was down here for, why he was with that one,
Also, just so you
Custer
know,
guy.
at any given time, had you wanted to kill it, you didn't have to kill me. It was behind me, too. Could have shot at that.
Could have been told that.
No, we didn't want to shoot that because it might have tried to do something to you.
It did. I'll show you my cut wrist.
Yeah, but like worse. Like it could have used you as a bargaining chip, like I'm gonna fold this die into a basketball.
Careful if the dog came down an air.
Yeah, I got the impression you didn't really give a shit.
I did!
That's kind of why the thing worked was, oh, they don't care about this guy.
No, I actually did.
So if you honestly feel that, why are you even here still?
I do
It
have,
worked this one time.
I do have a sense of duty to the group.
Bought that off a while ago.
You can't generalize that I
You
give
really?
a shit.
I limited it.
I still drink the Kool-Aid.
My sense of duty's there.
I still got friends and companions, but I also got humans too. And it's worth more points. I think it overrides it when it has to.
It takes precedence.
That's why I didn't agree to any sort of like shooting or killing of Barton. Now
I heard
feel
something about
insulted.
teleporting a knife when I was back there.
We can heal you real quick.
You didn't hear that. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So if we teleported it in you, because we were talking about not getting the vital organs, it would be repelled or possibly hurt, and then we could heal you because we got like mending.
I'm pretty sure the
Whatever.
knife wouldn't have been strong enough, and it really would have just drained the knife.
I don't know that. I
We don't know that. We just know it works against spirits.
We didn't know it
I
was a
don't know.
dinosaur eater. Of course, I don't think the dinosaurs were quite a match for it. Because they were spirits. It's like,
It liked them because it had a lot of essence.
yeah.
then something magically trapped it, and then it woke up when 2 old guys, the mustache and the Arab, freed it on accident.
Mr. Fritz
And then it tried to eat them, and then they attacked it, and then they had a little game of cat and mouse.
It can only go through your mind, right? Or can it physically do it once you...
And what?
Did it physically hurt you, or did you do that to yourself when it was
Oh
controlling?
no, it controls you. And it, like,
But it has to go inside
as
your
soon as
mind.
I started killing it, it tried to kill me, but then I won, and then I got rid of it.
So
and
if
then
it was
I
so
convinced it
powerful,
of
how did you
diplomacy.
get a leg up on it?
Because I used its own power to kill it, which Ian really liked, I think. Either that or he just let it make me think that I was killing it. But I think overall, I only took about a little over 1/6 of its total primal energy that would have resulted in it being, like, gone from existence. But apparently that was enough that it decided to consider other options.
What options would those be?
I don't know. That was when I got it to leave, and it kind of had some other plan in its mind. But it called diplomacy Plan B. And clearly, we didn't really follow through on the diplomacy, so I'm under the impression it still has some sort of plan in there.
We still need to go in there and get this person's in there, so...
Still
Well,
feel
need to
insulted,
figure out what
like when
this-
B called me a loose cannon.
Yeah.
I try to feel
You don't
people.
like be calling a murderer?
No, I don't.
I'm
like,
just saying that's what Burton basically calls you as a murderer.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
give
We
a
call her a
shit
murderer.
specifically.
I called you
Yeah.
two.
No, you said I got a feeling that you didn't care.
Exactly.
Murderer, huh? That's a pretty strong word. I've
is.
never killed anybody in cold blood.
Also,
See,
great chance.
The thing originally planned
No, I
to
don't
use
think
me
I've
as
ever
a
killed anybody
bargaining
in cold
chip,
I've killed 3 people.
but
That's
once you guys
Actually,
all
I've killed
pointed
people
guns,
through negligence, which is different than cold blood. I haven't killed anybody just because I wanted to watch them die.
I've never killed anybody that wasn't killing me first.
Right.
Never
Even when
killed
the-
a
even
man
when the
because
guy
he
that had
stormed
me-
too loud, or-
Cornered in little Chinatown, I could have killed him,
Yeah. Although you
But you
killed
rolled
those
one
cops
of
when you jinxed their...
but I healed them.
Oh, you saved them? Okay. Well, that's alright. So you didn't kill them.
Jinx
But I
was-
could have killed. No, like I said, I could have killed the guy that was in Chinatown that was pinching
Did I
me.
kill anyone?
But I just
I
told him
thought
to
I
leave town.
was just characterized, but I don't know.
I can't wonder if the professor's going to... No, I don't
Yeah,
think
you
so.
helped kill
Thank you.
the
Thank you,
main
Nancy.
Guy in the
wax
suit?
guy.
Did we
But that's a
kill
guy that
in
was trying to kill
suit?
us.
Yeah.
There's a
Yeah.
difference.
He
Yeah,
was
no,
the
that's
bad
what
guy in
killed-
the scenario.
We've killed the baddies,
Yeah.
but if you actually look at the innocents that
There's been a few innocents that got caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, let's not forget, the wax guy was actually the curator of the wax shop. And he's the guy who had all the people entombed in wax coffins.
Yeah.
Now, my hand is a cold-blooded murderer.
You had
that
to
is
kill them.
correct.
My hand was a cold-blooded
Did you
serial.
stop it?
We did.
As far as you know.
I blew
Did
it
it have
up.
all its fingers?
We blew it up. There was
You blew up
You
your
were here
hand.
when we blew
Yeah.
it up.
No, I wasn't here when I blew it up.
Babylon 5.
It was me, you. I thought it was.
me, you, and Steve. Sure.
Was it?
They didn't look super interesting.
Yeah,
I
'cause
heard of the
B,
story.
B created the pressure
These
trap.
are the,
Excuse me.
Hey Steve, see that my box? My husband calls me. I go step away for a moment. And I come back and say, my ring. I can use it to maybe corner this thing or trap it. Basically, it's a heavy cross-bridge particle generator, and it can deal with spirit things. He doesn't want me to be the only person going in there and getting threatened, but this ring should be able to deal with it.
Okay.
Does Casey
Put
ever
it-
tell me how long it would
put
take
it
for
in
him to
a
get to me
box,
if I
or-
pulled the wings off the
How about
tokens?
force it into the corner of a room?
Okay.
And then what?
Then we get the thing we're here for, and we leave.
That works.
I'll ask Scarlett if there's anything that she could do to
we can
help
also ward that corner of the room after we force it in there.
prepare
Just get the thing we
people's
need.
minds.
So we can
Can I
walk
get
away.
your, like, ward?
I'll ask
Sure,
Scarlett if there's
we
anything
do
that she
want-
can do
we
to
do
help
want.
people's minds become a little bit stronger.
Ward of Unseen?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
She thinks that
I gotta ask to see
whatever
if
it
it
is
does
probably has a
depend
very
on the
powerful
flavor.
mind, so the spirit words would be probably a better deterrent.
Okay, can you assist on that? And I'll ask
Yep.
her.
Barton wants to know, like, if I can put like a spirit ward on his head, but does the jacket one work just as well?
Yeah, should.
Yeah.
If we're going back in, let's take that extra half hour, an hour.
Spirit
I roll
wards.
pretty good on
Spirit
that.
ward up.
Yep. Auto hypnosis.
I agree.
for Sure.
I agree
All there.
wholeheartedly.
Yep.
I don't like going in without quintessence, but
None
Is
of us
there any
do.
ward?
Can you
that
channel
LP
quintessence
knows
from one
that
thing to another
will
person?
yeah.
Ward him from getting possessed again, like the ones that I have on my head.
The Ward of the
About
Unseen should be able to do that. It's just relative because, I mean, when you say it's a ward, it's a fence. And depending on the size of what's coming through, it's either a deterrent or, I mean, sufficiently powerful enough ward should be able to just stop this thing dead in its tracks.
Let's ward up. Let's go in there.
Anyone who can auto hypnosis, auto hypnosis.
Not me.
Not a lot of hypnosis.
Never bought it. Ever.
11, 10.
What was that, Chris? When did you buy it last time?
Ever.
Ever.
Oh, okay.
By 4.
Okay.
That's what I thought. I just want to make sure.
What's my auto hypnosis plus? 2?
+2, yes.
I made by 5 again.
Okay.
You missed it. Barton said I didn't care. He had a feeling I didn't care about his life.
Yeah.
No,
Frost
I
has
said
totally
the
got her
whole
back up in a
group
bunch now.
didn't care.
I care about your life. What are you
You're
talking
making a
about?
blanket assumption there, buddy.
If we didn't care,
I just
we-
wanted to make sure that it didn't
No, I don't
exist in
care
this
about your
timeline
life.
anymore.
if we didn't,
Actually,
if we didn't
um,
care, we wouldn't have gone through all that.
I do care. I think Hunter said it best. I'm getting to the point where I no longer care.
All right. So you guys probably spend 30 minutes or so placing various wards on your person. They are a fair amount stronger than they were before. You guys took like some time prior, but now
And
you're
they're
having.
already drawn, so we
Yep.
can-
I'll turn on my ring.
We got a transpose signal that's permanently over on this thing.
Yeah, I
want
can
my
put it
hypertech?
back down.
What are you attempting to do with it?
Do whatever to it.
Detect the powerful
It's
spirit
already
inside.
marked, right? So.
Okay.
Well, I did it back up when I
Give me a
thought
hypertech
that he
roll,
was gonna
or
come
actually an
across
electronics
the way,
operation
no, he was gonna
parachronic.
But when you roll it up, that doesn't unmark it. So
Oh, okay.
it just makes it unusable.
Then Ian, I roll back out our
Transpose circle.
yeah.
Okay.
16. I do it by 7.
That's MI5's next.
Ultimately, what is it? You are aware that at one point in time there was a visual device to look at, but it doesn't seem you actually have to use that. It's more if anyone else is using it. You can sense that there's a powerful barrier in front of you, but strangely enough, this device is able to see through that and part way into the complex, probably about 50 feet. But it does seem to be occasionally ramping up, and it does look like if you detected,
Better
if you turned up the magnitude, this ring could bust straight through whatever the hell's in front of you.
Oh, that's not good.
It's unusual to think of that, but whatever the hell this is made out of, or whoever the hell made it,
Alright, well, it's lots of ways for it to bust out now. If I go in there and I get possessed.
so technically speaking, you're already detecting cross-bridge particles past multiple barriers.
Yeah, turn it down.
Just so you know, I could easily have just like made like a gravity hole or something and got to the surface through that, but it didn't. So I think there might be something else stopping it.
Let's go in and deal with this thing.
B, is there anything that I should know about, like the Riker
Well,
Mark tool?
You would have
tool
to
thing?
crush
We
with
can talk to
gravity,
each other.
rock, and
You
sediment.
can
It would have took a
point in
while.
locations that
Yeah,
makes a bright
but-
light.
You
It
think?
doesn't have a concept of
Is that it?
time,
Yep.
so
You think given
Communicator.
enough time that it would have used all of
It's
your
probably gonna be a lot
resources and
better
its
in
resources.
another
It would
session
have got out
or
of here eventually. It's just the rest of these fuckers kept
Nobody else
hovering
wears them
around
but
it.
you and I.
Is that correct?
What?
That it does the light and you can talk to it? There's no other things that it could do?
It has G.U.R.P.S.
It has multiple lights. It does have a strange It seems to have a strange sensor that somehow picks up readings from the electromagnetic field around the planet, and you don't know how that works. And there's a radio on it. There's also 3 light settings.
Didn't you tell her
Different
about the
light
2-pound
settings?
C4 charge for the auto self-destruct?
No,
The remote
We're
self-destruct.
I did my cat's
from
grace
each
by 8.
other.
Okay, you'll get a
It can
plus 4.
geosynchronize you on the planet.
What's that?
You know that if you know the season and what the hell is it, the rough time of day, you should be able to tell relatively within a couple miles of where you are, assuming Earth's magnetic
And what's the
field.
light
Hunter,
setting?
do you have a place where you
Well,
can tell
maybe
safe
it's
stuff
high.
and bring back?
There's a low, and there's a high, and there's a UV light.
There you
Just a
go.
question on where
25, 60, and 100 watt.
wherever I put it on that other side, if there was something there they could interact with it.
Turn on your UV light when we go on there. Maybe this goes.
I'm gonna give Hunter my disintegration gloves
Okay.
and my Mew disintegration branding iron,
Okay.
and I'm gonna have him teleport it. I'm gonna put it in my backpack and teleport it somewhere where you put Gertie, or wherever you have anything
I
else.
reach in, I pull Gertie out. I have everything with me right
Why
now.
don't you just leave it outside the cage?
Just put it on the floor right here.
Yeah,
Alright.
if we need to, we can teleport it in.
I'll put a sigil around it.
Yeah, put it on the sigil, and that way if you want it, I'll bring it to you.
Okay.
That way, if he gets
Or if I get possessed, I'll bring it to myself, and I'll use it.
Could backfire horribly.
Why don't you just keep it?
It's out of here.
All right.
Oh yeah, if you had fucking transposed, it'd been gone. Gone. It can't fold space through
Why
this
don't you want
material.
transpose? I wonder.
So we're going in. Is that the consensus?
Yep.
It's like Plan A. Attempt to wait. He knows how to teleport. New Plan A.
Exactly.
And then as soon as it leaves you, it still knows how to teleport.
That's fine.
And he could like transpose us into
We're in
the
ghost
walls and,
hunting
like,
mode.
stuff
Let's go
around
get it.
us.
Yep.
Alright.
All right. So heading in further,
UV light.
Just bring the gloves.
UV light.
And
Moving
bring
forward,
It's
it
not
does
gonna-
seem as though you are detecting some sort of a mass, probably about 100 feet in, and it does seem as though the walls in the concrete complex actually start to close in on each other, as in corridors that were corridors before are now starting to
Move together.
taper and then ultimately start to shut off.
Is it trying to corral us?
It seems just trying. You're not sure if it's doing it or what's happening.
I'll try to turn my ring down and see if that's what was affecting.
You're starting to lose sight of it at a lower setting through the material. The material is a very good insulator of heavy cross-bridge particles. But no, the walls continue to close up.
What kind? The same ones that we willed?
All of the walls are made out of the same material. What makes up a wall and what makes up a corridor, you don't know. It's just all starting to...
Can we see it, or is this just what B sees?
No, all of you see this. The walls themselves are...
I mean, we see the creature, so she's got her thing. That's
No,
detecting
she's detecting something 120 meters down around the corner and heading downward in the
Was
spiral.
that by where the control thing was?
By the door? Not specifically, no.
I'll try to use my ring from here to seal it in a bubble.
Give me a hypertech or is it electronic parachronic?
What is that?
So same thing as
It's miniatures.
11.
So
I
like
did it by 5.
Dark Reaper, Warhammer, other no name.
The walls are starting to shut up at this point in time, and it definitely is acting as an insulator. You'll have to get a little bit closer. You think you might be able
Surprised
to
some of the minis
at
that
least
get
send a
in
blast
Some of
out,
them
but
aren't, like that great.
Can we try to?
anything that's
some
going
of
to
them are
penetrate
average
and
Joes,
trap
yeah,
that
but
is going to
that's
blow out any
relatively
wards in the
small.
area,
Okay.
including your own, probably.
Do we want to try to will?
And you are aware that,
Yeah,
I'm assuming somebody put a spirit ward on you,
Statues and
you are aware that the
Right.
ring is actively
I'm surprised
passing
they put
through
so
it.
many of
Whether or not
those.
that's weakening your personal ward or
probably a lot
not,
of
you're not
people who
sure.
also are friends of culture.
But it seems
Could be.
to compensate to a limited degree and just kind of overlaps over the hell's blocking it. So obviously there's some sort of the ring is making active determinations and you don't know
That's
how.
pretty cool how they.
It's detecting a barrier, it ramps up power. It seems like somebody tries to close you in and it starts to
Yeah, I
make
know.
room for
That's
itself.
what I'd like.
All right, we need to get out. I need to get out
Browns
of
and
here. I'm
yellows
running for the
points
exit.
So
You're
we're
not too
getting-
far away.
Basically, if I get sealed in here, it's going to blow the wards off.
Curious if
You ver-
looking at it from different
Given that
directions,
Riker
it's still realistic.
says that he had a hand, or was it he?
From that
He
one
was the
direction,
main
it looks
person that came up with this thing, but it seemed as though the emphasis was making sure that you were safe. So the default mechanism is trying to position you between dimensions if anything happens. So it'll likely blow out anything between you and your escape route.
Right, I'm leaving.
She leaves us the corridors.
No, they're sealed off at this point.
Can we go the other way? The other way down the tube?
You know that it was caved in down that way a little bit, but you could try to cut in.
But if she's leaving, that's our plan.
Well, if there's another corridor go down, I'll try the other corridor.
Can we sense the residue of the
Spirit.
not the spirit, but the sigil that it was used originally to teleport us back up here? I mean, it was just fairy fire. I understand that, but does it leave some spatial mark or something that kind of lingers, a resonance?
There is. With the primal flare, you'd still be able to detect it, but it's dissipating. It doesn't last for more than...
I'm talking about just with like a sense steely to try to find that position.
Yeah, you find that position.
Okay, so we could make an unmarked jump. It'll take us deeper into the...
Or you could hold space to it and then... But of course, the first time you did that, it cost everyone quintessence, so I wouldn't want to go.
You don't know how. You should have been bypassing all the barriers in between it, but this material seems to exist possibly on...
multiple dimensions.
Maybe. You're not sure.
Probably does.
So what's the plan?
I was going to teleport us deeper into where we originally fled from when the ambush initially occurred. Take us deeper, which bypasses all these cut off things. Now we're in front of it technically, right? And it's fleeing to the bottom.
Okay. Sure.
Now, if it senses us there, it's just going to do the same thing.
Could we just try to will a wall away and see if it opens up?
Let's try that.
Try to do that.
You will roll.
I'll do the will again.
Do you want us to help you out?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna need that.
Okay. Helping him out.
So what do we do? Just all will?
Roll a will, and if you critically make it, you give him a +2. If you don't, make him a +1.
I think if you make it, you give him a +1.
Yeah, make it, give him a +1. If you make it critical, give him a
9.
+2.
So, yeah, if you make it
So
by
This is very
10,
unlikely that I'll do
Made it by 9.
9, and then...
7. Made it by 9.
You make it at all?
I succeeded.
Yeah, just 1 point. If you made it, just 1 point.
If you made it by 10, you get 2 points. So you got a +6, so 15.
Yep.
You make progress. The walls seem
what
to go
about
back.
Althea?
Yeah, I'll add her in.
Thanks, Mark.
You start to make progress against the wall. Yeah. What is it? You start to make progress on the wall. However, it's very slow as opposed to before. You can feel that there's some other active force that's just trying to slow you down, and you feel that you can definitely make headway against it, but as opposed to you, it doesn't seem to be mentally fatiguing. So this might be the whole fucking way down.
Well, it's what we need. If needs must, then
What exactly are we planning
We
on doing
didn't
to
spend
it?
anything, right? We didn't get any fatigue on our character sheet.
Not that you're aware of, no.
So,
But we will be.
if
That's what
we
he's more
just
telling
purvey
me.
to it that we don't want to
think
hurt
he's
it, we
gone.
just are looking for something else, if that's truly what we're doing, it might just let us go. Like, it probably wouldn't care, just stay out of our way.
If it
like,
stayed
don't
out of
hurt
our
me.
way, we would leave it alone.
I
Like,
don't think that's the case.
if it stays out of our way.
I'll yell. If you stay out of our way, we'll leave you alone. If you get in our way, we're sealing you up even tighter. So stop it. That's what I yell. I guess it's intimidation, huh?
I don't know.
I think it's more like you have to think it. It might not so much pick up
When
on
I said it, I
words.
thought it, though.
Yeah, you said it.
You said it could read our minds.
I don't have intimidation. You want to do it?
You're the one who said it, so you're gonna have to give me a diplomacy.
Diplomacy it is.
I think you should have to eat that apple.
His head
I
explodes.
did it by 8.
Well, it's just plenty of times I've tried to diplomacize and had to roll.
It does seem as though the corridors do open up, but they're not nearly as thick as they were before. Now it's kind of shoulder to shoulder width, maybe about 4 feet in
I tell
diameter
them,
by 8
open
feet.
them all the way, or you're opposing us.
At this point, they don't seem to open up any further, but it doesn't seem like anyone's actively opposing you opening it up.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
All
can
right, let's keep widening them up.
I will
and-
try to open it up. Well,
Yep.
Yeah.
and so 10.
Yep. Continuing on, ultimately you can burn a point of fatigue. Ultimately, you have to kind of will back probably about 20 to 30 feet worth of
What's the
corridor.
fatigue?
Fatigue point.
FP.
Right above your hit
FP?
points. Fatigue points. Can't believe we've never spent one. How many weeks have you been playing?
I don't think he's ever made a dodge roll.
Yeah.
He's been in the lab all the fucking time.
No, I shot
you've
so many
missed-
things in the face they couldn't attack me.
Oh, there you go.
Or knife in the face. One of the two.
So, once again, it doesn't seem like anything's actively opposing you, but just making contact with the walls and making them go to their original positions. It's just like a wall isn't that bad, but this is kind of like, all right, that's a foot. There's another foot. There we go. And you're just kind of sitting here, and eventually it does get mentally draining.
Okay.
It doesn't feel like something's actively draining your mind. It's just you're just
It's
concentrating for a very
It's
long
like
time.
chopping wood. You get tired after a while.
Yeah.
You do it
I'll
right
wait.
now.
We're heading down to where we think
Control
the
chopping machine.
last
Do it for about 6
ancestral move
hours and I
is.
get tired.
Okay.
The room, apparently.
Yep.
Let the tool do the work for you.
Do we get there?
Moving around, you can give me a perception check.
And a sharp
Everyone?
axe.
Don't you have to swing the
Him?
tool off?
All of us or him?
You, specifically.
I perfected the art of not getting tired at it.
Okay.
I rolled a 4. I made a critically. I do it by 12.
There's an antechamber off from you, and given the cross-bridge particles that are going through it, it looks like a larger antechamber that's been sectioned into 4. It is one of the rooms that you saw those other entities in, but it does seem as though there is some sort of large cross-bridge particle mass in there, and the walls are closed up to it. But you've kind of already looked in that region.
So it's kind of barricaded itself in? What you're saying?
You're not sure.
Describe the situation to these guys. Is this where we need to go? Is this where the thing is hiding as we bypass it?
I don't know, Thomas.
Thomas needs to go.
No,
on his own.
he
I don't know where it is.
He just knows it was the site. There was another team that recovered it.
I got in
We are
here
that other team.
and looked around
Well, in
and
this
then had to
reality.
go. So other teams came in and found this stuff. So.
This is an antechamber you were in. There was 2 more of those weird black gas objects in here, but it didn't look like there was anything else.
Yep.
There theoretically could be something in there, but
Do we want to go in here or not?
If something sealed itself in, there's a
Let's
reason
try.
why.
Let's try on. I don't know if those things are actually stored humans.
Okay, let's go on further.
So let's look and see if we can find the other chamber, another chamber that's actually got a person in it
Okay,
instead
Yep.
of gas.
okay, and we go further.
all right. So far, you guys are walking fairly slowly. There's not too much interruptions at this point in time. You do actually have a good general idea of where it is. It does seem like it can jump from room to room, provided the walls aren't too thick between it. But once it gets between like 20 to 30 feet, depending on the density of the material, it seems like it just can't go through anymore.
Okay.
Otherwise, it does seem to generally be somewhat in your region, but always is kind of a fair amount off, probably about 120 feet.
It's this thing following us.
As you're moving down further, what is it?
the,
You guys are touching the walls, and you'll eventually come across other antechambers, other things of that nature. You'll spend probably about 3 hours, and that's when you'll come across that room where you ended up meeting Barton at. You will find that there's a strange column in the interior. It does look like this. There are pathways continuing further down into the structure, but depending, this might be a multi-day process of checking these rooms. You guys are getting hungry at this point, and probably tired. And probably you've already had adrenaline running for the last hour or 2. So I'll probably take a point to, I'll say 2 fatigue from everyone over the next 4 hours.
How about if you're very fit?
Very
Just one?
fit.
No, this is more mental fatigue. I would say that if you got time to rest, you could earn that back fairly quickly.
Yeah. Okay, there's a column in here.
I pull out some pickled herring.
But it's not so much your physical activity. It's mostly, it's not so much your physical activity. It's the fact that you're always on alert.
don't
You're
have to keep
watching
pickled
every
herring. I take it
corner.
away. Yeah.
You're not just like gonna catnap anywhere. Or
I'll take
anything like that.
his portion that he doesn't want to eat and give it to
Yeah.
Scarlet.
Takes you so long to eat. Don't even bother.
Just put it on your tongue and let it melt.
Let's sit here for a little bit.
We're going to go in and examine the column in this room.
Okay. Is there anyone that is not going to eat or going to skip
I'm
food or
gonna
anything else? of that
eat.
nature?
I eat and I drink.
Yep.
I eat and drink.
FYI, everyone, if we release one of the other shadow things,
You
it's
can eat
much
and
more
walk. It's
likely
just
to
it'll take you
attack
See over
longer.
there.
It's already out.
Really?
No, it's just he takes like the tiniest like
I got the impression
like
they were
a tiny
highly
little nibble, and he's like,
territorial.
so delicious. You're like,
over.
eat it already! Holy crap!
He's putting like
Yup.
You're not
Of
making
course,
love,
that
you're
doesn't
eating.
mean the best one left
get it
to
done.
have to fight.
All right, so you're going to still be eating by the time they check out the column.
I'll be
Gonna-
with them in the back. Like,
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm just making
Great.
sure that if like you drop your gun, you're fighting now, and you're like, well, shit, my sandwich. I didn't
Gone
eat
for
my
like 3
sandwich.
months.
All right, so
5.
those of you coming into the room can give me a perception hypertech as you slowly move around, check it for
Perception
rooms.
hypertech.
Perception hypertech.
I don't have it. Not
How do you do? Oh, you do.
It's with mages. Let the
You
hyper-
take your RSL number, and it says like Dex +1 or IQ +1, and then you just
Ben, Steve,
move it over
Chris,
so it's your perception.
11. Made by 2.
Werewolf Snoopy.
Did by 7.
Which one? Oh, it's supposed to be.
rabbit.
It's a rabbit from the. It's supposed to be Holy Grail.
4,
Mine's Python,
7,
Holy Grail.
2.
It's the rabbit.
It does
Yeah.
look to be some sort of strange device.
yeah.
With a 4, it looks like a lot of the important controls are unfortunately from
So I was
8
gonna
to
say, it doesn't
15
look
feet
like-
up in the air, and you're like,
All of
that
these-
lever's
looks like that's
there.
Lucy right there.
That
Yeah.
does something.
I'm pretty sure that's the importance of controls right there.
There are a few definable. You're not sure. There are definitely cables. You almost say power cables running into this. It doesn't look damaged. It looks to be made of the same material that just is. It seems to almost repair itself, and it just sits there for however long time period. You can't determine how long this site has been sitting here, but apparently that fucking thing remembers dinosaurs. So you don't know. It might potentially
This is
still
the
be
same- this is the same
operational.
Could you reach the levers better from the
psychomanipulative
ceiling?
Material?
everything's made out of that same concrete. Just this looks different, but it's still made out of that same material.
If you have to reach the levers,
Hang on. I can put my hands on it, and I will it to be accessible to a 2-meter person instead of a 5-meter person, whatever it's accessible.
Give me a, I would say hypertech, IQ hypertech.
Willpower hypertech. Come on.
What it's trying to eat your brain.
willpower hybrid. That's what it
This
is.
is some great pickled herring. I mean,
told you.
like, awesome.
We're all done. We've been all done for like 20 minutes.
I have another.
Scrap one.
I pull out 2. I put them in your hand for you. Put the other one in your pocket.
By 2?
Put his mouth.
You get a strong sensation when you're trying to like bring down consoles that it is theoretically possible, but you just kind of get like, what of these 100 of objects do I want to bring down within my reach? That thing over there, that doodaddle over there, or is it this
Could you
object
reach them
here?
better
Or
from the ceiling, or would you?
you
run
could probably
from
step on
floating
somebody's
around?
shoulders and reach it, kind of like a 2 dwarf person team to reach the controls.
Somebody lift me up.
I lift you up.
Yep.
I started looking at the controls, trying to figure out what would make this thing work.
Give me a.
Hypertech of some
No,
sort?
I'd say IQ hypertech.
Sure,
While
it's
they're
not
doing this, I'm
in-
walking around relishing the pickled herring.
I
looking
did my
at
5.
things.
5.
Let me double check. It might be 6. 18, 13, 5.
Some of the controls are, I suppose, surprisingly simplistic. You think if you gave it enough time, maybe like an hour or 2, you could figure out how this works, or at least do something with it.
Can I see what's inside of this thing?
You don't think there's necessarily anything inside of it? It does something. It connects to the walls.
I could help speed along figuring out what this place is. If the 2 of us work in the opposite directions, we could probably figure out.
Your
Sure, help.
adversary's
I'll
going to
get
help
what-
you?
yeah.
What?
I'll help him.
He's going to get the patents, and you're going to get cornholed.
I don't know what's that. World's ending in a few days anyway.
Yeah, I'll help her out. Try to figure out what stuff is.
You can wave the patent in front of you, like in the empty New York City. Like, I got the patent. You're like, all right.
Yep. And I got $1 million.
Look at all the money I pulled from the bank. Oh!
Exactly.
It's raining money.
Hit it exactly.
Exactly. All
A lot
right.
of it lit up
He's helping. I know he's helping because he told me he's helping.
These 2 guys are working on the console. What are the rest of you doing?
She's standing on my shoulder, so I'm trying to be as still as possible.
Okay.
Walking
You
around.
take kind of breaks and check things out, move around.
Walk around with Scarlet.
You'll eventually eat your sandwich. And done.
Pickled herring.
Scarlet seems to be still not like she's uneasy, but she's not nearly as
Crazy as
tense
last
as
time.
she was before.
Okay.
How can I assist with these things?
These things, you're not sure. You don't even know what the hell you're looking at.
So I don't mean to interrupt, but you should probably pause every now and then and double check the location of the critter.
Sure, I do. Every once in a while I pause and
For the most part, it seems as though maybe about, have you stopped here for the last 20 minutes or so, it has backed away as you stop moving. But it could theoretically be on you very quickly, but it is a sizable distance away from you.
the cats will make a noise too, perhaps.
Did we break anything down right
I
now
know,
with
I'm
willpower that's around us?
No, I'm assuming you just widened up the corridors, and then there was one corridor which you had to walk, physically pass through.
There's no consoles to open
I have a
anything
feeling
up?
this is like the controls for the room. If we mess it up, we open it to the ceiling and all the spirits get out.
Yeah, maybe.
Try to figure it out.
Yep, try to figure it out.
All right.
Is there
Besides,
any
Browning's helping me.
languages?
Don't feel bad.
You don't see any languages, but
he's
from
good
what
with
Thomas has told you,
prompts.
apparently there's small
So
micro
just start
lettering
pulling
across
levers
the
eventually at
walls.
some point,
Oh,
so we
well,
can
let's
start
be
seeing
an
some
LP
results.
and put and check it out.
Good
then.
or bad.
Okay.
Okay.
Over the next 2, I'll
Because
probably
I
say
got
3
speed
hours.
and stuff.
Looking.
It was going to be 1 hour and then
gonna be
Browning
1 hour
helped me. Now
and
it's
then
3.
Is there any
I
light
like it.
fixtures here?
Huh?
Is there any light fixtures here?
Not
Hey,
anything, no,
hey,
it's just
Bob.
what's on your person.
Botch my roll.
Can I try to will light on to see if the place is somehow
Is
connected
he
to
your
lights?
enemy?
You can give me a little roll.
Browning? No, I don't care.
Okay. Is he a competitor?
Competitor.
11, 10, by 8.
Nothing seems to happen. Otherwise, what the hell is it? Given how much you made, with what you can find, you can start to kind of make etchings. Althea does have a magnifying glass on her, but a lot of the etchings that you have aren't fine enough to actually mark anything down. But you can start trying to do hand-drawn replicas of things that are blown up, but definitely need some. You need a team in here to adequately kind of cover the walls. The language you haven't come across before.
I do have drawing besides symbol drawing.
Okay. You can start to take a look at it. There's nothing meaningful that you can gain. It does look like there are what appear to be equations and things of that nature, but you don't recognize any of the symbols. You've never come across these before.
Alright, I'll ask these guys then. Anyone who got mathematics?
I have mathematics.
I got
I will
symbols.
tell you that it is hypertech level mathematics and physics. That's what was here in the other dimension. I suspect that's what's here in this one. From a little you've seen of it, a little I see through your magnifying glass. Yeah, it's the same stuff. Thing is, it's on every wall, every surface. It's all
Can I
over
try to
the
have
freaking
the
place.
walls
And
here?
it's
That's near the
tiny.
door. I'm going to try to will it into a chair.
Oh, he had custom
Like a
photographers
bench.
come
You
in
can
and
give me a roll on there.
like this to get the.
You had
very
custom photographers at the end of the world.
Well,
By 6?
they were
Yeah, you can ultimately make a chair on the far wall.
a team of.
However,
I think it was
between
actually
the
dusty
two
that
of
came in.
you during that time period, you do manage to kind of flip a few knobs, and you're not quite sure of it. It does look, for you, those of you looking on, a little bit Doctor Who-ish. Like, she's not really fucking doing anything with that. She like whirled that one thing over there and pulled the lever, and I think she's just making it look fancy. But she kind of pulls the same lever twice, and you're like, oh, you're just fucking with us now. However, after 3 hours, as everyone's kind of sitting there like red herring, there seems to be an audible kind of noise. Almost a rumbling, and then it just stops. It does seem as though this room is lit up now. The walls seem to glow ever so slightly.
Yay, we got lights!
Did we do anything?
I think you did it. You made the chair, right?
3 hours. Get tired standing on.
Yeah, and I've been putting this weird cord in my mouth.
It's not a cord.
How high does the ceiling go?
In this particular room, I would say it's kind of a hemisphere, so 50 feet in diameter would be the highest.
If we find an MU, a moo or whatever, we're gonna need a rope for him to put on to keep him protected from the spirit thing. You
should
make
make one
something
of
with the symbol on it.
While they're still looking around, I'm going to now start wheeling a spiral staircase around this little sphere.
When we find
It takes you some time, but you can start to do that.
Put a symbol on him.
It could be
Maybe
treacherous if you
clothing
fall
that we can put on
20
him.
feet onto concrete. Oh, actually, you have cat falls. So it'd be treacherous for
Right,
someone
but if
other
it's
than a
on our
cat.
Clothing, it doesn't need to be prepared. It can just be put on him.
will some
As opposed to now
guardrails.
I gotta sit and draw.
You're not sure. There's obviously a mechanism in play here. There's no display that you're aware of, but this is obviously doing something, and there's almost an intuitive knack to some of the objects here.
So it's
He's
set
a
up
human.
He's a
to
cone.
be intuitive. Like
No, he's a human.
Apple
We're looking
There's,
for
there's
guys
literally
that human.
fucking levers
We're not
here.
looking for the
This may be
Yith.
high technology, but
That's
you
the
know a
Yith.
lever. This is on,
There
that's
it is.
off.
We're looking for a human.
I'm looking for a human. I use my ring to try to look for a human.
All right.
Not us, but out there in some sort of torpor.
Older
Maybe a
human.
parachronic. I mean, you can't necessarily differentiate somebody that doesn't have a lot of cross-bridge particles. You guys
Parachronic?
really don't even show up on the ring.
5.
It doesn't seem like there's anything here necessarily, other than now you're not penetrating the far walls very well. You're penetrating them a little bit, but whatever the hell happened just kind of sealed up the place a little bit.
I think we're trying.
Why don't you recalibrate your ring and why don't you try willing this thing to show you where all the humans got stored?
No one,
Be a good idea.
There you go.
Yep.
no one could read these things.
I've tried to will this thing to show me
All of its
where
stored
the,
humans.
where the stored humans are here.
Okay. You can give me a will-based hypertech.
I'll help on this one.
I guess I can help on this one too.
I would say a maximum of 2 from either of you guys for 6. Otherwise, just by +1.
Made it by 8.
So you give +2. You
So
give +2 on that.
For a will-based
For-
hypertech?
Yep.
It's helping.
8 by 7. Yeah. 8
So
by
+2.
7. Yep.
6,
Do you have +4?
16, straight up.
So +1.
What's that?
Made it by 11.
By 11. For the most part, you can figure out. It probably takes you another hour. It is strange because it's not necessarily locking you out. It seems like whatever the hell the system is, it doesn't really care that you're accessing anything in particular. It's just, it's not necessarily reading your mind either because you're still having to figure things out. But you kind of play around. You're like, I mean, if I could just turn this thing here, and there's a knob nearby, and you're like, well, I wonder. Holy shit, that actually works.
Okay. I go with the intuitiveness then.
Yep.
From what you can tell, this facility, there seems to be strange kind of Faraday cages now that have kind of... There are now structures that are connecting the multiple pieces of this building in place, but it seems like half the building is actually not physical. It's like Faraday cages that hold the building together. And now... Nuts, maybe. You could interpret it as such. But it seems like some of the base units of this structure have realigned themselves and most likely have cracked the surface slightly. Or even, I should say, so you have a kind of a unit here and a unit here. Yeah. It looks like when that grid went online, it kind of aligned everything, and everything in between it just crumbled. So now there's a clear, electrical field running between these two building structures, and everything in between it was just shifted along.
Oh, because everything had shifted over the years. Now we turned it back on, and everything suddenly snaps back into place, regardless of
the
where
cats
it's
are
been.
fine, but I mean they still.
I guess we can go someplace else now. The building's been
Realigned.
Well, does it?
But
were you able
does
to
it
see
told you?
where-
Yeah, it told
You have a higher time. Listen, given the low setting that you put your ring on, it's hard to detect humans. But then again, the ring doesn't really pick up humans very well.
Okay.
They're not really
Do we have another means of...
doused with a
Is
heavy particles.
the 170,000-year-old aspect of the human more of a particle projector?
Haven't detected anything
Maybe.
living.
From what you can find
Stasis.
interior, there is
Might not
what
go
you'd
off those
find
signs.
to be
Hibernation.
7 different creatures that are within the facility, and you know roughly where they are. Ruling them out, you'd say 5 of them are straight up far too big to be a human.
Okay. I'm telling everybody.
One of
this.
them's a little bit small, but I mean, it could be a human, and one of them's kind of the same size. You're not sure if it's human. You can find the rough area of where it is.
Go to the one that's roughly human size.
Can
I would
you
like
try to
to-
glean any other information
The
from this? Can you,
realignment
how
of the
about you try to
building
will to have it
also
brought to this room?
disturbed those wards.
You're not sure.
Is
I'll
the
try to
ghost
will.
one.
You have no way of detecting it. B was the only one who was able to detect
Then
the ring.
I'll mention, did the realignment of the building also crack those wards? Because
No
if they
idea.
expanded, then they're gone.
I don't know.
Could have. But if that happened, he's gone. So we might as well just stick with the task in front
Alright,
of
then
us.
I rolled and made it by 2 to use one of my jackets that I have to do, Ward of Unseen for whatever guy we're
We're
gonna...
gonna eventually find.
One thing I'd like to point out for bringing the people here, back in the day, was you already talked about, remember, people were shorter.
Huh?
Yeah, that's why I
You
said
have
it could.
anthropology, so you
It
know
could be
that.
an individual.
I'll go with the short guy.
Okay.
Bring me the short
He was
guy.
like a Superman. He's gonna be tall.
All right.
Actually, I'll do. Give me the information on the short guy. Tell me about it.
You're gonna have to give me a IQ-based hypertech.
Give you the history of the specimen.
Can I
By
assist at
5,
all?
by
or
6.
enough?
Can they help again? Browning and Thomas?
You guys want to help? Go ahead.
Actually, they can give him a +1.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Straight up, but I rolled the magic 3-5.
No, not gonna do it now.
But I didn't make it.
By 2.
Actually, I made it by 1.
He made it by 1. He made it by 2, but he did roll Cthulhu dice and hit the Cthulhu symbols. I did it by
Hopefully you just hurt yourself.
6 on my own.
From what you can tell, you can't actually read anything on the screen. The language isn't hard to read. It's just you don't have any references to it. You figure that eventually somebody could crack this if they go through this building. Which, in your time, you're aware that they actually started to decode it and then figure things out. It started with their math and then moved on from there. From what you can tell, you'd almost say this is. Can you be a naturalist?
Yes.
Makes me sad they go through all this effort to pay attention to his class.
Could I will that information into my brain?
It could be metal.
Yeah, fuck. Can do anything else in this place.
Will. Really old.
14.
No.
Did it by 2.
All the characters are metal.
Living characters.
Like I want the
By 8.
Nothing so far.
space.
You're not. It might be possible. You're just not sure how
Space
about
Marine
going to
So all
do
the
it.
figureheads.
Right.
With your
But all
2,
the minions,
Chap.
it
Chap.
looks to be.
And they do have some of them that are like the grunts.
It is a small simian-like creature, but it seems to have a lot of hair
Things
covering
like
its
that.
body.
So they could be
Uh,
metal. But you're
It's
right,
closer
Chance
to
said
something of an ape rather than a human.
Well, what?
Especially
Ask
the
him
big
what it
ones.
looked like. Did he see
Yeah.
the?
You
Those
can
are
see a
realistic,
rough
yeah.
picture. It's not a human. It's
Unless it's
more
you know what it
akin to
looked
an
like.
Probably an
ape.
absolute-
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a man,
Discontinued.
right?
Yeah, from what you understand.
So it's probably not this ape that I'm looking at.
No.
Okay.
Can I focus on the lettering and then see if I can try to make sense of it in modern day language in my head?
Okay, give me a will roll.
10, 14, 13, beat it by 5. What are you looking for?
Stuff.
He has Akron, and
There's
you have
my character sheets are just right
You have
there.
entered into the DM
right, you
audit
don't-
zone.
Nothing seems to happen from where you are.
This is what I do have.
I made Naturals by 2, and you told me my information. I'm going to ask it about
It
the...
looks. It's strange because it looks close to human. However, it looks like if you were to
It's
follow.
the missing link. The missing link is this thing right here. That's what I'm guessing.
It looks something like that. It's kind of weird, but
Okay,
I mean that theory is still kind of being played out right now. But yeah, it's a Charles Darwin-esque.
I'm going to go to the human-sized shape. Give
Yep.
me information on this thing.
You've seen one of these before. Now, the only thing is this one is a lot healthier and a lot robust. It seems to be a serpent. I mean, it's roughly human-sized, but
Bring you the missing link.
It's got to be the missing link then.
Just because he looks
But
like
you
a-
said it looked like a human.
well, it might have been shaved.
Well, you don't know. Did you ever see the guy?
Can I try
At
again?
distance, they kept the man,
Yeah.
you know, because he
maybe
was
they-
so
you're
special.
fairly confident this is not it.
Yeah.
I mean,
But they could have cloaked it in illusions or something. so
you
people
don't know
freak
that this
out.
was the place that they found it. You were aware that there are other sites. You never heard where they found it
Ask
specifically.
it to see if it reveals what other sites are located on the planet.
that might be the best thing to do.
Yes.
For other
Reveal
sites.
what other sites
Give
are.
me a electronics operations sensors.
I got it. Electronics operations.
You have
sensors.
random obscure
See?
skill.
Good thing
Yeah.
you showed up tonight.
Yeah, made it by 7.
Dusty, can I see your telemap?
Oh.
Or do you have that telemap on
Yep, I do. Just so I gotta grab it here. Somewhere in the mix. Here it is.
Beep, beep, beep.
Maybe use X's or something.
Yep, that's what I'm planning on doing.
Okay.
Well, the fact that he's pulling out the map means there's a finite number of them, which is nice.
So do we
Yeah,
find
he
what
just
we're looking for?
He didn't just take a bunch of ink and spilled it on the map and said there.
The entire core of the Earth is built from this stuff.
What do we find?
It's not in this prison. It's someplace else.
But now that you access that, now you can start seeing which other
Which
sites
one
have
has a moo in it from 150,000 years ago?
Yeah.
Right.
And what's up? What else is in there? If there's anything else interesting.
We don't care. We need the moo.
Yeah, we need him.
Well, it'd be interesting to see if the missing link is intelligent. I'm just saying there's people here that want to save shit like that.
That what?
Sorry, I'll be quiet now. This is
X's
me being
on
evil.
The X's. So there's middle of Russia.
Can I try it again? Try to decipher the
That's the one
language.
we're at.
You can
This
give me
one,
a-
the green one.
Doing the same process. To see
What are
if
you doing over there, Jeb?
This
Say,
one is,
bee on my shoulders
missing
again.
continent.
I think she's making progress up there, but I'm really not sure.
This one
I'm doing
is-
good.
This is Rylick or no?
This is the royal.
by 8.
There's a bunch of.
There might be a
weird
way. It's just, I mean,
Greenland
you don't,
and
you
North
haven't,
America.
you only started this just recently.
Should you really be putting
We're
that
gonna go
in
to the
your mouth?
bathroom. You guys can discuss.
I'm trying to see if it can just enter my mind, and so I know it.
What are you trying to do?
South
You trying to
America,
cheat,
perhaps?
not read
South
books,
America, I mean,
learn
not,
stuff?
not in Africa.
Trying to
but
decipher
there's
it
one here
by
and-
it just willing itself into me.
Okay.
There's 2 there.
The language?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that,
I guess you let the serpent into your
the
head.
language is like infinitely large.
The X, I thought. So
Did it with the serpents.
Here, one here, one here, one
Well,
here.
they were used to doing it to humans.
This is higher tech. though,
Three,
so-
Yeah, this is Yith.
Plus, I made a stairway.
Okay. To where? To heaven.
Just around the sphere.
So then, what's our next move?
Now I'm going to try to determine which of these has a moo in it.
Right. Now we try to access the other databases and the other facilities to see what specimens they have.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
And
Well,
then
one's
we have to
in-
stop an island.
one's
We've gotten almost nowhere
then we
tonight.
can go do it.
Yeah.
No, we
Yeah.
haven't.
One's in the serpent area.
Well, you didn't kill
You
me,
didn't
so
die.
that's good.
I
Yeah,
don't know if
the
that's
first
good or
half
not
of the
at
night
this
was
point.
wasted.
Took
because-
2 hours to not get killed.
Yeah, because you're dicking around.
Well, I didn't
Yep.
trust you guys. I mean, come on.
What have we ever
a
done to
little
give you
bit.
any reason not to trust you?
We haven't tried to kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like me.
When have we ever tried to kill you?
The team is
Frog
chaotic
overhand.
and very
I punched you
into
before.
What have we? Let's
being
remove us
abstinent.
from existence.
Are you still holding that one as a
Yeah,
grudge?
yeah, let that one
that's a
go.
grudge.
Jesus.
That was his
At one
potential
point, part of the
solution.
group was
We
that
were
you
just
really suggested
freaking
you
throwing
remove
out
from existence.
ideas.
You were the only one not aboard on
You
that.
had to say.
There was that
We
Chinese
wipe
guy
ourselves
who
out of
decided
existence.
that
He's
we
been
should be in
driving around
orbit.
like a dog and
The
shaking
Chinese
it.
guy's not even here.
Yeah, like that
There was no
is not
Chinese guy.
associated.
That was Angus Urquhart.
No.
No.
Okay.
Mark's
Oh, son number
character.
2.
Oh, Mark's character? Yeah.
We're griping about Mark, you know?
Yep.
His NPC character?
Mark's a suicide. He's a suicide king.
With diplomacy of like 20.
He tried to suicide the party.
He was awesome, that's all I can say.
I know, but I just like how, because you have one person that shows up once who has the suicide
Well, he's
groups,
been here a couple times, though, over the years.
suddenly then the whole party is implicated as wanting to kill Burton.
To be fair, I believe it was my idea, not his.
Okay.
That's true.
All right. So B is the one person apparently that has a death wish for you, and by implication,
Well, for
we're all
us,
guilty.
apparently.
And I wasn't going to do it if not everybody agreed.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can't
You
go to
must
the,
march into
you
the
can't-
disintegrator.
You can't get to the spaceship behind the comet by yourself.
Besides, she's only going to do it to 3 people.
I asked for information on where the
She
new
was
person
not
is
in
being
that
held.
group.
You can give me
But it
a
was.
electronics operation or computer operation.
We needed to go back and take
You've
the
got thin ice as far
way
as
back,
your
so-
paranoia.
I'm gonna see if I can take some of the wall and see if I can just hold it into my hand.
I did it by 3.
Get some ideas. Fun ones.
Music.
Well, it's not. If you can just form it into a 4-dimensional, oops,
Well, then it would trigger.
it would trigger. It would explode.
Right.
So if it's in a granulated state, then you will it into the Muse sigil.
You could maybe use that for body armor.
Yeah.
Push a button.
That's pretty good.
I'm starting to think that way. I'm trying to think, can I get a mass of this stuff out
The other
beyond
locations
corridor?
are
just
online
now,
right
we have
now,
Darth Vader fights
but
up.
the ones that have
your armor
records
squeeze
for
you.
contact
There you go.
with, or at least at one point in time had specimens from
Then
New
everyone
Circle.
starts spending to buy up their will.
That'll be the will.
Is there a way to travel from this facility to these other facilities?
Enter the beacon.
You need another computer operations.
You know where that one is, right?
No, I don't.
Cytoses. Not too far from there.
11, 10. Did it by 7.
It does seem like there was at some point in time means to travel to other regions, but it doesn't seem like there's anything here. It feels as though a lot of equipment was moved somewhere, and you get a feeling that only a small amount of equipment still is here in storage.
Like 10% or more.
Things that were found non-relevant.
Okay. They left the garbage cans. And a couple floor mats, though, when the rolling chairs were there, they didn't wear a
Does it
whole
have any
floor.
reason
Otherwise,
why
you've
they
been
left?
coming across chambers that seemed like they had tables and chairs, or not chairs, but tables and benches and things of that nature, and it was just empty. A lot of empty room.
Can you give me a translation between its language and Celestial?
You get a feeling that you can kind of guess what some of these things are indicating, and it doesn't seem like it's that hard. You think that if you came across here, especially with your background of Akkadian, you might be eventually able to start cracking this. It doesn't have any translation readily available for you, but
How about Snake Man?
no, not from what you can tell.
I'm looking for other dead languages.
How about Akkadian?
Try mathematics on it.
I do have some Applied Mathematics MK.
That's how you're making some of these guesses based on things. You're looking at some things like, well, this search query comes up as a 1, this one comes up as a 0.
Eventually, I can just look at it, and when the numbers are falling, I can tell what's going on.
Neo. You're the one.
I'm gonna will some of the stuff in my hand
So
that's on the
basically,
wall,
this stuff
Okay.
has been
and
kind
then
of
see
a
if I can make it.
trust.
No, it doesn't count.
We've learned
Into,
some
like-
stuff. I know
We
other
found this
facilities
anyway.
we can look at.
Found a snake
Let's say a
man.
knife.
Okay? You can
Down
roll.
13 essence again.
Can I find out why the Snake Man is in here?
For study.
You give me computer operations.
By 12.
You can disconnect like a glob of it, but once it's unattached from the wall, it seems to be relatively unresponsive.
By 8.
You're not sure specifically.
able to
Apparently,
take
he was holding it for something, and then at some point in time, all operations simultaneously stopped and were redirected somewhere else.
You try awakening the snake man. You see one
Where
of those.
was it? Where were they redirected to?
Yeah.
Give me a
lone snake
electronics
man, not
operation
too worried about that.
parachronic.
That's not a bad idea. I like it. I like Browning's idea.
We can put it to use to, helping us. Maybe it knows
We
something.
interrogate it and then we
want to
kill
help
it.
us?
Yeah.
Because
Give me an astronomy. I'll give you a +2 on it.
So it only works if there's electricity
By
running.
9.
That's what I'm guessing.
By 9.
This thing doesn't
Ultimately, it takes you a few more hours to figure this out, but you feel that you're making progress the entire time. You feel as though whatever operations were here stopped for some significant reason, and they were moved, not to a physical location, but you can tell based on the position of the planet, sometime probably in the 35th century.
In the future?
That'd be the future, yeah.
It sounds weird, but that's what it looks like. They talk about space as though it's the same, or they
travel time.
They look as though they like are marking time as though it's like taking a ferry to England.
They don't care about time. They travel in any direction.
It's like as much as I care about distance.
That's sad, but
So
yeah.
what, he was here, and then they put him in Thomas's time when he was in the coma?
So in the 35th century, that's interesting. So it means something's happening.
Yeah, humanity might not be there.
If anything, it seems to indicate that there is in fact a planet at that point in time.
A planet.
Just
Well,
out
it
of
doesn't need to be a
curiosity,
planet. It
Why
could
are
just
you
be an
using
asteroid belt.
fiberglass insulation?
because it tastes good. Rips it right inside.
Because they
And
both
it
require
insulates
sugar
me
high.
against the coming cold. You know, it's only August, but
Yeah,
soon the
no,
cold
like I
weather
said,
will
if
be
you wanted to
here.
borrow them,
It's
the prison
okay.
laundry.
I'll let the
Martin
facility know that one of
wasn't
its inmates has escaped its cell. Can I put it back in? And I think about the big energy beam.
Ooh, I like it.
You can give me an electronics or computer operation.
You're going to see a red siren come down.
Just so you know,
The
they kind of
klaxons start
broke the
going.
containment
You don't think there's any
device.
particular precedence for it? This facility is no longer used.
It doesn't care.
You're not. You don't get the feeling that you're
It was probably never designed.
talking to an intelligence. You get the feeling that everything was extremely well thought out. Where like you're like, well, I kind of need a knob right where my hand is. There's a fucking knob already there. It's not so much that you feel as though you're willing it. It's just somebody with an incredible understanding of ergonomics and computer interface was like, this is how we want to set it up, where anyone could figure out this shit.
Okay.
So she could just go and trap it then.
So I think
Except
we,
for the facility. What I think you just said is the facility isn't designed to do that again.
I think we should wake the Snake Man up. He doesn't have a body armor, so any one of us can shoot him in the head with a gun, for goodness sakes.
Okay.
And we talk to the guy.
All right.
See what he knows.
And
Bring
when,
me
we're,
the Snake Man.
and when we're done talking to him,
Or do we have to
we
go
kill
kill
him.
You can find out where he is in the
Did you
facility.
guys
Can't we
talk
just put him
to
back
the-
in the
Yeah,
container?
It seems like one of these
Possible.
Faraday cages is holding him in place.
Snake
Okay.
Man.
We'll go there.
Extreme prejudice for non-humanoids.
What if he's extremely
You
nice?
You guys will end up losing another point of
Is that what
fatigue.
you found?
I mean, you don't have any kind of. You've been using. The lights are on in the facility now, but I mean, there's nothing to. Jeb's been sitting on a concrete slab coming out of the wall. You guys have been kind of sitting in the corner. You've eaten, but it's probably been about 16 hours since you've gotten. What
We
is
just
it, up to
question
London?
the Snake Man.
What's
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Hey, when you question him,
I don't care. You guys can go longer. I'm just making you aware of the
question
situation.
him.
You can't find out where he is in the facility. It'll probably only take you 10 minutes to get there.
What if he's innocent? I mean,
None of the Snake Men are innocent. They used humans like cattle. Okay? Just everybody lock that firmly in your mind so that
Kill
you
all
have
the
no
Germans.
remorse when you see the Snake Man. You just squeeze the trigger, put the bullet between
not
his head.
Hunter, though. He's not the same as the other Germans. Never had a problem with Hunter.
What are you talking about?
He said kill all the Germans.
Why would you kill all the Germans?
Because
Because
they
we
treated
hated
the
them.
Jews like, prisoners and
That's
stuff.
not
Pretty
All
sure
of
that
them.
was the
Great
Third
War.
Reich,
What,
right?
what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Also,
Yeah.
that doesn't happen
We don't know if
for
there's
another...
a division in the state, Snakeman. Oh. It hasn't happened yet.
It hasn't happened yet. We're
It hasn't happened. It's
26,
2021. You gotta get
26.
history
Mind you,
right
there
there.
was a war with the Germans, but
There's the Great War.
Great War. I
We
was
didn't,
there.
we didn't
What is
commit
this
any
war that
atrocities.
everyone keeps talking
They
about?
signed the Treaty of Versailles.
Yeah.
Let it be.
they make great vehicles.
Exactly.
I don't
They're
see
coming
much
back.
good of talking to the Snake Man.
In an alternate universe, my character started investing in the Deutschmark at this point in time. I'm like, it looks like they're going fairly well.
Do we really need to talk to Snake Man?
the idea would be is that obviously he probably interacted with the Yith, although if they know time, they could have just plucked him from
The future.
the future. And he's
We can
like,
ask.
I don't know, the last thing I remember, I was sitting on the toilet, and then, now I'm talking to you people, right? But we don't know that until we ask.
Okay.
And if
I
he's
guess
that
we're going to
useless,
the
then
snake man.
in the head.
What do they eat?
Like I said before, it takes
don't
probably
know.
about 10
Some
minutes to
will
get
live long
there.
enough for us to know
You'll
if
come
he's
across one of those another antechamber.
Diplomacy helps
It seems like
give some
in the
deep-
second
Well,
antechamber
let B
there
work
is
that out.
a serpent man, and then in this facility there's also that
Mice.
ape kind of like man sitting in the far left antechamber, and then there's this strange electrical cage holding him
If
in
nothing
place.
else, this will be a good experiment to see how to revive things.
The only thing is-
so when we get to the mute guy, we've got
Moving through those hewn stone areas, it seems as though there's no more debris in them, and it seems as though you're walking on strange kind of light as it lights up as you kind of tap the ground, but there's noticeably a few inches between you and the ground.
Okay.
I like it. I'm not going to getting contaminated.
Go over to the snake man cage, put my hands where I think the controls should be, and say I want to be able to interact with him in our time here, but I still want him restrained.
Okay.
I like it.
You got your
Make
circlet?
it so.
You're firing on all cylinders, B.
Circle it.
Oh no.
Oh, I guess you don't need it. Never mind.
All right. So does that happen for me?
What? Oh, so you can give me your will roll. Oh, you guys were talking about other things.
A
then.
will roll?
Yep.
Oh, freaking dice.
Lock it.
Lock it.
15. I only failed by one.
Okay.
Can I try again?
Or is it successful?
It just takes some time, and ultimately the field goes down. And there's a moment where, what is it? You're like, oh, right, well, how does he wake up? And he just opens his eyes pretty much instantaneously. There's no kind of like, oh, he's awaking from cryo sleep. He's now immediately standing in front of you.
Is he restrained?
No, not at all.
Someone was
He's in the buff, if that makes you feel better about your situation.
Whoever talks Snake Man, start talking.
Yeah.
Snake man. I speak snake man.
Can anyone give me perception thaumatology?
There he goes. He was a powerful wizard this time.
Thaumatology based off of perception.
How does this work? Perception
Thaumatology
plus
based off of your
thaumatology?
perception.
What's your
No.
thaumatology?
Just you're substituting the stat that it's based off of, which is power, and you're putting into it your
Finish
perception.
that
So
on.
you
Thaumatology is not power. It's
by one.
7.
okay. Well then,
I see.
so do it.
It's stronger.
Missed
Might
it.
be.
Missed it by,
Oh.
missed it by 2.
No, not Cthulhu dice. It's
Say
not
perception thaumatology.
Perception thaumatology.
That's mine based off of.
Down to 12. 7, 13, 15.
Did by 6. So sorry, Tom.
good. 1.
By 3.
Okay. He does seem to take, what is it, anyone making it by 4 or more, you'll be able to find out. Anyone 4,
6.
6, 4? I mean, you?
Oh, you made it 7.
So you two, it seems as though so the rest of you don't immediately notice this, but it doesn't seem necessarily like he's taking a aggressive action. However, his hands have already kind of moved into a position which would be convenient for him to start into some sort of gesture relating to, I suppose, more of a classical matter distortion. So, just so you're aware, it also looks as though his eyes kind of move fairly rapidly back and forth, but it's almost hypnotic. It's hard to see, but you're noticing it.
I do look down towards his hands, not towards his eyes. I'm like, all right, we don't want to fight, but we freed you from your cage. And
What are
Stand in
you
front
saying
of
this in what?
Hunter.
diplomacy, Snake Man.
You know Akron?
I know Akron too, but I'd prefer Snake Man.
What's Snake Man?
What's Snake Man?
Akron.
It's Akron.
Akron.
Yes?
Yes,
Yep.
Akron is Snake
I,
Man.
I speak Snake Man. I guess I'll change it to Akron now.
And
Where did you learn Snake Man?
From my friends that speak it fluently that had it
Akron.
tagged into their mind.
That is Akron.
I like Snake Man.
She learned it while she was going through
Yeah.
nuts of days of her
It is
life.
in fact Akron.
I'm going crazy.
Okay.
Snake Man and Horseman.
So you can repeat what he said before.
Yeah. Could you please put down your hands? I can tell you're a cast.
His hands are near his sides, but if you want them further on down, I suppose the key thing is part of his knuckles are bent, and you're aware that regardless of his positioning, he could theoretically do something. The main thing with the perception was to be aware that he apparently is aware of how to cast certain spells. And that's not unusual. Those serpents that he fought in the damn temple were deflecting a lot of rounds when you had them. What is it, when you're firing at them with shit?
You're in a prison. Do you know what put you here?
I don't know.
It's creatures that travel easily through time, back and forth, up and down, left and right. They don't view time like we do.
This is Tundalos.
Say that again.
Tondalos?
Is this Tondalos? Is that what you said?
No.
Mythos.
Describe. You can give me a mythos.
Hounds of Tondalos.
Right now, unfortunately, it's only with Acheron. Individuals that hear Acheron.
I
Three
only
of
have
us,
deep
so-
one in that.
Where's the mythos?
It is a mythos.
Oh, it's a mythos roll?
I only speak Latin, Belgian, French, and Dutch.
Missed it by
Hounds
2.
of $10.
3.
Missed it by 3.
By 8.
13.
8.
No, wait.
I did it by
I take that back.
2.
2.
6.
We got a 2. We got a
Straight up.
Straight up.
8, I believe you said.
8.
Yeah.
You guys are vaguely aware you had come across Hounds of Tondalos that tried to hunt down that individual who was traveling through time using that dust that got contaminated in his coffee in the morning. Thus sent him in a spiral
That's
of a
the way we do
coma for
things.
2 years.
Things happen. Things happen.
Lisa Morton's cleaned out the what is it? Well, she cleaned out the material and transferred the contents because at one point in time the warehouse wasn't really fucking. It was just kind of sitting there. She didn't realize that there's things that can attach itself to glass that can't be cleaned with soap.
Yep, I hear you.
Things happen.
So.
Hey, it gave the world a
You
head
guys are
leg up.
vaguely aware of the Hounds of Tondalos, but he seems to be talking about something above Tondalos, or the Hounds, and you're not familiar what quite it is, but he seems to be referencing something above that.
We are familiar with the Hounds of Tondalos.
This is not what he brought
But it is
here.
No.
Something bigger.
What brought you and I here?
Can someone translate so the rest of us can hear what's
Yep,
going on?
I do,
said
I will.
translate. You speak any other
Why don't you
languages
just tell him
like
that the Yith brought him here?
Yith did it.
Do you know
He's
Yith
aware
in
of
his
Yith.
language?
He hasn't seen any yet.
Do I what?
They saw you and took an interest in you. Why would they do that?
He says Yith collect and study.
Like that guy over there that's all hairy.
He'll kind of move a little bit, but he keeps looking at you. He seems to be making...
You've been in here 100,000 years plus, buddy. You people,
This is Earth.
you're not around much anymore. We find you in specimen tubes like this.
Why is he looking at Thomas?
I don't know.
No, he's looking at B.
Because
Why
we,
isn't it
the
Thomas?
two of us spoke to him.
Interpret for everything. I'm going to interpret for my friends.
Where
They
you
can ask
from?
intelligent questions too.
He
Jim's
says,
already doing it.
where are we?
Earth?
Here. I'm from here.
Okay.
Ask him how many continents there were in his
Yeah,
time.
how many continents are there? Land masses.
He says 3.
Oh, yeah, it's been different.
Yeah, you're more than 100,000 years in this tomb, buddy. Sorry.
Was there a human revolution that you know of? An uprising?
No.
Well, you missed that too.
You missed that.
Does it look like he's lying?
It's hard to fucking
looks
tell.
like
You
Ian's
can give me a
lying.
body language.
Well, the human uprising.
I'll take a
went on.
body
You have a
language
body
roll.
language serpent man? He's like...
That's what I
No,
said.
there is no species for body language, people.
There
No
is.
subcategory.
Nope, I don't in the book. By 10.
Body language, right?
Only 6.
7.
Only 6. 6 is still solid.
7.
Don't knock it.
Anyone making it by more than 5, it does seem as though he seems to be technically telling the truth, but you get a feeling that
11?
he technically
Doesn't believe her.
technicality.
He's splitting it here.
Do you still have the circlet from Cytosis?
What's that?
The one you put over your head?
You can contact
There's a
him
communication device that Cytoses
Don't give him
gave
that.
you, and that's currently
but
back
show
at
them
the
that we're
warehouse.
Speaking the truth.
It's back at the warehouse.
We know that you guys can.
I pull up my shirt so you can see the
Yep.
jumpsuit. Tell him we found his stuff.
Do you know how to turn down the temperature in your suit so we can use it more effectively? Well, I'm about to know that.
We just need a
He says
tube to
this-
circulate site buster.
There isn't controls in them, you just make a different type of suit.
Okay, good enough. Do you want to get frozen back into your pod there, or would you like to come adventure with us in the world? Or?
Which landmass are you from?
He'll tell you the farthest south. If you have a map, he can show you.
Sure, I pull up my map.
Why don't you
and
ask him to
I'm
draw one? Why don't you ask him to draw one?
There you go, draw a map. We have him draw a map.
He says with what?
I have drawing materials.
I give him a pen and paper. I throw it at his feet.
But he had 3 continents.
He will step down from the pedestal he's sitting on.
Okay. But he has to pick that up, right?
Yeah.
Hard to hold the gang symbols and be like,
He does pick up the materials,
Yeah.
and he's always kind of watching the group.
I walk over to the monkey man while he's drawing.
But his hands are kind of out of sync now, right?
But the monkey
A little
man's in the
bit,
same room?
but it's kind of the same disadvantage that you holding a gun would be. If you really want to drop the shit and do something, you're probably willing to take the small penalty that incurs. He does seem to draw fairly well with the materials. From what he can tell, it looks like sometime after the kind of a Pangea continent was starting to split.
It's a great cataclysm.
Ask him if he knows anything about the plateau of Leng.
Huh? Do you know anything about the plateau of Leng?
The king
Takes
of
a
the
moment, but he says madness dwells within the mind.
Yeah, we know that.
We know that.
Have you dealt with this before?
He says not for some time.
How did you deal with it?
You stop the madness.
How did you stop the madness?
You can give me a chemistry roll.
Adderall and Straterra.
He spits acid in your face.
No. He describes them.
Did it by 11.
Prozac or something.
He seems to describe a very complex molecular formula for something, where he says it literally inhibits memories.
It's hard to go mad if
Did
you
you
don't
just
remember.
feed to everybody that had been exposed?
He says only to frontline soldiers.
How did you contain it again? Once you frontline soldiers had done their job.
He says they removed it from their minds.
Okay.
He'll tell you that they can implant or remove anything from organic minds that they want.
Okay.
So we should keep this guy alive. Don't translate this, please. We should keep this guy alive.
You're assuming he doesn't know.
If he speaks English, that's great. Because the other alternative is
He
I'm gonna
looks at
kill
you when you're talking. You don't know if he's actually.
And I look back at him and I tell him the other alternative is if you're
But
not working with us, I'm gonna kill
theoretically
you.
speaking, unless he has some sort of means, you're talking a language that hasn't been developed in his timeline yet.
Exactly.
So you're like,
might have been the
Umpaka,
precursor.
Uchawa.
Exactly. He's like, look at the monkey
might
talk.
have
What's
been
turning
the
He's speaking Ewok.
I hope they don't start throwing poo at me. We should take him back. The point being to the chantry, hold him as a prisoner, and milk him for all the scientific information he has with
I was in the bathroom.
chemicals.
What
Give him to MI5 or somebody else.
There were supposedly 7 living creatures that were being held here, 5 of which were too large from what B could see with a precursor, not a precursor, but a quick look, 2 of which were roughly human-shaped and were in this antechamber, or I should say, antechambers off of this main chamber.
Ask him if he's ever
So does he
encountered
need his
any
arms to
beasts
still be
that
helpful?
consume primal energy and don't have a true form.
Have you ever encountered any beasts that consume primal energy and don't have a true form? They would have been around the time of dinosaurs.
He says you'll have to give him more details.
I
It
described
has
the
no-
creature that we've been facing. Dark cloud. Spirit.
Highly intelligent.
Highly intelligent.
Probably would consider him an animal.
They would consider all of us to be animals, you, us.
He says maybe a primordial.
Could be a primordial. You have a better description of a primordial?
He says they often. He says it's a trick of the light, but they often look like gas,
Yes.
dark gas.
And they take on forms of things.
Your
that they
people
see.
have lost the war. They lost it before 100,000 years ago. The continents are in 7 now, there's not 3. Do you have any interest in coming out and helping to fight the madness and existing again?
He'll tell you that they're aware of a cataclysm, and they had planned accordingly.
Yeah,
He says, "Are you sure that everyone's gone?"
we found a couple of your
Ships? Temples?
temples, ships.
He says the sleeping temples.
Yep.
He says those will be scattered and then eventually wake.
Yeah, okay. Good luck with that.
So he says that you still came across an intact one.
Yes.
So you
Well,
found,
I mean, it was intact. We'll just say that.
so you found how many others?
That's what I am. How many were there?
2?
He'll tell you more than one.
Yeah. I guess you people are deep asleep, waiting for you to wake them up.
Are you an engineer?
He's capable.
The thing you have to realize, B, is they've got automated systems that are going to wake people up. So,
Oh, I didn't know.
Can
You
you
got
ask him-
automated systems that are going to wake you
Yeah.
up?
He says resources might be allocated.
Ask him what
He
his
says things may have
profession is.
changed. We might have lost a war.
Well, a war, I guess. Not the war, though.
He says, sure, the war.
No. The stars aren't right yet. They're getting close.
I think you're talking too much there, B.
You could be useful to our kind, I guess. Would you work with us to, your chemicals and stuff from memory, that type of stuff?
It doesn't have anything on him right now. It would have to get access to
Your
its
mind
technology.
is what we need.
It would take a long time for you to be able to replicate anything.
Yeah, it might not take as long as you think.
He says there's probably lots of remnants of his technology around. He would have to look around. However, he would be interested in learning how the world has changed since then.
Which means
Big
he's gonna
body
go
language
and
on him.
wake up every
Give you
morning.
body language.
Better
Look at my
than
bag.
having
Here's an
a
extra Sears
can
robot
shoot these
catalog.
things.
I did
You
it
know how
by
many things are in the temple?
7.
No.
He doesn't seem to be questioning a lot of the validity of everything you're telling him, but it doesn't seem obviously threatening. He seems morally, I suppose, cautious and mildly amused.
Ask him what the last thing he remembers.
He doesn't seem to be
before
overly
the
shocked when you told him like 100,000 years.
What was the last thing you remember doing? Why would they
How
have
old
taken
do
an
these
interest
things
in you?
get?
What was your field of study?
He believes
Really?
Only
he'll
violent
tell you
Mexicans,
that the Yith use random sampling techniques. Therefore, nothing. There's nothing specifically about him other than he was randomly selected.
He's unlucky.
What was your field of study? What was your purpose in your society?
He would say that he was a coordinator.
Of
What do you coordinate?
Labor.
He would say labor
Human labor?
sometimes.
Pretty awesome.
be like slave master.
Will our,
Yeah.
if we release this guy, will our friend be punished for not waking up the other?
Again, totally different thing.
He doesn't need to know.
He doesn't need to be part of that temple. I mean, there's a bunch of temples to do all over.
Yep.
Yeah, but what if he goes and he goes to that temple?
Chances of them knowing each other, I think, are slim. It'd be like me going to Africa and being like, "What? You didn't free me?"
Do we want him or what?
I think we need him.
I vote no.
I'm leaning
yes.
towards no
I
myself.
don't think you can trust him. Jeb, can you trust him?
It's 3 no.
Does he got a
I gotta
back?
give you a lot of yeses for you.
Put him back in
I
state.
say we should take him to the chantry and let them decide. No? How about we leave him here and
They have enough to worry about right
can he
now.
get past the ward?
Yes, he's just a
Yeah,
physical
he's
being. He's just a variant of ourselves.
You're not sure if he understands your language, but he does say that he might be able to come across old samples of the mind drug.
But then our friend could too.
He's not our friend.
No, our friend.
No.
How about we play
Psychosis is not
the
our
we
friend.
already have one of you who's helped us some?
What are you talking about? He taught
just
2
looking
people their
for-
language.
Exactly. Okay, monkey.
Yep.
I say we could do.
He takes our gifts and let us live. He's our friend.
No, he's not. He's an enemy that you have a brief little.
You're for
truce
letting them
with.
live. You're for letting them live. You're for letting them live.
Have him crawl back in the tube then. If he wants to live, have him crawl in the tube.
Should be like, say if
If
you
you
don't
don't want
offer
to,
us
if
more.
you don't want to
You
deal
know,
with him,
she
we
did
can
not
just
even
tell
ask me
MI5
if
that
I
he's
wanted
here,
to
and we might have
No, I
information.
saw you shake your head. You don't want to let them. Do you want to let them live?
No, I don't want him
dealing
free.
with,
Okay.
There's a difference.
Britain.
Yeah.
I think the best thing for you and for us is for us to put you back in stasis until we decide what to do with you. Are you going to go there peacefully, or do you want to
Not go peacefully.
not go peacefully?
Or have the possibility of ending his life.
He'll slowly step back up on the platform.
I'll manipulate it and put him back in internal stasis.
Okay, you can give me a computer operation roll.
He kills him at full.
I did by 4.
Okay.
All right.
What do snake men look like?
Oh, I have a picture.
Lizard men.
Snake man.
Can I keep the hairy guy?
Oh, hold
They
on.
don't get the free fingers.
They have a
They
tail.
move real slow
They look like
because it's
the
always
auntie.
too cold for them.
I think
If
they're
they
right
tails,
people.
I think they're gonna have tails too. So our seats gonna have tails.
So what's our next move from here then? Where are we going?
Well, he's up there. He stopped moving, but there's no field around him. He's just like,
His eyes are going back and forth.
Stupid cattle.
I think he's faking it, guys. I think
oh, it's just,
Oh, that's kind of creepy
that's
looking.
horrible.
It is roughly human-sized, and he does look beefy, but not necessarily more than like a thick human would be. But Scythothes seem to be oddly,
He was in his outfit.
like some sort of run to the litter.
Yeah.
Well,
sickly.
See, I think
He was the guy who had polio when he was a kid.
I think Psychosis has a lot of issues with his family, and that's why he's working.
That's why he
with
wants
us.
his
But he's
vacation.
still not our friend.
He's not our friend, but he's as close as we're going to get. with
Does the
Snake
field
Man.
go up around them?
It does.
There you go.
Okay.
Look at the
He'll
monkey
be a
man.
kind of malevolent.
Can we leave some
dictator.
sort of like?
It's odd. I mean, it obviously isn't human, but it looks a lot closer than any modern monkey.
So some
Can we put like some sort of ward up that'll warn us if something steps on it, or like just in case Snake Man was like, "Haha, now I know what I'm being contained in."
Whatever. No, we put a note there with paper.
I owe you.
yeah,
Tape.
sticky.
There's a snake man contained within he knows magic.
Beware.
I date it.
Thanks.
1930, whatever, and I put my name
When
on
we
it.
take another piece of tape and we put it on so the seal breaks, we see the tape is broken.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
Smiley
We
face.
tape a hair.
Put a hair.
Or,
And I take some light bulbs and I break them. I put them around the floor.
or if you're reading this, you should check out the other tube, the one that's broken.
I activated the early warning system.
Okay, do you guys want to free the primate?
Oh my gosh. This
No.
is good.
No, we're not.
Why can't
Sure,
we
I
talk
put
to all
grenades.
of
He
Yeah.
seems
them?
initially inquisitive until he attacks you
History doesn't mean
with
a
raw monkey
goddamn
fury.
thing.
You don't know. You know.
We don't know
Right
if he's
now.
not a brown wizard that knows magic.
Exactly. He could
Great.
be.
It's an
like-
Ewok that
he's
can do
like
funny
Gandalf.
things with his fingers.
All right. If you're gonna open him up, I'm stepping back. So when he's running at me,
about-
I can put a
how about we
600 nitros through him.
go
We don't have
figure
to
out-
open it. I was just wondering. You guys want to open it?
I'm willing to open it if you guys want to open it. And talk to the
No,
monkey
you're
man.
not going to talk to
I don't
him.
even know what language we speak.
He
though.
could be an intelligent human, and you're leaving him abandoned here, man.
Then, you know what? I'm going to
Did
step
you
out
mean
in the
to
hall.
say innocent, I ask you?
Yes, and
All right, I go over and start opening it.
I back off so when it comes running, I get a clear shot.
All right.
Get ready
You
the
can give me a
Abadar
computer
one.
operations roll.
But then B will be exposed. I gotta be up next to B.
Computer operations.
Ready?
I think I got
Nine.
It's easy to
Can
pull
I
the string
reckon
because I know where they
action
are.
to do the Abadar if he tries to attack somebody?
Okay.
Abijah.
All right.
The Abadar wand.
Once again, I mean, there's no
Puts
kind
him
of. There's no.
unless he's
As soon as the
way
field
too
goes down,
strong,
just a second later,
they'll
their
do the
eyes pop
gravity
open.
ripple.
There's no gas. There's no kind of slow decontamination. It surprised you initially. This individual, as opposed to the coolness of the serpent who didn't really move too much, as soon as it pops, he immediately starts kind of
my
looking
hands
around.
Do you speak any languages?
You might have to go through a few B.
Try sign language.
I try gestures.
You can give me a gestures roll.
Thank you. I rolled a 10. I did it
Amazingly
by
enough, he speaks ASL.
6.
You never know.
Wow, who
Did it
knew?
by 6.
Who knew the language?
Initially, he does seem to be panicked, but you can kind of calm him down. It does appear to be a male.
Talk to us, Coco. Talk
Do you
to
have
us.
any rations?
It does appear to
Do
be
you
a
have any
male. How
rations?
so?
Well,
you see
because
a
as
big-
he's starting to move around, you're like, oh, that isn't just a clump of hair down there.
There's something else in that pump.
He seems to be oddly intelligent for like an upper primate. You don't know if this is a missing link, but it would follow like some sort of Charles Darwin kind of pattern.
The good stuff.
He does seem to calm down. He does seem to at least somewhat recognize
You
you.
have to shave him and make him a
He will slowly come down at the pedestal after kind of occasionally looking at other people.
So I'm
Some
out if
pickled
he starts
herring?
trying to
I
mate
go.
with B.
Like that Saturday Night Live skit where
Does he feed it to B in friendship? Like,
No.
I do eat some before, and I eat some more again.
Yeah, he'll eat.
On my tummy.
All right. We wander. I'll take him with us, I think.
What?
yeah, I
You want to put him back on the pedestal?
Yes.
I got a suit he can wear.
A monkey suit?
Is there any way? Can I ask Puddin if there's a way to
Bind him to you?
no, have Puddin talk to him like
The B, you're
mentally?
familiar.
Or you call him Puddin stupid and she only can
No, like you know how
Puddin
you
does kind of
contact
give you a
me?
look like, what?
So like how Jeff contacted me. Is there any way I could? No.
They finally align.
Puddin's not sure.
Oh, God.
double take with her wondering eyes.
She's not cross anymore. No.
Well, if your guy's gonna have pet monkeys, I want to pet a dinosaur, damn it.
Yeah, I don't see one. Sorry.
I want a pet snake man.
There's
Just
big ones
saying.
down here.
Hey, we said they're
Can we have
bigger
this
than
thing
you.
put on the jacket, please? So it's not the carrier of
Okay.
the thing out. I'll
Okay.
go over to it and I'll put the jacket on it. I'll show it. I put it on
Initially, he kind of gets freaked out, and then
Yeah.
you're trying to put it on
I put
him,
it on me first.
and then he's kind of pulling your jacket off, and then
Yeah.
you're like, "No, come on now." And it's a little bit like dealing with
a baby.
like a kind of a giant baby,
Yeah.
and you kind of
He
put
can
it
put-
on him, and he's like,
He can
and then he
probably-
kind of puts it on his head, and
You
moving
realize
around.
the Chantry's gonna hate us. They're gonna be like, "What the fuck do you want us to do with this?"
Look what we found. Here you go,
I'm gonna
guys.
bring it back and take it
Like,
over to-
for real? He's gonna leave
If
him there?
Chantry doesn't want him,
This is
the
road pulling
Numometric
people.
Society would.
We're going to take him to a group of anthropologists at college.
At the Numometric
So
Society.
they're gonna kill him and dissect him.
Numometric Society.
No, they won't kill him and dissect him.
Numometric
Not right away.
Society will kill him.
Not right away.
That would only be.
They'll make him a
They'll
Tarzan.
try and clone him
Gat,
first.
what's the German guy?
Mengele?
Mengele. Who the hell's Mengele?
Exactly.
I'm talking about the German guy who's in
Gerhard
the
Pfister.
Pfister, that's right.
Yeah. I'm thinking about it for the
it's so hairy.
ape.
I really feel sad
He's
for
like
him.
a dream come true.
Come here, Lucky Man.
It's sad that he's in there. It's sad that he's coming out. What should I do?
It's sad that we
I'll
did
take
it
a
to
photo.
him. We could have found a way to have him travel back this time and
No,
throw him
no,
back
best
into the
thing,
cave.
you have to find him with the jacket on.
We could take him to
That's
Chicago.
all not happening right
Which
now.
is just like a cave.
Okay, who wants to put him back in the
But
paralysis?
we should probably just put him back.
Look, he's voting! We're all laughing. He's like,
Look, what's
Who wants to keep him out?
Marcos's take on it? She's a.
Thea Montrose, she's not sure at all
I
about
don't know.
the ethics involved here, or just really what's happening.
Well, okay.
she's like,
You're
what
not
are you doing?
condemning. We're not.
I'm gonna try to get him back
What
on
would
the
happen
pedestal.
if, in a place that you work, if some people came up and said, "Hey, we do all sorts of weird stuff. You know that. We
If
get
you have a
this guy."
living specimen of from
Yes, a living specimen of possibly the missing link. Whatever.
She doesn't know. She
Let's
doesn't
put it on
know.
the
She's
pedestal.
never
It
come
doesn't-
across that.
Take a couple pictures.
Well, just
of
think.
it.
slap him until he came
She'd
to.
imagine that they would.
When the world comes
like,
back to normal.
She'd imagine that the
Exactly.
British
We
government
can't
would
get him out.
create
Yeah.
And then
an environment, a habitat for him, and
I
study
like,
him.
I like Jeb's idea back, when anthropology actually matters anymore.
Yeah, we'll come
like,
back.
hey guys,
That's
I
kinda
know
my
that the
thought.
world is ending, but look what
But
I
if this
found.
continent goes underwater,
Then
Yeah.
he's going to be underwater.
And
He's in
fine.
stasis.
I'm pretty sure this.
He's
little
probably
building-
in the
He's
safest
gonna
part of
be
the
floating
world
underwater with
than
that
anybody
jacket,
else.
smiling like I'm in friends. I'm dead now.
Oh my god, that's sad.
He's safer than the rest of the world in this place.
Yeah.
We found some sort of dead monkey. We don't know if the deep ones are experimenting.
I'm gonna
He's got a jacket, so we think he's human.
His spirit wards on his coat.
Yeah.
I'm
it's
gonna
a
have to
gang
get back
sign.
on this too. I'm trying to gesture for him to get back
All right,
up there.
he'll eventually get back on
I'm
there.
gonna stasis him again.
All right, he kind of holds the jacket as you stasis him.
I smile big.
So is he like
Give me a computer
going like this
operation.
now?
Yeah, he's like,
Oh my god, that's sad, like little monkey cowboy.
I rolled a 6.
Does he still have
Did it by 11.
primal?
I'm gonna take a
Does he still have
photo.
quintessence or essence coming from him right now while in stasis?
I don't know.
11.
don't think he had it running at the time.
I didn't have it running.
Yeah, he's frozen in there. There's definitely going to be a question for the next person that comes across him, like,
No, I
how
leave
did
a
he get
note
the
here.
jacket?
What is he happy about?
I leave a note.
I found a piece of tape and a hair, but then there was a piece of paper that was all kinds of disorder. Was it?
Sorry, Bobo.
I do the same
Be
thing
back
with a note.
later.
Okay.
I leave it here. I say,
wanna
we believe
take
he's
a-
the missing link.
I want
Same
to take
date,
a photo.
We
can
put a
You should-
ward for the spirit
put the
world.
photo
above.
next to
Be
the photo.
concerned.
We
We
left
cannot
the
take
jacket
care
on.
of him. Please find him a good home.
Do
Do not feed him on the ground. He does not like carrots.
Don't feed him after midnight.
He loves car rides.
You should tell him that he's probably been
I want
infected
to
with
take a
smallpox.
photo.
Yep, I do.
He's
Ian,
already dead,
I want to
then.
take a photo.
Okay.
What do I call it?
You realize it's
Whatever
going
you
to
want
look
to
like
call it.
Lost
gonna
friend
look like
number
a Hulk
2.
snow.
Put it in your Frank's picture.
It's going to look like Hulk snow.
He's the closest person you had here besides Frank.
He's already,
No.
She gave him a jacket.
Give him a jacket.
She was already going to
Shared your
assimilate him.
jacket
into-
with him.
What is this?
Grab my bags there, Bobo.
All right. This little bit of
what is
levity
this
and
place called?
dark humors of the current universe has
this
been
place
great, but we
called?
should get back to work.
All right,
Just a
let's leave
Yith
this
site in
place
Scotland.
if we can.
You want to throw up a primal fear, see if you can siphon off quintessence from, or essence on?
I'll put up
No,
my
we
flare.
don't want.
Let's just go.
You want
Let's wait
quintessence
till we
from
get to the normal.
caveman?
Wait, can we take it from the snake man? Problem flare.
No, we don't want any quintessence from here. It's all infested.
No, it's not. Only the Bad guy.
I would guess that since the thing fed on quintessence, that you can't access it when they're in the stasis. Otherwise, these things will all be tapped.
You're right. Unless he didn't like the taste of it.
Depending, yeah.
Or he would have been coming around. Okay.
Oh, shit, look at dinosaur.
Okay, before we leave, I'd like to know what the big things are. I just want to look. I don't want to turn them on and take them home.
But it's innocent. It did nothing to no one.
You don't say innocent.
Primal flare by 7. Anything interesting in the room?
Not really. The containment, the walls are shielded, and it looks like whatever the hell that kind of Faraday cage is.
So you found the facility that contains.
Did he look like Harry in the
No, I've
Hendersons?
narrowed down to 3 or 4.
No, more like the monkey boy from Jumanji.
The X's with the circles around them.
That have humans.
Oh gosh.
New humans.
All he ever wanted to do was get
More
into
than
that
one.
shed.
All we need is one.
Oh, there you go.
Well, that's not true because we need one that actually knows the language. There
gosh,
could be
it's so
some that either
sad.
predate the
So
language
sad.
and that don't know it.
It's fine.
Can you determine the years that they were cataloged?
Okay, determine the years they were cataloged.
Give me astronomy.
So is that our next course of action? Is going after the other place?
We have a continent that's going
Hit by 2.
Well, we might go back to trying to save England, but
Yeah,
that's a
I
lost
think-
cause. So.
England?
You're not quite sure. I mean, if you kind of looked at it for maybe... You got some pens and papers
Go
out
tell
and did some
Amos if
calculations.
he's gonna be
Maybe in an
okay
hour or
with
2 you might be able to
spawn
figure it out. I mean, you're trying to look
should
at a
be okay.
position of the Earth was in relative. I mean, you can't still read the stuff. So, I mean, if you spent a week, you could possibly decode the language.
so
If you
bad,
spent
I
a few
had
more
to
hours, you
What
might be
did
able to
we
figure out where
accomplish
the
on
planet
this
was sitting
mission?
relative.
We learned where the other. We learned where the
You
other
do a photographic
sites are.
memory, so I mean, you
We had a
can
good
attempt
laugh.
to do this,
That's probably
but
something
do
we
it
haven't
later,
done.
maybe?
yeah, maybe later.
We need
How about we get the code
Probably been one of our
we drop it off to
happiest
somebody
adventures
else
we've
on our
ever
way
had.
out
Really?
through town.
I think we have a
Did you
chaos
get the 2 hours of,
mathematician who'd
like,
love
kind of
this place.
Barton
If there weren't a beastie
unpossessed?
loose.
That wasn't fun, but this
Give it a
last part
spirit words will be fun.
kind of offset the
No,
first
this is
part.
sad.
Throw a couple of chantry mages with
Like
him
killing
that
Bobo?
Yeah.
Bobo, don't.
He's dead now.
Bobo's not sad. He's not dead.
It's
He's
Coco.
just in
It's not
stasis.
Bobo. It's Coco.
He's Makoko.
Coco. He's Coco.
How about Bogo?
I already put down
No,
Bobo.
Makoko is from the play.
So,
Espresso.
going through, this is another one of the large. This takes you a while to go through all these objects here. This is another large creature you come across.
Ah!
That's an
Does that
elder
have a
one.
name for it that
see.
can put into my mind?
Not that you can tell, but he can give me a mythos.
That's the elder one. The elder race.
The
Things
Yith?
we don't want to
No, that looks like a...
Make my
No,
six.
it's
Can I see it?
It might be
That's an
innocent.
elder one.
I hear you.
Does it look like
An
a
innocent
Yith?
elder god.
by 4.
He won't let me
If you
have
guys
the
want to
other
put it on, pull it out of stasis,
Amigo?
you can
I
if you
think
want.
so.
How big is it?
Huh?
How big is it?
Oh, like the size of a...
Skyscraper?
No, it's not the size of a skyscraper. It's probably around 17 feet tall.
Do we have to do a fright check?
I would say you guys knew roughly the shape of it coming in. You slowly approach it. You
Is
guys
it
have
Yith?
fairly good... No, it's not a Yith.
It's
That's
an
a-
elder one.
That's a big cucumber.
With
It's not
a
good.
Not
4...
going anywhere near it.
I'm
Five.
It's not a
gonna
carrot.
It does
That's a
seem to be
cucumber.
descriptive of an elder thing.
It's
What does that mean? Can you give me a...
Supposedly they were erased around the same time period. What the hell is it? The same time period that the
I made it by 6.
prior to some of the deep ones and serpents. You're aware that there were elder things in Migo that were on the planet. Neither of those were originally from the planet, but they were here, and for whatever reason, they're not here anymore.
Okay.
Just leave it.
We leave that thing. Don't approach it.
What's the next one?
Yep.
Can you
Hey,
stop looking at
The
this?
next.
you need to take a photograph of that. Nobody's probably ever seen one of those.
Can I
Who
take a
survived?
photograph of everything?
If you can.
I go to the wall and I try to will a seat that's going to take me to the entrance.
Stop that.
Can I ride? I climb on it. I'm leering over you as we ride to the entrance.
So it's sort of like the one that goes up the stairs.
Yeah.
You'll know that
How
worked
many
in Gremlins.
specimens are there?
Great.
I think there were 2 more.
Worked great until they got near it. Whew.
I think we're burning the daylight. We should go all rest
We
up.
should go. I agree.
Yep. Should go.
Yeah, spend.
This is all great.
We
when we're
spend
not
10
on the
minutes
call.
on.
And then Ian's like, eh, the
Going
big
what the
thing
hell we
is
gotta go.
trap.
And
And
then
you see water at the entrance.
There's a large large container that I'd say you got to this one by the time that you guys decided to move on to something else.
Is there a guy in there with it?
No, there isn't.
All right.
But
So
there's
we
a
don't know
very
how
large
dangerous
map.
it is.
Do you know what the hell that is, though?
This looks very indicative of the thing that damn near broke Bee's hip, just inadvertently sideswiping her.
I bet you we can take care of it this time.
He's fragile though.
What is it, Shogun?
Yeah, Shogoth or what was the other one called? The
Dark Spawn.
Dark Spawn.
So there's more in there. You're
We're
gonna.
leaving.
We'll leave it.
What? We're not gonna.
You guys can do whatever you want.
I'll stay with you,
There's
Professor,
only like
for
one
an
more,
extra
right?
10
We should
minutes.
not split up
10
the
minutes.
group.
There's 3 more, I think.
There's only 3
They're all in
more.
the same
still
room,
on.
aren't they? Or
No, they're not.
You know,
It's throughout the facility.
I'm pretty sure that our wards and our jackets are probably wearing thin
Let's
right
just
now.
leave
Yeah,
people.
how much
Alright.
time is it gonna take?
Let's get out of here.
Let's just leave.
Like 1 minute?
We're here for the move.
I'd probably say 30 to 40 minutes to go through the various
The
chambers.
new refugee.
For 3
We're looking
things.
for a
A
move.
wheelchair chair
It's not
to
here.
take me to the entrance.
Doesn't seem to work like that.
Let's just start walking.
Yep.
Otherwise, I'm going to have to make a signal and teleport us all there.
Can we just hold space to get there?
No.
Oh,
You would have to have an what is it?
Well,
a,
not outside of the gate, but
If there's interposing barriers, then
maybe
you're
not.
shred
With
your-
the,
You'd have
with
to-
the system all up and running.
You can fold space between here and there. However, whatever you're attempting to send through there has to pass through the barriers. So if you're sending something like gamma radiation, it might be able to penetrate like certain layers of wood and dirt. But if you're sending like people, you'll
Okay. It
you'll
Just
hit
might
the
be
wall.
Shiftboard that
Is
comes
the
up to
dark
side.
cloud close to us right now? Sensing it?
Not from where you are. You're pretty deep in the facility.
We're heading up.
Okay. For the most part, you don't seem to detect it as you're heading back up.
Okay.
You guys get to the front chamber, and it does look as though that electrical grid that kind of cleared all the debris
Broke the section.
shaved off probably about 2 to 3 inches of the chamber leading up to the area, and the ward was kind of about yay deep onto the ground, and it just sheared off, and there's an electrical field leading up
Hey,
to
look
the
at
cavern.
Is the thing still here?
You haven't detected it.
It flat. See, we could have just freed it right from the start, and would ended up at the same spot.
Yep, there
Yep.
you go.
Well, if we ever
Save
meet
2
up with
hours?
them, we can tell them technically we did free you.
yep.
Yep.
Facility broke the signal, we didn't.
well, we did
So
tell
you,
him
so
we'd
you
leave
pulled
him
the lever
alone.
that changed the. So you're the originator.
Do you really want to go there? Yep.
Yep.
I'm responsible for everything it does from now. Thanks. Thanks for pointing
In
that out.
fairness, you found out about various information and things of that nature.
I'll be sure to
I think,
keep reading the papers.
in fairness,
while I'm
in one of his emails, he was talking about letting it go right away. So,
That was my plan all along.
So I guess it's now on to try to see what we can do with England.
all right, so you guys are a little bit tired. You do come out. I would probably say it's skidding to the crack of dawn the next day. You guys were
the
down
day
there
that the England's supposed to go underwater and we're here.
supposedly in about 13 hours from now.
Oh, God.
You don't know anything
go
about
see-
England, but there's supposedly some event in the Pacific Ocean.
Let's go visit Angus.
Oh, did we trigger that?
Scotland?
Yeah.
No, we said a military scout.
Does our mathematician know anything
We can see if he's
else?
still around.
What
I'm
was
sure his
his
bunker
call
will be
about?
safe in the penumbra. Maybe we can go get King Arthur's sword.
There's going to be an event
And St.
in
Mongo
Nepal
Tears.
in 5 days.
Same Mongo twos. We need more
And
Same Mongo
it's
twos.
not a heavy particle event. It's like a heavy particle
Explosion.
suck hole. It's the opposite of what we normally chase down. Am I right?
Yep. When Omar detected another event, what is it? Not Omar. Riker was helping Omar go through the readings, and he gave you more information about the event that's going to take place in 13 days. And he also said that Omar actually missed an event that's 5 days from now.
And it was unusual and it was happening in
He said
Nepal.
it actually kind of was like a sinkhole. It looked like it was a tunnel rather than a spike in heavy particle radiation. That's why he didn't normally pick it up.
How about instead of something appearing to wreck things,
It opens a gateway.
Something's leaving.
it could be something leaving or something
Good coming.
fixing something.
Maybe.
It'd be like your mission, and it's channeling energy to some other thing to make that event happen.
There you go. Yep.
Well, let's go see if Angus is making preparations.
It could be something that's sucking away the yellow god to use it to power something else.
We'd never be.
Remember, she's been awfully optimistic lately.
I know, and I crushed it.
What's that?
Nothing. Well, can we go visit Angus and see if he's safe?
Sure, let's go visit Angus.
Yep.
Remember, don't make any sudden moves around
I
the
picked
wife.
up my
All around the
my
light.
gate
Yeah.
sigil thing then.
I don't think she's got a great deal of control over the demon inside.
Okay.
She's a demon?
Yep. Yeah, you should totally piss her off.
Remember to smoke a certain
That's my
common.
advice to you. When she asks you to do something, totally get defensive and pull weapons and do all that kind of
So
stuff.
you're not going to do what she says.
Yeah, that'll help
Yeah,
too.
question
I
what
wanna
she
see the amount
does.
of shit that falls on
Constantly.
you.
Yep.
Everybody else, do not.
All right, so
take
what are you guys
any
doing then?
advice to Burton. Do not do the opposite.
What are you guys
of
doing
what
then?
I've said.
We're gonna go visit Angus.
All right.
Are you
Probably
gonna
takes
teleport
Are you driving there or teleporting?
Teleporting.
Okay. You can lay down your sigil here. You can give me a transpose roll. You are aware that there is a transpose gates close to Urquhart Castle.
Before you take
Yeah, they might be booby trapped now because the missus is doing shit. So I
sure.
filled some space, view a place.
one thing, before you transpose with me, can you do the little bone thing on me? See how high my paradox is?
All the baseline. Corners, stacked on each other. Pips on holding each other up.
I try to take
One of them's kind
paradox
of
on.
floating, then fire falls.
So I got 9, 8. So a success by 7.
1, 2 out of 10.
Okay.
Not high.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll check myself.
Thought I burned it up when I was trying to kill the thing.
I don't know that it works that way.
Well, I was burning a lot of quintessence and not using the little...
I got 4 on myself.
1 out of 10.
Okay.
We teleport to Urquhart Castle.
Okay.
I'm gonna fold space first and
Need a full space?
view space, and I'm gonna. Is there a town next to Urquhart Castle?
Yeah,
that's
I can't
relatively
figure out. It's
close?
like Dern.
There's like a small town.
Something like that.
So I'm gonna try to pick a farm field near that town.
Okay.
I don't think she'd be
Contestant
having that
sources.
within her monitoring field. So 8 space. So by 8,
Okay.
view it. Everything looks okay there.
Yeah, looks fairly quiet.
Try to do the Foxfire sigil.
Yep.
Can put in a system. Fox plan.
Wouldn't can, I suppose.
It says put in what?
9. So 4.
The cats don't necessarily want. I know.
So success by 4 on the Foxfire. And then did you use symbol drawing?
Yep, I need a symbol drawing.
That's on fire and fairy fire. I just need to couple.
That's going to be 14.
Stomping it down.
So by 2.
Good.
2 on the symbol drawing.
So you give me a transpose.
Yeah, really.
And then the transpose comes in. So 11, 10, so by 5.
I should say, did you want to keep a sigil here? Did you want to draw one out? Did you want to place
I
down a
thought we
canvas?
had. We'll draw one out on the stone.
The only thing is, if you put the canvas, you can go right away, but then you're leaving a canvas behind.
I'll ask her. Ask the professor. Why don't you draw a sigil that we can all be standing in while I do this other stuff?
The other stuff goes pretty quickly, so the symbol drawing would be the limiting factor.
I'll wait before I initiate all this. For the symbol. Okay. So we're standing in the symbol.
Me too.
All right.
Okay. Then send us.
All right,
So
and-
success by 5.
Yep. All of you arrive in a farm field near, you assume, wherever the hell. Those of you without body sense,
I'm gonna get it next time I get some points.
it only happens when he ends up teleporting you guys.
Yeah,
So.
it's only important once in a while. And it's really important, man.
And then we'll walk up to the farmhouse.
Walking up to the farmhouse, you roughly know where you are.
Okay. Do we know that there's a taxi service in town?
You can probably call one from one of the local pubs. It'd probably be a 15-minute walk from here.
Can we just go to the middle of town?
Go to the farmhouse. Does it look like they have a motor vehicle there?
You gonna steal somebody's car?
You can find that there is somebody working there.
Excuse me, sir.
Can I help you?
Yes. Do you have a motor vehicle?
I don't plan on going into town today.
I was wondering if I could pay you 100 1-ounce gold coins to see if you would take me and my friends up to the Urquhart estate.
Is this some sort of game, or
No.
do you need 100 1-ounce coins?
Well, I got American 1-ounce gold coins.
Americans are carrying around hundreds of gold coins on them, aren't they?
They do silver.
I haven't been there in a while.
Silver.
Please still say silver
Do they
coins.
have gold dollars or silver dollars?
Gold
$20.
dollars. Yeah, gold dollars.
They have $20 coins. They have $40 coins.
All right. So I'll give you 5 $20 gold coins.
And you just want transportation to town.
No, to the Urquhart estate. You're familiar with the Urquhart estate, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Urquhart. Are you talking about Urquhart Castle?
Yeah, that would be.
Well, where Angus lives. You're familiar with Angus, aren't you?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay. We're friends of his, and we wish to go pay a call on him.
Well, where's the money?
Pull it out. It's in your hand now. If
He seems to be
accepting.
genuinely surprised.
Can I do a primal conduit and steal 1 quintessence from him?
God.
Potentially.
People think that I go to the dark side because I made a bargain with some vampires. This guy here is a freaking social vampire.
Your argument is
checkout guy?
weak, though.
Pass by one.
You manage to pull one from him. He doesn't look like he has terribly that much left. He does kind of give your friend kind of a weird
Stink
look.
guy?
It's probably because you gave him money is the only reason he's dealing with you people at this
Can we
point.
just knock that off?
Seriously, you guys just got rid of all of it.
Do I need to take you behind the woodshed? Because I'll do that.
Take 'em.
All right, well, I need to get going here. I've got other things, the pigs to feed, and
Yep.
All right.
he says I only got enough room up in the front, so
We're happy to all ride in the back.
Ladies first.
Yeah, one of the ladies.
he'll
take
allow
the
you to
front.
sit up front.
One of the ladies, the only
The rest of you can sit in the
Well,
back.
there's Althea's a lady.
Yeah, the only lady.
Well, there's B.
All right, so the two ladies.
Only nice thing.
Otherwise, you guys will start to head into town up towards the Urquhart Castle. Are you going to his manor or the castle?
Manor.
We go to the manor.
Okay. He'll drive up towards the manor. It does seem like he knows where it is.
I do ask, do you have a thing with it? Mr. Urquhart? Like, he's not Angus?
Well, are they friends of yours, or...?
I know him. He's an associate.
He says, there's all kinds of dark rumors regarding those Urquharts and the woods out there and their damn little castle and what have you.
All right. Well, so there's rumors about him. Unsavory rumors, perhaps?
He would say dark rumors.
Okay. Well, thank you for the warning.
Well, he'll drop you off. He does drop you probably about a block away from the building.
At the end of the driveway, sort of thing.
Yeah.
All right.
That's fine.
Thank you.
I thank
we
him.
We all pile up. It's like a clown car.
Well, we're in the back of the
We're
truck.
Mexicans.
Oh, Mexicans.
We go walking up there.
You the one pulling the racist card earlier?
Yeah, I said stop being racist because Seljuk is not an Arab. He's Turkish.
Yep.
Yeah, my parents,
He
it's a
described
racist thing
an Arab
to
to me.
confuse what someone's racial background is.
Yeah.
To
I
call
think
it
he
something
literally
else by
said an
mistake.
Arab.
We go walking up there.
Not to Seljuk. It's not an Arab.
No, I think what's racist when Omar Bahounded until he's Indian, you're like, whatever, Arab.
Well, that is.
That's
All right.
just a term of endearing.
And I don't call him Arab, I call him Dirty Turk.
Dirty Turk.
You will notice that, when you get within probably about a block of the Urquhart Manor, your power investiture does cut off.
Look what they did. They
Wow,
totally lost down.
I'll let you know.
So
Alright,
do you really
we're
want
in
a
dead
cat?
zone.
They don't have any extra.
We go walking up.
Otherwise, you wouldn't actually know that.
Say, I
Ultimately,
didn't
you do head up.
Question, but
Okay.
why are we here?
I don't know. Question people.
Don Urquhart will answer the door.
To start
Hi,
asking
Don.
that
How are
more
you?
often.
She says, good, I wasn't expecting you. You
No.
could have called.
I apologize that this is an unannounced call. Is your father around?
Yeah, she'll say that he's working out back.
Okay. Could we...
Yeah, she'll go get him.
Okay, thank you.
She says that you just have to wait out here. Her mother's been weird the last few weeks.
Oh, we certainly understand.
But she'll go get him.
Yep, we're happy to wait here. You can tell Miss Harper that we're here as well.
Here's my question, though. Why did we come here?
Tournament Islands.
Yes. And
He's
Mrs.
helped us
Eckhart,
out on a lot of things.
Miss Eckhart, she might actually have something to know about what the events occurring and maybe a way to stop.
Oh, that's right. Are we still in the British Isle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
we're
is
sorry.
We're in
Scotland.
Scotland.
Sorry, I pictured them in Maine.
No, they're in Scotland.
All right.
Yep, all those castles in Maine.
You can build them anywhere.
All those locks, what have you.
Just wait patiently.
All right. Probably takes about 6 minutes. He comes out front.
Those villagers.
He tells you the same thing. He wasn't expecting you.
No, I know this is unannounced. We've come across some information. There's a heavy particle event. Actually, I kind of waited to see if the daughter's still here hanging out or anything. Or...
She heads back in after
Okay.
some time.
So I'll talk a little low so she can't overhear anything. But there's a heavy particle event that's occurring out in the Pacific. So we think that what is the Isle of
Yeah, my law.
Rylock is now going to be rising. The deep ones are on the edge to invade the British Isles. And we think there's a good chance the British Isles...
He's already been contacted by MI5 regarding it. MI5 doesn't intend on leaving the British Isles.
Did they tell you
Just
that the island's gonna
the
sink, though?
logistics... He's not sure about that. The logistics of it, of trying to evacuate the entirety of the British Isles.
We believe there's a good chance that underwater.
He says if that's the circumstance, he can get his family out very rapidly.
Okay. We just wanted you to be aware of it. So, would there, if it does happen, is there still, where would we be able to contact you? Would we have to go through the Umbra or Numbra?
He has contacts with the Chantry. Otherwise, he would most likely go... where would he most likely relocate to? He knows some people in Spain, so he'll give you the contact information for there.
Okay.
Did you know that you know people in New York? They'd be more than willing to take you in, maybe set you up someplace.
Actually, more in Boston.
He says he has various friends around that he could end up moving to. He says the missus is very adamant about not leaving the castle. So
Okay. Would either you or her perhaps have some knowledge of this impending event that is occurring out in the Pacific?
I don't know terribly that much. I've been keeping word with MI5. Supposedly they don't really know anything about it. He says that given the circumstances, people have been talking about their high priest, their priest Cthulhu, but I don't know anything specific regarding him.
Would it be possible, or based on your opinion, to have a conversation with your better half as far as with the vague...
He'll say that she's been spending the majority of her time out at the Urquhart Castle near the lock, and he can drive you over there if you want.
Okay.
He says that some of you, of course, the men would have to sit in the back. He's got one of the trucks too, but...
Yeah.
Do you want to talk to her?
I ask him. I mean, we've got some... We basically tell him all the information we've got. Do you think, or have any reason to believe that she would maybe know...
He believes that she is intentionally not telling him certain things.
Okay.
And she's been spending a lot of time out at the castle, and he gets quiet, and he does tell you that he has told you about certain events that he is aware of, and he's just trying to do what is best for his family at the moment.
Yep, and I totally respect that and understand that. So, but if you don't think she'd be a good source of information, we won't bother.
He says
her.
that she probably knows more than she'd probably tell him.
Okay, so if we can safely have some time with her.
Yep, he'll drive you out there.
Is there any physical things that we should just be aware of in case someone needs to prepare themselves mentally?
I was told to gesture frantically.
He has been picking up.
Make a,
He says that a lot of the
Take
old
a step.
wounded rabbit noise.
He tells you that a lot of the old demon wards around the Urquhart estate don't seem to be there anymore.
Okay, but physically we're not going to see anything that would be alarming?
He says he doesn't think so.
Okay.
Does she like cats? When's the last time we saw her? Do we have cats back then?
I don't know that werewolves are really like dogs, and therefore...
No, the last time you really dealt with the missus, no, Scarlet was there, and the trek to, was it Switzerland?
Pudding will float the hell
What time
away.
is it, guys? How late do we want to go?
It's 10:12.
Let's go quick talk to the missus.
Okay, we talk to the missus.
All right. Heading off into the area, the cats, for whatever reason, do not like heading up to the castle. The cats start freaking out. Urquhart doesn't...
It's still demon, guys.
Knock on the shoulder on the door. Are there words out
tell
here?
Scott
Spirit
it's all right
words?
right now.
He says there used to be very powerful spirit wards in the region. However, he's actually not able to find some of them nowadays.
Okay. So there's probably an army of demons that the cats are sensing. Or half
Why is there
demons.
an army of demons?
If you want to live, you should just be very polite, not do anything that looks to be hostile, and not do anything that's
Start hurts a
contrary.
demon.
Okay? I know those are probably
Never
very
saw it.
difficult things for you to master at this point in time, but you should try.
You just gag him.
No.
This would be a great time to follow others' lead.
So let's keep going if you're okay with the cats. Give some pickled herring to you guys so you can comfort your cats with food.
They don't seem... Surprisingly enough, Putin doesn't want to eat anything, which is strange. However, it does take you a little bit of time, probably 30 minutes to get to the Urquhart Castle. There's no real roads that lead up to anymore. Just kind of an old truck road that he's kind of been moving through the region. Coming up to the castle, ultimately you will find that this entire area is a pretty large shallow.
Okay, I tell everybody.
Okay?
It's a large shallow.
Just go along, follow Angus's lead, and see what happens.
Close to the penumbra.
Angus will end up heading up. It does seem as though the missus seems to meet you halfway to the castle, like she knew you were coming.
Yeah.
She seems to be very cordial. I don't think some of you saw the missus all.
Yeah, can we see the picture of her?
The new picture.
Do you have a new picture?
She's looking good.
Like when I was working.
Exactly.
My character.
Have you remember?
I have a picture of Mr. Urquhart and Dawn as well.
I was here for a week, and I don't know if I actually met her.
There's Mrs. Urquhart.
The only thing is her pupils aren't right. They're kind of messed up. They don't look like they they seal into kind of a perfect circle. I will give some people some mythos rolls for that.
Mythos. I already told you she's a blue. Sorry. He almost pegged the naughty dice. Ooh,
Yeah,
everybody's using the naughty dice.
I keep rolling the
Mythos
just
like
under,
that.
actually having something super bad happen, but having it bad enough that I don't-
Scarlet and Puddin are still going insane.
By 7?
Yeah, they don't like being anywhere near here. They definitely. It does seem as though they don't like Miss Zericard either. They haven't had this reaction. You haven't met Puddin, but Scarlet didn't have this reaction against her prior.
Yeah. Fail by 1.
The other one.
Made it by Mythos by 7.
Okay.
And by
7 and 10. She has silver hair. What is it? It might be because of her age, but she looks fairly young. The only thing is, given her pupil dilation, she does look unnaturally beautiful. And what the hell is her pupils are messed up in the white hair. She matches the description of certain types of spiral dancers.
Those are werewolves, right?
They are the. With a 10, I'll tell you that the White Fangs were a tribe of Garu that were the forefront against the worm. Essentially, they were the frontline werewolves that were sent into hell to stop whatever was happening. However, at some point in time, they pressed their advantage and literally fought into hell itself, or wherever the hell this worm comes from. And most of them didn't make it out. And the ones that did came back wrong. And they became Black Spiral Dancers because essentially now most of them are obsessed with ending the world or causing massive chaos and destruction. They're pretty much... I wouldn't say they're demon worshippers. They're really...
They're entropy worshippers.
They're entropy worshippers. They often use demons as minions.
Yeah.
Just because they're a higher ranking...
But they have no morals or ethics, so...
No,
Whatever the useful tool is, that's what they use.
Black Spiral Dancers often have infested kind of nests and subway systems and other things like that, and they are very likely just to rip someone's face off and eat them, and then maybe put the body back in a sleeping bed or some shit like that. They're crazy. They're completely insane. They're slightly more cordial than like somebody from the Unseelie court.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
However, she seems to be very nice and cordial and approaches the group.
Yep. I greet her warmly. Same.
She'll give you a hug.
Okay.
She'll want to know how things have been doing.
Oh, we've been doing quite well.
She says, that's good. You've been staying safe.
We've been staying safe. I've heard that things have gone well for you, so I'm glad to hear that.
She says she's doing well.
Good.
What's the nature of the occasion?
Well, we came across some information regarding a heavy particle event that's occurring out in the Pacific Ocean. Perhaps you heard about it. The island of Riley or whatever is coming back.
I think they're trying to summon their high priest.
Right. And we talked to Angus about it. We came here just to warn you that we thought that there's potential maybe the British Isles would sink. We wanted to make sure you guys were safe and had a heads up. So
Okay.
That's why we stopped by. And then Angus, you kind of bounced off him. We thought maybe you knew of, could help us maybe put some of the pieces together to see if the events were,
True.
kind of maybe more fine-tuned so that we could maybe take action to try to stop events, with the Blue Hades invading the islands and trying to sink the islands, et cetera, et cetera. So if you don't mind, we can kind of lay out the information we have, and if you feel inclined, maybe point us in the right direction. Or
She says that you could potentially kill a lot of their generals, and that would stop an advance for the time being.
Right. But we were wondering, there's apparently this one event that's occurring in the Pacific, and if you had any thoughts recurring to that as far as exactly what it might be and what a suggested method of stopping.
She says that she thinks that correlates with the location known as Vorali. She doesn't know anything about the cross-bridge particles.
Okay.
How about Nepal? The negative.
Oh, she says that the plateau of Leng. She says that's pretty fucked there. You wouldn't go there.
Yeah.
Well, but within Paul, you've got.
You are detecting that there are things on the border, the penumbra, that are all around this region. There's in fact things standing behind her. You just can't see them.
I'd say that out loud.
Is there any?
She doesn't seem to bat an eye at it.
Is there any information she can tell us to help us with the madness?
She says probably good wards. She'll say she knows certain sacrificial rites that would protect you for long periods of time.
Okay.
Otherwise, mental wards would be good. Destruction of memories. Strong wills.
Frank has a strong will.
She says she can create Fomori.
Okay.
What's fun?
That's
Not
like
fun.
a half man, half demon.
She says that she could strip the power from a demon and infuse you with it.
Pass.
That sounds good.
No, thank you.
I'm gonna let my cats outside now.
Have you ever tortured a lizard man?
Would Puddin be okay if that happened to me?
What?
I get.
You know that Bash doesn't want to have anything to do with demons and these outer beings coming back to the world.
Okay. Well, we appreciate your suggestions. Do you believe it's going to, or would you guess that it's some type of magical ritual that's going to accumulate, or do you think they would be doing something with some like a hypertech? Or...
She's not sure. She says according to her timeline, she doesn't expect anything to happen there for a couple weeks.
Oh, you did tell
But she says that you have figured out stuff before, so maybe something's happening there tomorrow.
You told Urquhart about that thing that escaped?
What do I know for the
Not
time?
yet.
For the Pacific.
Are you familiar with the primordials?
Which ones?
The ones that are basically large gas clouds. You see them because they bend the light. They feed off of quintessence.
She says what color?
It's kind of black.
Yeah.
Okay. There may be one in the London area.
Around the time of the dinosaurs?
She smiles. She says, "Okay."
Just FYI.
Okay.
They're not common, are they?
She says, "No, not anymore."
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we
So
might
what
have
we're doing is spring.
Probably eat and then roam around. She imagined it'll start eating enough and it'll multiply, but that'll be a couple hundred years from now. She says you probably have more pressing concerns prior to that. So she says that she wouldn't really worry about like the couple of missing people or if that's your thing. She says,
Yeah.
She said it probably isn't going to eat a lot of people.
Well, those people are probably going to be dead of other causes in the future.
She says, there you go.
Right?
If we unleashed one in the madness area, would it do enough of an effect to like eat enough people? Would it become mad from consuming?
She said
such
it would probably try to
quintessence?
leave the madness area. There's a lot of other shit that might eat it.
Right.
She says, have you been there? It's pretty shitty.
No. Have you been there?
Well,
So we're
She
not
says
going-
occasionally, yeah.
We can't go to Nepal.
She says she knows very powerful sacrificial rites. Doesn't necessarily have to be humans.
Right.
But she says sentience.
Could it be lizard
Sentience and memory does help.
Okay. I've
so
heard that
lizard
adds
men would do
power.
really well. So lizard men would do really well.
Yeah, lizard. She says lizard men.
I'm glad I'm outside.
Snake man, sorry.
Yeah. She thinks that what she's talking about.
Well, we thank you for the time,
She says, yeah.
and we wish you best of luck with your endeavors. And
She's at the
hopefully-
castle, right?
Hopefully, we can meet.
Oh,
again.
she says she's staying here.
No, I was just wondering. She's at the castle, right?
You guys walked up to the woods. You haven't actually physically gone to the castle yet.
If you ever do need
Yeah,
us-
like, what is it? You're driving up fairly slowly, and she walked out of the woods.
I like this more.
if you do need assistance with anything, certainly don't feel any hesitancy in giving us a call. We're always happy to help out. You've been very good friends with us in the past. and
She
we
says
appreciate
she
your
have
previous
like certain
assistance.
tasks. She knows she'll contact you if there's anything. I suppose that she thinks that you would feel comfortable doing.
I appreciate that you're taking that into consideration. So,
She says otherwise, if you need to fall back point, you should come here.
okay.
She says don't worry about the island sinking.
Okay. You don't think the island's going to sink?
Maybe it doesn't matter.
Okay.
She's here though.
You're safe? Okay. Well, I
Yep.
do appreciate the open invitation. It's very much appreciated.
Your cats probably won't like it.
Is that what she says to them?
Yeah.
Okay.
If we had to, how closely could we teleport in?
She says teleport something of your person, like your gun.
Okay.
She says that should get through mostly safe, and then she'll let the rest through.
Okay.
Thank you.
Don't fire on anything unusual you find here. It may take me a bit to get down the chain of command.
Very good. Well, thank you for your time again.
All right. And she says it is an open offer. If any of you feel that you need additional power, it's not necessarily.
Human life.
She says it's not human life, it's just demon
demon.
life. And it's not that a demon's in control. She says for the most part she rips away any sentience that's there. It's just the power that's left over. She says it's a fairly simple process.
It's like putting on a suit that you can't take off, right?
Yeah, sure.
Like a muscle suit.
She says she can take it off.
I know.
I'd
But,
be interested in that.
but he can't take it off, can he?
I'd be
You don't
interested in
even
that.
do magic, do you?
I know of magic. I know the
Right.
theory.
But he wants to be infused with demon.
She says that if you want to come back around midnight tonight,
Oh, we'll do that next session.
All right. Is there any other negative consequences that maybe we'd consider to be
nothing that she deems negative.
okay?
At what point?
Does it create any rage or anything like that that makes him less balanced?
She says not anymore less balanced than learning spells would be.
Point?
Does
She
he,
imagines depending on the individual.
does he now require?
I'd say 3.
Does he need to require like he weird human organs or anything odd like that?
I suppose we can talk about that.
I'm just saying, does he pick up some
Attributes?
kind of fetishes from the demon that?
He says you have to sustain the new power. It's not a lot, but
Okay. And what would typically be required to sustain the power?
it's just there's all types of Fomori. I mean, she's very good at doing this sort of thing. It depends on what you're looking for.
I think we should move these tables back. But what do you guys think?
I don't know. I only
They
moved
move
like a foot
pretty
over.
easy. I mean, me and just leaned in.
All right. Otherwise, I'll pause here or stop here.
Moved it.